A very warm welcome to day 2 of the Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational at the beautiful Prestige Golfshire. I've got my fellow presenter and my dad, Mr. Brandon D'Souza, with me. Dad, what do you think of what do we have to look forward to in day 2 today?
Well, I think it started with sheer brilliance from a lot of the players. The leaderboard is cluttered with some very, very low scores, and I think what Gaurav Pratap Singh did, setting the course on fire at 9 under, Arjun Prasad just won back at 8 under, local boy Cullen at 7 under, has set the tone for what we can expect on day 2. I think what the golf course is giving up so many great scores because the wind is really not up. The greens are very receptive, and Prestige, true to its form, is in pristine shape. So expect some low scoring.
As he said it, the golf club is in pristine condition, and I think we have a great day of golf to look forward to. One of the reasons we don't have Gaurav Pratap out there yet is because he's playing the Pro-Am this afternoon. So our leaders, because we're playing Pro-Am every day, a lot of our leaders are going to be playing out this afternoon. So you're going to see their scores later today in the afternoon. Though a lot of the players are already out. Our last tee time today was 9 o'clock. And we have some of the players, some of the low scores started out. The weather today, it's a little sunny compared to yesterday. The green speed is 10.5. That's what they're playing and rolling today. The wind seems to be down. And I think it's an exciting day of golf planned ahead.
Yes, there we saw Ishan and Brandon, father and son, the duo, dynamic duo, who've been involved in the game of golf for quite a bit of time. Brandon, very good player in his own right, and has done a lot in the space of golf, corporate golf, and just getting tournaments to a wider base. And it's heartening to see the son follow suit as we have a look at Karandeep Kochar.
He's on the move.
K. Cooch, as he's affectionately called. Also a very good player. It's a unique style, and seems like he's made that putt. Assertive walk could only mean one thing: either it's given or in the hole. Okay, so you just about missed it. I got a little too excited for no rhyme or reason, but that's comes with the territory. So you have a look at Karandeep. What score is he? He's at 5 under par total, 3 under for the day. So he's gotten off to a hot start as Karandeep. Another lad from Chandigarh, the factory that produces spectacular golfers, and also the coach who got the Dronacharya from there, Mr. Jesse. So it's really a place that you hone your golfing skills. As we, from one Chandigarh lad to another, Yuvraj on live feed 2. Look at that those rolling fairways, perfectly manicured.
Shita is now with call on the screen in live feed 2.
Yuvraj playing alongside Kshitij Nawat Kaur and Om Prakash Chauhan.
Brisk start up and down the field this morning. We've seen players picking up shots in good numbers. Like Shaurya just told you, Karandeep has picked up 3 shots, as has Saptak Talwar, who's alongside him. Sachin Basoya has picked up 2 shots. And like we mentioned a little while ago, Avni Prashant, the local girl, she's from Bangalore, rookie pro, is on the charge as well. She is in her opening 9 holes. She's dropped a shot on her first hole, but picked up 4 shots thereafter to be 3 under for the tournament. So plenty of movement up and down the order like we saw yesterday. The morning conditions obviously helping scoring. And live feed 2, Prakash Chauhan, Order of Merit winner a couple of years ago. Spent all of last year in Europe playing the DP World Tour.
Seems to be nursing some sort of a wrist strain or an injury. All just about going right. Those are never probably the worst ones. Speak from experience. As that is the point. That is the closest to the club head. It takes a lot of impact and strain. Let's hope that he recovers from that one. Playing alongside Yuvraj and Kshitij Nawat Kaur. A group comprising of winners, proven winners, and none more so than this man. A man with a Swilken touch, Yuvraj Sandhu, ball striking.
Made a very hot start to the season. Shaurya picked up 2 titles on the bounce, in fact, in Calcutta and immediately thereafter. But thereafter he's kind of leveled up. He came very close at JP Green a few weeks ago. He, Arjun Prasad, and the eventual winner Saptak Talwar battled it all the way down the finishing stretch, and that event decided literally on the final hole. So we've seen some really close finishes already this year in the 10 or 11 events that the PGT has held so far.
Yeah, he's got a penchant for going low. Good putt. I think it helps a lot, especially in the modern game. If you're good off the tee and long and have that in control, I think that takes away like 60% of the work. I feel that the saying drive for show and putt for dough has been diametrically turned on its head now. In the new game, I'd say that drive for dough, and it's been proven in the statistics as well that driving is the most important in the modern game if players are to go low, because there's not much you can do on the green if you're not getting it right off the tee. So all the youngsters and even your weekend warriors, I would generally espouse that try and hit the ball far and think about it later how to hit it straight. I think the game has changed, and as I say, the times are changing. Is Sudhir? It's the first time I've seen him without a 5 o'clock shadow, looking quite different. Took me almost a minute to.
He's looking quite natty, actually. He should stick to this. He's looking very nice. Yeah, Sudhir, of course, playing alongside Shaurya Bhattacharya and Rahil Ganji. Rahil, who began his golfing days in Kolkata, is now a Bangalore resident. He shifted here a few years ago and has been spent extensive time on the Japan tour before returning to home soil.
Yeah, he's a thorough globetrotter, is Rahil. He's played all over the world. He's played a few tournaments on the PGA Tour, the second rung, I don't know what's it called now. So the Corn Ferry Tour. Yeah, erstwhile when it used to be at one time nationwide, when he made that one on a par 4. He's played in Japan, he's played in Asia. I think he might be right up there with the Indian golfers who travel the most. Probably that title might still belong to the legend Jeev Milkha Singh, who is still going strong.
He's still very much on the move now, playing the Champions Tour in Europe. Last year he brought an event to India for the first time, which was very well received, and I think they've been encouraged by the response to repeat it.
Arjun Prasad, 6 feet from the edge. That's a song, if I remember. Hole number 5. Yeah, it's a famous song by the band called Creed. So any of your 90s kids like myself might remember that as we have a look at that shot coming up on hole 5 here at the Prestige Golfshire Club. It's a 519-yard par 5, so the players would make short work of that, given their prodigious length and accuracy. Anga Chima looks to be dressed in dark blue or grey, I'm not quite certain, or teal as they call it, these colors in between. I'm not too well acquainted with them. And that's a good shot just to the left, and that is an opportunity from there to try and chip it in.
Angad, in fact, playing in trousers for a change. He was one of the first to take to the policy of once the PGTA allowed the use of shorts, he was one of the first to go down that road.
Yes, mid to late 20s. It is perfect, as it often is in the beautiful city of Bengaluru. And not quite certain where that ball has ended up. We've seen a really good tour this time, thanks to the big tournaments such as the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational. There's been a lot of prize money on offer and a lot of new winners as well. And it's exciting times, to be honest. If you look at the order of merit after the PGTI Players Championship 2025, which was the concurrent event that happened alongside this event at the Classic Golf and Country Club. We have Joshua Berry from England leading the order, followed by Arjun Prasad. As we have a look at Kshitij Navid call on hole number 6. The unique distinction of having all the arm length. Allah, Bryson DeChambeau. You can see his arm that extended as well. Doesn't use much leverage in that swing, not much lag. So it's a brute power swing. Not for the faint of heart. Really requires core and a lot of rotation. It's the man's swing. I like that with the gun held to my head.
It hits the ball a long way. That, unfortunately, I think has come up a little short.
It's left pointing for a few yards there. Then we have a look at Yuvraj Sandhu at number 3, Sachin Bisway number 4, Om Prakash Chauhan, the man who is returned from that sojourn in Europe on the DP World Tour. Yeah, Saptak Talwar, and Thangaraja, the man from Sri Lanka, and Mane, Shaurya Bhattacharya, my namesake, who's keeping that name flying high. Abhinav, Lohan, Kshitij Navid call. The name is call. Navid call. OP now. Look for this to turn from left to right. Customary fade. Really hits those tight irons. Commentators curse, I think, is a certain thing. When you praise someone, at that point somehow it doesn't work out. But I'm certain that he'll get up and down from that sand trap. His swing is pretty similar to Mukesh Kumar, who also hails from the needs no introduction. The Iron Man of Indian golf, man with over 125 victories to his name. I don't think I've played so many tournaments in my life.
Arjun Prasad in the bunker. Fairly does at this course, which is more than its share of awards over the years for design, maintenance.
Yeah, he'll soon go out of view. You can just see the brim of that hat, and there he almost went out of view. Now this ball should release a little more.
Beautiful.
And
very well
does
judged.
that to perfection. I just left with a 3-footer for his birdie.
Interestingly, Shaurya, despite the amount of red laterite soil that you see that basically abounds in this area because it's up in the Deccan Plateau, the bunkers are beautiful. They have really fine sand, and it's a real pleasure to play out of the bunkers over here. As we saw Arjun, real great control and line himself up for what should be a very comfortable par. This is par 3, having found the bunker with his tee shot.
This tournament has attracted a constellation of stars.
Even the Pro-Am yesterday, in fact, Shaurya it was the first day, of course, and we had, besides the PGTI president Kapil Dev, his former 1983 World Cup teammate Syed Kirmani, a very popular figure, not only in cricketing circles but also a very keen golfer. And we had chairman of the selection committee Ajit Agarkar, and a very large number of business luminaries, corporate hotshots, big names. Bangalore, of course, being one of India's leaders for technology and business.
I think we might end up seeing these putts being hit simultaneously. Look at,
on your left is Angad Chima.
Right, I think is Saptak on the right. As we have a look at Angad with his effort, that has a little bit too much steam on it. Well, have his work cut out in order to make that putt. Let's see how Saptak has fared. Stylish Aman Raj in the foreground with his dingo hat.
Yeah, it's his trademark, isn't it?
He pulls it off.
He and I think he and Udayan Mane are the most instantly recognizable figures on the PGTI at the moment, for different reasons, of course.
As you have a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar. Played a lot of golf alongside him, and he's always a cut above the rest. The way he used to hit his irons, especially the long irons, was a sight to behold. Long, towering 3 irons with the easy, languid 3/4 swing. Reminiscent of Ernie's Good putt there, Bhagan. He has a lot of power and always said that he likes to hit three-quarter shots. Never really went hell for leather after any shot, Bhagan. And that's in good stead.
Just speaking of Uday and Shaurya, he's picked up 4 shots on the trot before making the turn, so he's 4 under for the day and 6 under overall. He's climbed all the way up to a share of 5th place. And like we saw yesterday, the morning wave tends to make the best of conditions and score heavily, come really low. It remains to be seen how Gaurav Pratap progresses from his flying yesterday. And for the first time this morning, joining Shaurya is Krishnaswamy, legendarily the Swami of Indian golf.
Yeah, I am in stellar company with 2 celebrated golf. I think journalists would be too small a word for you. Golf historians, I would like to say. You were just back from a trip to the hallowed grounds of Augusta. And I must say that I'm certain you see that this golf course, if only maybe a notch below in beauty and conditions.
Thank you, Shaurya. Thank you so much. And thank you, Rahul, for giving me a kind of a very warm welcome. Of course, a little bit of leg pulling there. I mean, Shaurya calls me a golf historian, which means I'm part of history, or rather, I am history. Well, either way you look at it, an interesting day's play ahead of us. The scores, as was earlier mentioned, the players in the morning are obviously benefiting a lot more with the conditions and producing some great scores. And there on field 1, you see Arjun, who had a wonderful 64 on the first day, when Gaurav Pratap Singh actually set a new record with 9 under 63. But on the second day, Gaurav Pratap Singh will be playing in the afternoon session with 3 amateurs. So each of these professionals, these 6 professionals, will get to play the afternoon session, the Pro-Am session, once. So over the 3 days, I mean, a very interesting format, I must say. So everyone's getting the rub of the green. I mean, they play in the morning, Stoke play with 2 other professionals, and once out of 3 days, they get to play the amateurs. So interesting 2 crores, a mixed event with boys and girls, men and women, 60 men and 12 women. All the top girls who have playing on the Ladies European Tour, and some of them on the Sunshine Tour in South Africa too. So it's been a great one there. Hitashi Bakshi and Avni Prashant so far have been the ones to show out on the first day, and of course Avni showing her medal on the second. So these are still early days, less than 1.5 rounds over. The second round has, of course, has just started. I mean, in the morning, of course, we are almost like, I think the early groups who teed off at about 6:30 may actually be nearing the finish. So action is pretty fast here, Shaurya. So have you had the chance to get to this golf course? I believe it's very, very pretty. I haven't seen it for a few years.
I unfortunately haven't, but obviously I've heard glowing praises about it. And given the fact that there are a lot of water bodies, somehow after I've left full-time golf, the water does attract my ball a lot. So, I for one will definitely have to go with a full bag of golf balls. But yes, it looks like an absolute treat, does this golf course. The conditions are immaculate. As you have a look at Rahil, you can see there's a little bit more salt than pepper, and that is just the passage of time. You learn a lot about that.
But let me tell you, his passion for the game, I mean, he's into his mid-40s. His passion has just not reduced even one bit. And I heard both you and Rahul discuss his travels around the golfing world for more than 25 years. I covered him a lot as an amateur. And
surprising choice from there, going with the chip there, Shaurya. That's almost made it. That normally shows you that the player does intend on making it. It's a more aggressive approach. This week we're playing for so much prize money. It's one of the biggest events ever on the professional golf tour of India. The winner takes home a massive 30 lakh. There would be one rich winner this week, and second also 20 lakh, third 11 lakh and 99, which is almost 12 lakh, and the fourth player takes home 9 lakh 97, so 10 lakh. So 30, 20, 12, 10. A lot of money to be played for.
Yeah, but the prize money has gone up dramatically over the past couple of years. So I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, so as the standard of play, these players really do produce the best. As we have a look at Sodhi Sudhir.
A young Shaurya alongside the experienced Rahil. I was mentioning about Rahil, he played as an amateur at the South Asia Pacific SARC Championships, which unfortunately doesn't exist now. Tidies up that, and on the live feed too, we have Rohan Patil. He's had a decent start. I think he even knocked an eagle, landed an eagle too this morning, I think. Yes, he did on the par 5 fifth, and followed that up with a birdie on the very next hole. You're talking about Kshitij Navid Kaul, kind of idolizing Bryson DeChambeau with same size clubs. He's been actually trying to use that for a couple of years now. And at the same time, Udayan Mane has been trying to gain and lose weight like Bryson does. So these days, he's of course lost weight.
Fitness has become such a huge part of the game of golf now. It's not like the days of yore, so to speak, where it was all about technique, finesse.
I'm glad you said your, Y-O-R-E, not Y-O-U-R. So I would have been a bit worried there. Not that you would have been wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm getting on in the years as well, so I realize that it's often time is always passing through. So it's age catches up to the best of us.
So Lohan finishes that, tidies up that, playing alongside Ajitesh Sandhu. And the third player in that group, which is right now on the 8th green, is Hitashi Bakshi, who opened with a 3 under 16 line on the opening day, which was the best card among the ladies, among the dozen ladies, the 12 ladies who are part of this unique mixed event. 12 women, 60 men fighting for 2 crores of prize money, with the last professional still standing to benefit by 66,000 rupees, which is not a bad sum at all. And of course, the winners, as Shaurya was just sharing with you, 30 lakhs for the winner, 20 for the number 2, 12 for number 3, and almost 10 for number 4. Just left it. He had the line, didn't have the speed, didn't have the pace. The one good thing about Ajitesh is he doesn't take too much time over his shots. Married to Thwesa Malik, one of India's top stars in the women's circuit. Thwesa and Ajitesh were paired together in the first round. I'm sure they must have enjoyed each other's company in a competitive event, not a practice or a fun round. And here is Hitashi Bakshi. Lovely putt out there, more than 20 feet out there. An absolutely fantastic putt from this young lady, Hitashi, barely 20 years of age, who's trying to ply her trade on multiple tours. The Indian Tour, the Hero Women's Pro Golf Tour, the Ladies European Tour. She's getting a few starts, plus the All Thailand Tour, and she holds a wonderful 20-footer there on the 8th.
A beautiful sight right there. Shows you what the players are facing now. Just pacing up and getting the yardage right is Om Prakash Chauhan. The unmistakable gait of OP He always looks like a man on a mission. You can tell a lot about a person from the way he walks and carries himself. He has that determination in the way he walks. I think that sets up half the battle is how you carry yourself.
Absolutely, Shaurya. One great thing about OP is that ever since he went to the DP World Tour, the amount he's gained in confidence is amazing.
Yeah, it must be a stellar experience to play with the best in the world. I can only imagine. Played a few events. I remember the Indian Open, so on and so forth. And look at that golf shot, another beauty. It does help you a lot to change your perspective. And also, I think as a golfer, this is what you want to do. You want to play with the best in the world. That's why you started the game, and it's
Correct.
something that you can keep as an epaulette with you for the rest of your life. While we have a look at Yuvraj. Now, what would be interesting to note, I wanted to look at the way this ball comes out. He puts in a lot of compression, really controls it. This might be a flighted one. And look at that lag and the way he controls that left wrist. It's a beautiful contact. Let's see where that ends up. Another commentator's curse there. So, nestled down, missing his target by about, not too much to be honest. A really aggressive shot, about 6
aggressive
yards
shot,
right of the
but-
flag.
Yeah. But still, I mean, those.
Yeah, but that's not going to be an easy.
It's not going to be an easy come out from there.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult up and down. And on that note, let me introduce back to you Mr. Banerjee, who's going to take us through the rest of the proceedings. So you'll have two seasoned voices telling you about the play by play as you have a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar. A strong lad from Kapurthala. His father also a really good sportsman.
I've actually covered an athletics event with his father towards the end of his career. So that should give you an idea of my age.
Or rather, your experience.
Thank you. Very, very politely put there, Shaurya. Have your coffee while Rahul joins me for the next session. Arshan Prasad in the same group as Gaganjeet. Angachima is the third player in that group.
Well, thank you, Shaurya, and you have very insightful comments from him since he's played the game at a very good level.
That's the best part. You and I can learn a bit about golf.
Absolutely, I always do. Keep an open mind and keep learning as we go.
Fine mind,
Yeah,
yeah.
stellar amateur career. Unfortunately, had to cut short his professional career because of injury. But the beneficiary of all of that is that the world of technology, since he is now a well-established entrepreneur, and divides his time occasionally commentating alongside us, which is wonderful. It's always good to have insightful knowledge, which we as essentially being observers over the years stand to always gain from. But Swami, just coming back to what's happening today, it's good to see the women also on the charge. Avni Prashant, of course, we had mentioned earlier. Pranavi Urs has picked up 4 shots, so she's on the move. So today again, like we saw yesterday, the morning wave really making the best of conditions, making the most of the opportunities that are coming their way. And so there's a we're going low already, 4 under for the day from more than one player. The rash of 3 unders already to be seen against a name of more than one. Because like we mentioned, Pranavi has picked up 4 shots after dropping an early bogey on a second hole. She's picked up 4 shots thereafter. As well,
To be honest, Rahul, I am so happy for these girls because most of the time when they play on the Indian tour, the prize purse is not as high. And even on the ladies' European tour, where the prize purse with them is about 300,000 euros. And here with a 2 crore prize purse, which is like something like $220,000, almost. So that's a huge amount. And there are 12 women vying for that, of course, alongside the men. So if they finish well up, it'll be a good, hefty increase to their bank balances. So really a week that they must be looking forward to. And of course, very grateful for.
One can only hope the trend that Kapil Dev and Amandeep Joel have started this year of having this first ever mixed event will be continued and, in fact, pick up pace on your screens. Of course, it is now it's called, like we heard from Shaurya, who's a fan of Bryson DeChambeau, has gone down the same route. All his club shafts are the same length, just shaving the lower edge of that hole. Long curling putt. Young man already is a long hitter, just like his idol, and I think he put it on social
Actually, it
media.
was sometime in the latter stages of the COVID, when like things were quite shut. That was the time when Kshitij picked up the habit and tested it out. He used to spend nearly half a day, 10 to 12 hours, at a driving range in Gurgaon, Skyline, if I'm not wrong, that was the one, that had the name. And he would bring his breakfast and lunch and spend like more than two-thirds of the day with his mother Vinita there, and like keep hitting balls, take rest in between. It was amazing amount of work that he put in, and that was the time when he got kind of his clubs redone, and now he's been using it in tournaments for the last couple of seasons, and it's beginning to pay dividends with the results coming in. A very fine young man, man of few words he used to be, but now, of course, says a lot on the social media.
It's good to see young man really, walking the talk. Quickly, because this scores are going lower and lower, so he would not want to be. That was
That was
jabbed a little bit at that putt and saw it pop out on the other side, which normally you don't see from a player of his caliber. But that's the way the golf is. It can bite you and caress you in the space of 10 minutes.
he's put on a lot of power there. I mean, he's been working in the gym a lot, and I just hope he doesn't overdo it, because right now he's looking very good. He's hitting the ball long, and his shot game was always decent. So if that package actually works, I mean, a lot more to come from Yuvraj. He's already had 2 wins this season.
Ajitesh Sandhu, trim and neat figure, and he's always almost instantly recognizable. One of the most well presented and presentable golfers. Would
And
you say,
also
sorry?
one of the most beautiful swings in Indian golf.
Easy, lovely languid swing.
So smooth. Take a look.
There's this unforgettable song I saw a few years ago, and it keeps popping up now.
Sorry, after that small faux pas, we're back here on the screen and two screens for you. A bit of a bonus there. The Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 live from Prestige Golfshire, Bengaluru. The second day of the three-day professional event, which also has the 72 amateurs in action each of the days. Was 72 professionals, 60 men and 12 women, and 72 amateurs taking to the course in the afternoon session alongside 24 pros. So a mix of both professionals and amateurs, men and women, young and old, and young and not so old.
Certainly for the 72, that's about 200 and 216 amateurs will be playing this event who have already played and will be playing. It will be a moment to remember. One of the most beautiful golf courses in India, and playing alongside India's top professional golf stars, men and women, making it even more unique in its own way. The Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025, offering a 2 crore prize fund with a 30 lakh, 3 million rupees going to the winner and 66,000 to the player who finishes dead last. Healthy takings for all, no cut, so everybody walks away with a little something in the pocket. The number of zeros, of course, like we said, will vary, but and high quality action on your screens already coming your way. We've seen a lot of movement. Arjun Prasad is our early leader today. He's moved to 10 under for the tournament, and he has a good number of people in hot pursuit behind him. Angad Chima has completed his opening 6 holes without a blemish, picked up 3 shots in the process. Gaganjit Bhular opened with a bogey, but on the charge thereafter, he's moved all the way up to 8 under for the tournament, 3 under for the day. Udayan Mane, 2 on the move, 6 under for the tournament, 4 having picked up 4 shots today, as has Karandeep Kochar. And among the women, like we mentioned earlier in the morning, we've seen Hitashi Bakshi was the best placed overnight on 3 under par. She is back in action today and also on the move, as is the local girl Avni Prashant, rookie pro, tremendous talent, has modeled herself to some extent, at least I'm sure, on Aditi Ashok, who's a fellow Bangalorean. So Hitashi is now up to 4 under for the tournament, as is Avni. Rohan Dhole Patel on your screen. Ajitesh having just finished marked his ball. Lovely weather today. Early morning we have a very moderate sort of early summer or late spring morning, you could say, in Bangalore. We saw just a little while earlier, current temperature of about 26 degrees Celsius. Patel taking his time over the putt, getting a feel of the contours of the green in case something his eye has missed. Going back to check it again. He's a very methodical player. Swami, sometimes players like this can, sort of take a little bit of time over their shots, but it's generally productive. He's a fairly industrious golfer. He's maintained his spot in the middle of the pack for the last few years. And from Pune. And making no mistake with the putt.
He was there in Delhi, when Bryson came and walked there every day just to see he was 2-time US Open winner in action. So he's really passionate about what he does. And he says, well, this is a massive chance I have. So I just had to come here to see that.
That's what the mantra for every golfer aspiring to improve his or her game should be. When you have somebody who's a role model in his own way to the world of golf, comes your way, comes to your city or comes to your country, even make the effort of being there for as long as he's present and make the most of your opportunities.
And I'm sure, I mean, most of these golfers would have heard the recent announcement from the DP World Tour alongside PGTI when they launched or announced the DP World Indian Championships, which was in the history of Indian golf at $4 million, and that will be held in October from 16 to 19, co-sanctioned by the PGTI. So another feather in the cap of PGTI, and of course the DP World Tour for bringing such a massive event to India. Of course, we still don't know the names of many of the players who will be here, but I'm sure with that kind of a purse, the names will be as big.
Well, Rory McIlroy's name certainly was doing the rounds very,
but
very loudly, Swami. But in the wake of his win at Masters, did he mention? Was there any talk of his, since you were there at Augusta, was there any talk whatsoever?
Well, he's made it clear. I've spoken to him many times, and he's always said that he would love to come to India because that's one part of the world that he thinks has a lot of growth potential. Huge number of more tournaments can be held there. A lot of golf, talent. So he's actually always been very, very positive about the growth of golf in India.
Yes,
in the meantime, we see Arjun Prasad there, going into sole lead there at the top at 10 under.
Angad Chima lining up a putt. And on that note, Swami, in fact, we've already seen with the international series to kick it off in January, end of January, then the Indian Open, the two the Challenge Tour events. So we have already had $4 events. And with two more to go, they recently announced DP World India Championship and the Women's Indian Open. So
that's right. So
$6 events in the space of a year. That's a huge jump we're seeing this year from.
And of course, I mean, not to. That was a wonderful putt there.
From my playing partner last week, Swami, I have to admit, I loved the time I spent with Angad. Fine gentleman. He's always willing to share a little bit, and not that I.
Look at that again. I hope he taught you how to putt like that.
He said something very interesting. I didn't pick his brains too much because I knew he had spent 4 days in the sun in this extreme heat. You were there, so I kind of left him to himself to recover. But he did share something very, very interesting about on the putting green, which I'm a little thing about talking about because we have. A wonderful player like Shaurya in our midst, and so many other players and past players listening to this broadcast. So I'm a little shy about sharing it, but at some point I'm sure I'll work up the courage to do so. That was just shaving the lower edge of the hole. And Angad now all the way up to 9. He's now just one behind our current leader, Arjun Prasad, 10 under par for the day after 6 holes. Angad is 9 under par. Avanjeet, they're just missing out on what would have been a very valuable birdie.
And here is Om Prakash Chauhan.
You were talking about his demeanor and confidence, Swami, after his stint in Europe last year. I have to say, I mean, he's just so right. And I was fortunate to bump into him in Ahmedabad during the Indorama Ventures Championship. And he said something very interesting. He said, "Sir, I have one thing that tour taught me. In the early part of my time over there, I was putting myself under a lot of pressure by thinking about making the cut again and again. Then I saw so many other people around me. They were just focused on the day. They said, so I learned to take this business of putting targets like making the cut on a tournament by tournament basis out of my mind. And from that day onwards, my entire game has changed. My approach has changed. And which is why आपने बोला कि आपकी body language में दिख रहा है कि आप काफी confidence लेके आए हैं यूरोप से. And he said that you're absolutely right.
Just to cut, a lot of the players, or most of our players, are wearing a black ribbon today as a tribute to the Pahalgam victims. Yes. And indeed, a very sad day for India, very sad day for the world. With the
sad day for humanity, Swami.
Absolutely, so terrible.
people are targeted in that fashion. But back to the
That
action.
to tourists, civilians. I mean, I think it was
Civilians,
ghastly.
particularly, yes.
Ghastly.
Yeah, seeing
So
on your
the
screen.
players showing their support for the victims and kind of really showing a thumbs down for the terrorist activity. The players may actually just be kind of playing golf, but they are all very much there with the fellow Indians across the country. So they're wearing black ribbons as a mark of respect. Yes, he's cut that pretty close. Yeah, that was a nice one there. Took his time, but managed to get within very good range to. It's not exactly a tap in, but he should get that. But Sneha Singh missed the green two.
She's playing alongside Alap and Prabhakaran, the Sri Lankan.
Nice, cute one, but a bit short.
Still some deft touch. That was not an easy shot at all for me. She was slightly on a downhill lie and feathery rough can always sometimes really throw your shot off, but very skillful. She's obviously picked up a lot. I mean, she's been traveling as a lot, hasn't she? Played the LET qualifying, played the LPGA qualifying, did fairly well. This is what probably she was trying to avoid. It's coming down the slope. So this ball just shoot past the hole. So soft touches there from this young lady, former national champion, of course. Won the All India Amateur Ladies a few years ago.
She's also won the Order of Merit on the Hero Women's Pro Golf Tour.
She and Hitachi Bakshi are the new rivalry that's building. They've been playing
Exactly.
putting heads for quite a few years now, as juniors, then as amateurs, and now as professionals. In fact, one of the most active rivalries in Indian professional golf. Always very healthy, and they will be pushing each other all the way. Both of them the same age. Sneha on your screens now from Hyderabad. Long putt makes it. Very confident looking strike there. She knew what she was doing. She had, of course, Vishesh Chandiok and Saeed Kirbani yesterday as company. She was the pro in that group, in the afternoon wave of the Pro-Am wave. And did very well. In fact, I mean, I would say, playing in that sort of a setup, like Gaurav Pratap made the point yesterday, he's really looking forward to his stint playing in the Pro-Am as part of the larger tournament itself. And he said, I'm quite excited about this to see how I manage, which will be a tremendous challenge. And we did see more than one of the professionals come through very well. Sneha, of course, was one of them. She finished, I think, on 2 under par for the day yesterday. So good signs all around, and maybe this will, in its own way, this will probably help spread the game so much more that when you have 216 amateurs playing alongside India's best professionals over 3 days.
Oh yes,
I'm sure they will walk away not just with memories, but with renewed sort of determination to play more often and spread the game as well. Alap there, I think, finishing off very well. Or was that Prabhakaran?
That was Prabhakaran.
I beg your pardon?
Alap here, of course, just looking up, and he's been there. I mean, he was at one point of time one of India's top amateurs, and then he turned professionals back in 2018. Hasn't been able to get his breakthrough, but consistently, I mean, he's also Now, he did contend a few times earlier on, but the last few years have been rather modest, considering the kind of talent that he showed as an amateur when he came up.
He's taking his time over the putt. He's seen two of his playing partners both convert their opportunities, so he would also very much want to be in that company before as they leave this green. I love taking his time. Just unable to make the thing convert. Backed away a few steps as soon as he putted. Knew that he is being heard on the side of caution there. Was ball just rolling under the hole. But in the meantime, Swami, I'm glad to share that my captain of last week, Angad Chima, is now in the share of the lead. He's picked up his fourth shot for the morning.
He's been in absolutely terrific form of late, Rahul, so I'm not surprised at all at the way he's been playing. So, it shows that the momentum is with him. It's only a matter of time before he actually picks up a win or two, because he's been doing extremely well. And his results on the domestic tour have actually been quite good. Quickly run through that. He was 7th at the Indorama, 15th at the Kalans, 15th at the Chhattisgarh Open earlier in the season. Yes, he did race the cut at the Adani and the Delhi Challenge. No, sorry, the Kolkata Challenge. His last win was at the Vizag Open late last year, and just before that, he was a runner-up at the Telangana Golconda Masters. So he showed a good momentum, and this right now he is showing decent momentum. I wouldn't be surprised if he is right up there at the end of tomorrow, at the end of this 54-hole tournament for the professionals.
This is hole number 8, where you actually have to play over an arm of the lake that intrudes into that the golf course has been built around. It's a fairly long carry, and the professionals, of course, will go straight for the green from there. They will no wasting time hitting fairways with this one, because the fairway goes in a loop, almost like a hairpin, and then comes back around the water and then to the green. Same nice long high approaches. I'm sure they'll be hitting further. Look, just as we talk, there you go. It's 1-in-1. It's a par 4, mid-range par 4, and it looked like what was either a hybrid or a driving iron.
Actually, like Shaurya was mentioning earlier in the morning, it's a very, very scoreable golf course, and people need to take advantage of that. Especially when they're playing in the first session in the morning, when the conditions have been more amenable to scoring. And we saw really good scores: 9 under, 8 under, 7 under, a bunch of 6 unders. So 40 odd players in red numbers. So if you don't take your chances, you're actually, kind of going backwards.
Which is very true. Which is why every putt, a missed putt on every time you miss out, it can really hurt you. It can sting. And we saw Arjun Prasad, who was the morning's leader, drop a shot after he picked up 3 birdies on the trot. So this is going to be, I think, a pattern for the day. This morning wave will score heavily, and that's the way it's been yesterday. The same, we're seeing the pattern being repeated today. Saptak Talwar has gone 6 under, 8 under for the day. Beg your pardon, 6 under for the day. He's moved to 8 under par.
Oh, here it is. The ball just simply turning away from the face. The other thing that I really love, just non-golfing, of course, the kind of colorful shirts that these young men seem to be wearing, all of them. Well, looks like the referee's been summoned somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry, that is not the referee, it's the CEO. Oh, and Kapil Dev.
Well,
Kapil Dev and Amandeep Chol.
the PGT heavyweights, both the Amandeep, of course, was here in Delhi yesterday. He was at the prize distribution ceremony at Classic, giving away Viraj Madhapa's trophy and winner's check. And he obviously has flown as early as he could to be part of the action in Bangalore. So, Kapil pulling on a golf club.
I think what Kapil is probably going to do is to have another demo day for some of the guests. I mean, he's been using his, kind of goodwill and his charm to entice more and more, sponsors, fans, and what have you. So, all of them really coming up to, kind of see Kapil. And that really means, having someone so high profile is actually very good for the sport.
Yes.
And as a lot of people have been saying, Kapil Dev is the man who's opening a lot of doors. We've had 3 good sponsors coming in this year: the Adani Invitational, the Kalans Open, and the Indorama Ventures. So all of them there. Kapil, of course,
Putting
making
some
use of the empty fairways. Never a man to miss the chance of hitting a few balls.
It's some fairly nifty wedge works. He's been popping the ball up
yes.
very nicely. Nice soft hands and getting the ball high. He's been preparing obviously for the afternoon's Pro-Am waves. So he's made the most of opportunities yesterday. He's clearly looking set to play today as well.
So he really wants to kind of be warmed up. And back to the main tournament there. Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj Sandhu's got his eyes set on trying to win the Order of Merit and getting onto the DP World Tour. He came pretty close to it 2 years ago when he finished second on the Order of Merit behind Manu Gandas, who had a sensational finish to the season with a bunch of wins. They had 6 wins that season, and Yuvraj had 5.
And they just dominated the later part of that year, didn't they? So
Absolutely.
just one or the other winning everything. Tremendous run by both. Yuvraj unfortunate in missing out, but unfortunate missing out here as well. Sadly, but staying a little on the low side. We had, like you very rightly mentioned, Swami, a string of very lucrative events already this year. The Adani Group coming on board as an event sponsor was I think it was the very first time we've come anywhere near golf, other than, of course, set up a golf course and academy in Ahmedabad. And then you had the Indorama Ventures also putting up similar prize money to this event, 2 crores, 20 million rupees on offer at Ahmedabad a few weeks ago, and once again 20 million rupees on offer at Bangalore at the Prestige Golfshire. The spectacular course, 7,400 yards is what the men's pros are playing for. 6,100 odd yards is what the women are playing for. And both sides, 12 women pros and 60, the top 60 men playing for the same prize pot. Very, very handsome 3 million rupee takeaway for winning this event. And even as we speak, Ankad Chima has put yet another birdie against his name, so he's now the sole leader. I beg your pardon. Arjun Prasad has recovered also from that blip where he dropped a shot on the par 3 6th hole, and he's birdied the 8th. So he and Angad are level pegging now on 11 under par. And joining me for this next stint in the com box is Shaurya Singh, former amateur, top amateur, and professional who had to cut short his time on the golf course with an injury. Now knowledgeable golf commentator and an entrepreneur. That's a little short, little putt tapping there.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul. That's a lot to live up to, I must say. That you're rather kind. But smoke and mirrors are the motto for life. As they say, fake it till you make it. But of course, humor is what keeps us going. And as we have a look at Rohan Dhole Patil. And we did speak about the black ribbons, and of course, it's very painful. It is indeed a very painful day for all of us Indians and all of humanity. And my heart goes out to all the families, and I'm certain that the proper course of action will be done, and we really do wish well for all the families that were affected by this. And in sport, also does get affected. So, especially being a son of defense forces personnel, I do understand that how closely these things are taken seriously. So,
Very true. Very
yes.
true.
Anyways, back to the action. There were some beautiful trees. Those not quite certain what they're called. I'm sure Mr. Swami would know, given that you've traveled the length and breadth. Those look like some of those trees that grow on Japanese golf courses maybe you just come back from Augusta. What are these called? Azaleas, or that's a flower. I'm sorry, but
This is probably a Gulmohar. Sorry.
there you have it. You look for knowledge and you find it. You must.
This is an exceptionally beautiful golf course. I'm very fortunate to have played it more than once, and it's like I said earlier. For somebody who knows his way around the golf course, there's good scores to be found, and for amateurs, it's really a test. It can sometimes be a knee-knocking test, a couple of holes. Like we just saw the eighth hole where you tee off across almost 120, 130 yards of water. Child's play, of course, for players who know what they're doing.
Karandeep coach now with this slick downhill putt would break a little from his right as it looks from our vantage point. Any moment now. That looks good. It's tracking, and just about in the end, a little bit of a heartbreak.
So after that early flurry, Karandeep is kind of quietened down a bit. He hasn't dropped a shot, but he's been sort of in cruise mode thereafter.
Yeah, as long as you're not bleeding, that's good enough. He's playing really well. 4 under par, coming along well today. Of course, Saptak Talwar has been the pick of the players today. 6 under par is the man who plays out of Greater Noida. Dhruv Sharon also 5 under par.
Angad Chima as well, 5 under for the day, and in a share of the lead alongside Arjun Prasad.
Our first look at Udyan Mane, who has the penchant of making birdies in droves, and you can see that even today. He's made 4 on the trot. Rather peculiar ability that he has that not many possess. I've seen that whenever he makes birdies, he makes a minimum for 2 or 3. Sometimes he's made even 5 or 6 on the trot. So it's very stellar, great ball striker. You've seen that he has been working. See, both the players missing it on the lower side, so there's something unbeknownst to both of them that does happen on this side of the green, especially downhill. Although from what I hear from the players, these greens are beautiful and very true. So that makes it a lot easier to putt because you're never really befuddled by the read that you get.
Sure, there are subtleties, on these greens, because yesterday, we saw so many good players miss out narrowly, maybe an inch wide, inch high, inch low.
Yeah,
so there are definitely some subtleties you have to watch out for.
Sorry to interject there, as you have a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, who would have eyes only for the flagstick. This is quite the grouping here, Gaganjeet Bhullar and Angad Chima.
Angad seems to be making the most of the example. Gagan is sitting alongside him because he's really been on the move through the morning.
And also playing alongside Arjun Prasad. I can't quite say it's 3 generations. That won't make any sense. But if you look at it, it's 3 different epochs of time, so as to speak. If I look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, he's my contemporary. Then I look at Angad, who I've seen growing up and playing golf. He's probably 5 or 6 years younger. Then you have Arjun Prasad, another 5 or 6 years younger. So you see 3 different golf. I don't know what's the correct
Generations.
word.
I mean, you can almost
Not
put it
not
that
not
way.
golfing generations, but I'm sure there's a word that we'll find in the thesaurus somewhere, that three different times of pro golfers. Gaganjeet, when we used to really idolize the likes of the big three of Indian golf, Jeev Jyoti and Arjun Atwal. Then, of course, then Gaganjeet, Anirban Lahiri, they were the ones who were carrying that flag.
True.
The big two, so as to speak, from our time. They're the ones that really did go international and carry our national flag with pride. And then you had, oh, look at that. That's a lot of break in that ball.
Long putt too.
Yeah, it still has some work left, but good speed control right there shows you that it's almost a putt across two continents. Then you had Anga Chima and the breakout golfer from that time. I'm sure there are quite a few. I'll definitely forget. Viraj Madappa, who's just won. He's also won on the Asian Tour. Then you have Chika Rangappa, who around that 30, 31 year mark. So, they all looked up to the likes of Gaganjeet, Anirban.
Here's another legend on your screens, Shaurya.
Yeah, he's about, he's in that generation who's in the mid 40s. Of course, he doesn't look or feel it. He still belts the ball and is fit as a fiddle. Was a national swimmer. So obviously, sports are well entrenched in his genetics.
Kolkata is also is a kind of city, Shaurya, that really encourages and breeds sports. You have swimming clubs, you have tennis clubs, you have, so many facilities. Two wonderful golf courses, of course, available to those who play the game. So Kolkata certainly has plenty of platforms for young budding sports people. Has a great table tennis culture of its own.
While I was talking, I remembered from Angad's generation, Rashid Khan
Course.
is the breakout star. He's the one who's tasted a lot of international success. Of course, there are a lot of them who won tournaments, but if you're talking about somebody who's played a lot of golf internationally, and if you look at back to the action now, Gaganjeet Bhullar with what seems to be a fairly benign putt, if there was ever one. Almost seems like an oxymoron now, but let's see. Left in and easy does it. Perfect. In the words of Happy Gilmore, that's a tap, tap, tap-a-roo right in the middle of the cup. One of my favorite movies, Happy Gilmore.
True.
I've often done that many times when the ball doesn't go in the hole. I say, are you too good for your home?
Some great golf movies over the years.
Yeah, the
Made.
legend of Bagger Vance. As you have a look at Saptak Talwar, one of the few players sporting shorts, but they do make it a little easy, especially if the weather is oppressive, but not here. The weather is perfect. The left hand down, it's often alluded to as the cack-handed grip. Stay down, that's something that all amateurs and weekend players can learn. Really committing to that putt.
Saptak, of course, with his breakthrough win at the Adani Invitational a few weeks ago. Another very lucrative event. That's another first-time event on the PGTI schedule. 15 million rupees, 1.5 crore rupee event. Came through on the very last hole to pip Arjun Prasad on the 72nd and final hole at the JP Greens. dramatic finale, followed by yet another dramatic finale, where Udayan Mane was again pipped right on the post, this time in a playoff by Sachin Basoya in Ahmedabad the following week. And the man on your screen, Fear the Hat, Aman Raj, fighting his way back from injury, which sort of cut short his season last year, and slowly making his way back to form.
Tenacious Aman Raj.
Just coming up a little short on that putt. I feel that he looked like he had a good read on it. Saptak on your screens now. Very interesting golfer. He, from having completed his collegiate golf, he played, I think, on the Canadian feeder tour for a while. Flew down to Thailand for to play the Asian Tour qualifying school, and went to I think Morocco or Spain for his Challenge Tour qualifying school. Earned his playing rights there as well, and now he's a winner on the PGTI. So really taking his time to grow as a golfer. Sure, I'm sure you'd have seen many such examples. You have seen the young ones who burst into the scene and the ones who sort of grow steadily into their game. And Saptak, I think, is a fine example.
I think when you play professional sport long enough, you've seen it all. You've seen. For me,
there's two career paths. You have the young guns who come blazing into the scene, 17, 18. They're making waves, and then they sort of struggle thereafter. But they are the others.
Yes, of course. I mean, there are those that
climb the ladder steadily, sort of. I mean, a good example is, say, Akshay Bhatia and Sahith, who are two Indian Americans, recently got Indian backing as well as brand ambassadors. Akshay opted to turn professional as soon as he could. Sahith went the university route, went to Oklahoma, played his years of collegiate golf, and now both are first-time winners, are winners on the PGA Tour. So, who's to say which is the right way? And which
I think there's no right way. It's just that you got to keep working, especially through the lean patches, because golf is such a game that you'll find difficult times a lot more than ones that go your way. So you got to keep grinding out, and the term perseverance really gets thrown around a lot, but I think in professional golf that really does come to the fore. You got to have perseverance, and of course you must be good enough. I think belief and perseverance alone are not going to be enough to cut it. You must have the game. As we look at Arjun Prasad, he of course possesses that.
This is exactly the kind of player you're
talking about. The game, you have the legend, Mr. Kapil Dev, the Haryana Hurricane, a man who could bowl 150-kilometer Yorkers and also hit those 100-meter sixes. World Cup winner. Let's see how he does on this putt. That's what they say about pedigree. It never goes away. And look at that. This is what I'm talking about.
Quite stunning,
you
isn't it?
Can't take the pedigree away. Now, once a champion, always a champion. That was as good as a World Cup winning shot. I think not too far, huh? I'm telling you, that is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen our pros, and now you've seen the man, the myth, the legend do it. Look at that now.
Next time we meet him, we must ask him what gave him more pressure, this putt or that catch to dismiss Vivian Richards in the final of the World Cup.
Oh, this would be a close second, I'm certain. Of course, national pride is something else. But look at that. I mean, that's
tremendous. No question.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can learn a lot about not just cricket, about also putting.
And that's the entire length of the green.
Yes,
from one corner of the green all the way to the other.
That is really something. And believe you me, there is no sorcery. There is no camera trick. That was Mr. Kapil Dev in his element.
So even with all the professionals in action, Kapil, of course, as always, steps in to hog his little share of attention with his class and his athleticism and his he really has taken to golf in a huge way, not only as a player but now as an administrator. He's really, like Swami pointed out earlier, he's helping to open so many doors for Indian golf that as long as he's there at the head of the PGT as its president, they must continue to make sure that they stabilize and give the game a very solid platform and continue to build on that.
I can just say that I'm a little awestruck all things said and done. Of course, the association of golf and Mr. Kapil Dev, it's a beautiful one, and he's a great benefactor of the game of golf. He does so much, not just for golf, I'd say even for sport in India. He's done so much for cricket. You see where the game has gone now today. It's we've been champions in multiple formats and even other sports. It's nice to see that they can bring their talent. And believe you me, I've played a few rounds with Kapil sir, and he can really belt the ball, especially when he just left cricket. At that point in time, early 40s, he was belting the ball well over 300 yards. So who knows, he could have been a phenomenal golfer as well. No doubt about that. As we have a look at that putt going in for Yuvraj, I'm pretty certain our golfers will be queuing up at Mr. Kapil Dev's door to learn about how do you make those 50-footers with such ease.
He's putting free and easy. There's nothing at stake for him.
Well,
And the others you're talking about have, or at somewhere in the back of the mind, of course, is the fact that they have.
Of course, our golfers are good, but we gotta appreciate what we see in front of us. And yes, now it's pretty similar putt facing Rahul Ganji there as you go to Udyan Mane. Beautiful setting right here in Bengaluru. While we have a look at the action, we also want to talk a little bit about the tournament sponsors. So you have the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational. Is a premier professional golf tournament co-hosted by cricket legend Mr. Kapil Dev. And Grand Thornton Bharat, the flagship professional tournament, is committed to growing the game of golf in India by championing inclusivity, accessibility, and making it a defining moment in the evolution of the sport. As we have a look at that putt, brilliant camera work, getting us to the level of the green. And that is a Heartbreak Hotel right there. Just about touching the lip and missing out. The Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational returns for its third edition, including a groundbreaking mixed format that's set to transform the Indian golf landscape. The pioneering event is India's first professional golf tournament to be co-sanctioned by the Professional Golf Tour of India and the Women's Golf Association. So quite a watershed moment. It features India's top male and female professionals competing together, vying for a stupendous prize fund of 2 crore INR.
Speaking of women, Shaurya Pranavi Earth from nearby Mysore is on the move today. She's picked up 6 shots this morning, and she's climbed all the way up to 12th place. Dropped an early bogey on the second hole. Thereafter, she's been on a roll. She's 6 under 5 under for the day, 6 under overall, and another one of our lady pros who's doing very well, Hitachi Bakshi, of course, was the best placed overnight on 3 under. She's picked up 2 shots in her opening 9 holes. So the women also planting their flag, so to say, at this event, not just letting the boys have all the fun.
Yes, that's good to see there. There's some really good women professionals. They've done so much for the game of golf, and there's so many that come to mind. Aditi and so many others who've played so well on the LET, even America, and with Aditi's finish at the Olympics at the previous edition.
Very unconvincing looking putt there from Udayan. I think he knew the moment he put the putter to the ball that he had not done enough with that one. He's just kind of ambled behind it and tapped it in as it stopped shy of the cup.
So what about Grand Thornton Bharat? A member of Grand Thornton International Limited, Grand Thornton Bharat is a premier consulting firm in India, a truly Indian firm with global connections. They collaborate with businesses and governments across industries, offering a comprehensive suite of services, including assurance, tax, consulting, risk, and digital transformation, with over 11,000 professionals across 19 offices worldwide. They are committed to delivering innovative solutions that drive growth and shape a vibrant Bharat. The other sponsors of this event, LGT Wealth India. LGT Wealth India is your dedicated partner in private wealth, offering a broad spectrum of investment solutions to guide you to your financial targets. Explore the distinctive services and products of LGT Wealth India and uncover what truly sets us apart. They're keen to have a conversation with you and discuss how LGT can shape your financial future. As we have a look at Aryan Rupa Anand, the one that will definitely have a good financial future with that stellar game and good ball striking. Precocious youngster, does have a really good golf game. Professional golfers are independent contractors, so to speak. So the world is their oyster. If you have the game, you can travel anywhere, tee it up, shoot some low numbers, and get some green in your bank. As you have a look at that chip coming up. Left it a little short, has Aryan, that seemed to have pitched into the shoulder of the green, which deadened the impact. Vishwa Samudra also is a partner of this event. The Vishwa Samudra Group, headquartered in Hyderabad, India, is a rapidly expanding multilateral business conglomerate with a robust presence, both domestic and international. Originating from Krishnapatnam port in India, the group boasts over 15 companies and extends its reach to countries like Guyana, Tanzania, USA, UAE, Maldives, the European Union, and more. That's a good shot right there, right snuggled right next to the flag. You can see what Aryan has facing himself, maybe all of 10 feet uphill.
Rohan Dhole Patil there, I think, is that Sachin Basoya? Sachin Basoya it was, coming from off the green, beautiful hands. So just played from just beyond the collar of the green and leaving his ball about 4 or 5 feet from the cup. Lovely little display of control, ball striking, controlled ball striking. He did literally the width of the green at his disposal, and he put the ball in a very, very handy spot. Aryan there on his Aryan Rupanand on his screen. One of a good, healthy bunch of players from between Bangalore and Mysore who are represented here at this 2 crore rupee, 20 million rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025 at the Prestige Golfshire. Superb course, and for the first time, a mixed field playing for the same prize purse, the top 60 men professionals and the top 12 lady professionals from the WGI. Sharing time and competitive space on the same course. One can only hope this sets a trend, Shaurya, for years to come, because like Swami mentioned earlier, this is an unheard of prize purse for the women's tour. So, this should provide a massive boost to all the 12 who are playing here, and also set a bar.
Yes, and an opportunity as well to learn and improve both the men from the women and vice versa. There's a lot we can learn from each other in different facets of the game. And I think it's such a beautiful, poignant moment for husband and wife to be competing in the tournament together. These would make for memories that would last a lifetime.
Interestingly, we've also seen two pairs who husbands playing and the wives are on the bag. We've, of course, over the years seen Ruhi on the bag for Rahil Ganji. But for this event, we've also seen Dharma and his wife together. Dharma's wife, of course, carrying the bag for him. So a trend that is both healthy and welcome, I'm sure. The partners get even more time to spend with each other. And yes, and that's a trend that we've seen across the world quite often, but now used to be a very novel thing for India, but now it's happening with more frequency.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing because
Raja is making a meal of that part.
Yeah, that caught a little bit by the apron and then just about leaking to the right.
So all change on the Indian golf scene, women and men playing alongside for the same purse, each to their own. Whoever finishes wherever gets their share of the prize pot. A very healthy 2 crore rupee prize was put on offer by Grand Thornton Bharat for this event, the third edition. Of course, the first two being played closer to Delhi at the DLF Golf and Country Club in Gurgaon, and for the first time traveling down south to the Prestige Golfshire, an award-winning property managed by Troon, and who do a stellar job of keeping this course in tip-top condition through the. It's an extremely busy course, has a rash of tournaments at any given time. Of course, the weather in Bangalore being such that it doesn't really have an off-season of any kind. Despite that heavy traffic, it's almost a picture-perfect course, not a blemish to be seen on greens and fairways. So a lot of kudos to the staff who keep this facility the way it is. And on a daily basis, you can see the moment the last golfer has crossed in the evening, you can see the crews set out, repairing divots and raking the bunkers, trimming the greens. It's wonderful. I've been fortunate to have stayed on site more than once. So it's tremendous, the kind of work that goes in, just like we see at all the top golf courses across the world. Troon are doing the same for the Prestige property as well, the Golfshire.
Now let's have a look at Saptak here.
He was in a bit of trouble. I think he needed a ruling on that one.
Yeah, that's a difficult shot right there. Steep uphill. Will really need to get under that ball. You can see that he's rehearsing that shot. Wants to use the bounce of the club, and that's not the easiest thing to do. In the trailing edge, you want that hitting the grass first and then just bouncing off. Let's see how he's done, and I think he's done really well, and he's done well, and then some. Look at that. This is what we're talking about. You say that legends, they want to emulate legends. So what Mr. Kapil Dev did, Saptak has done one better from the rough. Look at that. And when I say these guys are good, gentlemen, these men and women both are really good. You're seeing the best in action right here at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. And if you blink, you miss. The action comes at you thick and fast.
Absolutely. On your screen now, live feed 2 is Gaganjit Bhular, now in second place in a share of second. Unfortunately, Arjun Prasad having dropped a triple bogey en route on the front nine.
I'm certain we're going to get a few reruns of that shot. What a beautiful shot that was, using the bounce, and good putt by Gaganjit. Not the easiest holding these downhill left-right putts. He didn't have much green to work with, got under the ball and was aggressive. So it shows you that if you want to win the raffle, you best buy a ticket. Can't be timid.
Also shows all his travels around Canada and Thailand and Europe has taught him a lot. So there are people who would have played this shot probably slightly differently, but he opted to go straight to the heart of the matter, so to say, attack the flag.
When you stand at the precipice, the only way is to take the leap of faith, and he did that. He was aggressive with that shot, and that's what it requires. These shots, the shorter the shot, and where you have to really get elevation and spin, they're the most difficult shots, mind you. And they require a lot of heart to be executed, and he indeed does possess that. That's why he's been christened a recent winner on the very competitive professional golf tour of India. And let's talk about some of the other sponsors. InQ Space. InQ Space is India's leading workspace provider, operating across 50 locations in 18 cities with 4 million feet of space, offering managed offices, co-working, traditional workspaces, design and built and asset leasing. It delivers tech-integrated, hassle-free solutions to large enterprises in both Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities. So if you are looking for office space and wondering how you can get your highly productive team together, then look no further than InQ Space. While we look at the leaderboard.
Well, right on your screen, as you can see, Angad Chima, 12 under par after 9 holes. He's really been on a charge today. Gaganjit Bhular slowly and steadily making his way up the leaderboard. Gaurav Pratap Singh will tee off shortly. Saptak Talwar, we just saw on our screen a little while ago, 8 under par after having completed 12 holes. Young Kshitij Navid Kaul also on 8 under par, a share of 4th place. Arjun Prasad was in the lead for a while, shared the lead alongside Angad Chima, and then unfortunately a triple bogey 7 on hole number 9 has seen him fall back somewhat. Sachin Basoya immediately behind him in a share of 7th alongside Hitachi Bakshi, who's the best placed of our women lady professionals. 12 of them plying their trade over here alongside 60 top men golfers, and Hitachi more than holding her own in this field. A very high class field it is too. 7 under par. She's picked up 4 shots. She started the day 3 under par, has picked up 4 shots along the way. She and Avni Prasant have been the two standout women performers so far on day 2 of this 2 crore rupee, 20 million rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational. And now you see on our screens 2 out of the 12 who are playing in this event on screen at the same time. Avni Prasant in the trousers. Pranavi waiting for her turn to putt. Yes. I think they're waiting for Jamal Hussain, who's the third member of this group. He finds himself in somewhat sandy trouble. He's played his way out of the bunker. And Avni and Pranavi, again, from neighboring cities, one from Bangalore, the other from Mysore. Both standard bearers of Indian golf in their own ways. Avni Prasant gaining her rookie professional card on the Ladies European Tour. Pranavi is more than impressing with her stellar display last year and this year. Avni Prasant, teenager from Bangalore, highly spoken of talent. And I've just been informed by my colleague and expert who knows almost everything there is to know about Indian golf. Swami has just told me that these two young ladies are very frequent roommates on the LET. Avni, of course, gaining her card last year. Now she's a full-time LET member, as Pranavi, who has already more than impressed in her short stint in Europe. And we continue to follow action on live feed too from Kapil Dev, who's warming up for this afternoon's Pro-Am. Avni narrowly missing out on what should have been a good putt, what would have been a very, very good putt indeed. Jamal Hussain in the background, in the white visor, and Avni Prasant in the red t-shirt just crossing a picture. Kapil Dev, ever since he has taken over as president of the PGTI, we've seen a lot of forward movement, a lot of activity, a lot of doors being opened, a lot of new sponsors coming on board, and bodes well basically for the game of golf. And like he said when he first came in, that he wants to do something for everybody, not just the men professionals, but the lady professionals as well, juniors, boys and girls. And with this mixed event, I think he has taken a giant step forward on that route. 2 crore rupees up on offer at this event. 30 lakhs to the winner and 66,000 to the player finishing last. Handsome gains all around. And hopefully a trendsetter for years to come. May this be the first of many. And definitely step in the right direction as far as women's professional tour is concerned, because the sort of prize money that has been put on offer here is something that they definitely aspire to. And this, like I just mentioned, is on our screens, just off the screen, in fact, along Jamal waiting to putt.
Yeah, they should break from Jamal's right to left. Downhill putt. Probably one of the easier putts to make. But it looks like he's a line left, so I could be wrong. It is breaking from the right. Maybe not as much as we expected. Now, as we talk about the sponsors, there's another one who is joining the long list of illustrious sponsors this week. Harley Davidson, that is a name that requires no introduction, is an iconic American motorcycle brand known for its powerful cruisers and rich legacy of 122 years. Harley Davidson is synonymous with freedom and the open road. The brand offers a unique blend of timeless design and performance, along with the opportunity to ride with the world's largest motorcycling club, the Harley Owners Group. And Ballantine's. Ballantine's soda embodies unwavering self-belief, inspiring individuals to stay true to their passions. And golf reflects this philosophy, celebrating a unique style, fueled by its bold spirit. You're empowered to own your game and excel on your own terms.
We've had this amazing sequence of birdies from Anka Chima now, which is extending to 6 in a row from the 5th to the 10th. And of course, he also had one on the 3rd, so which means 7 birdies in 8 holes. Surely an amazing streak. And of course, it's taken him right to the top of the leaderboard at 13 under. So Anka Chima on fire. Gagajit Buller, of course, also shooting very well, but still finds himself 3 shots behind. Gagajit Buller with that slightly longish hair, longer than he usually keeps it, peeping out of his cap at the back. And Arjun Prasad also, who had a wonderful first day with an 8 under 64, not doing so well today. He dropped a triple bogey on the 9th and a bogey on the 10th. So 4 shots gone there in a blink of an eye. So that was a big fall for Arjun Prasad. This is actually quite an interesting group, with Anka Chima doing so well on the domestic circuit. Obvious potential is there. He had a win and a runner-up last year. He's had some good results this year too, but hasn't won as much as he should. And Arjun Prasad still searching for his maiden win on the PGTI. And of course, Gagajit Buller, an established winner with 11 international wins. Surely one of India's winningest professional golfers. And here's Arjun Prasad. Tidies that up, still feeling the weight of those 2 holes, the 9th and the 10th, where he dropped quite a bit. Anka Chima walking on air, adding a few more inches to his tall frame, already tall frame.
Yeah, athletic. He's remained similar for as long as I can
Yes,
remember.
and he also has a very pleasing smile.
Yeah,
I quite like the guy.
Yeah, affable young man, definitely a crowd pleaser, and he's definitely seems like he's one of those who's untouched by the sands of time.
Well, he's not that old. He's still a young man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, he still looks like the teenager that I remember him as, so it's good.
Yes, actually, that's true. He was quite like this also when he used to play junior golf as an amateur. And yes, from that standpoint, yes, indeed.
This will have some considerable break from right to left. As you can see, he's aiming out far yonder.
Correct. Let's see.
The apex point of this putt would be well to the right. He'll have to leave it there and then let gravity do its part. Let's see if he's got the perfect marriage of line and length and speed. He almost did.
Excellent try out there by Angat. A sign of confidence that he's actually going for every putt that seems to be there. Move on to live feed 2, on to the 17th there.
Gaganjeet would have definitely got a good read.
But he's got much shorter distance to cover, and I think Gagan should get that.
On our screen, Saptak playing hole number 17. Gaganjeet Bhullar. Oh, missing it on the other side, and it's going a little firm now. Will that have that left?
The morning session now slowly but steadily coming towards an end. So there's been a couple of interesting pairings today in the morning session. A little while ago, while I was sharing with Rahul about how Pranavi and Avani, they often share the room when they travel on the ladies' European tour. So there's quite a few friendships that have developed over the years on the circuit.
That is that is really unexpected. You saw that
disaster.
That little bit of tweaking the knee there. That's very surprising, and that's out of character for a man
Absolutely.
who's as composed as Gaganjeet Bhullar, and he's been on a tear today. He's made 6 birdies, and that that can happen. You flinch and then you miss. Golf requires so much continuous
Correct. And like 2 top shots on the out of the blue. Yes.
Yeah, you require a lot of concentration, and that can just happen in the blink of an eye. Surprised that he missed that. That can happen.
He's a seasoned player. I'm sure he's not going to let that affect him. I mean, of course, he will carry that
Youngster
for a while.
Anga Chima leading the tournament at 13 under par and not letting up, reeling off birdies on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 6 birdies on the trot. So you can see that the putter, the driver, and everything else is running hot. And now that lead is almost a little bit of a chasm. 4 shots on co-player Gaganjeet Bhullar. Gaurav Pratap Singh is chomping at his bits. He's at 9 under par. Would be waiting.
But he's not started as yet on the second
would be waiting to unleash on this golf course. If we have a look at Aryan.
Now, this is another young man who is amazingly good. Was training under Tarun Sardesai, won the All India Amateurs 2 times, represented India at various international events, including the Asia Pacific and the Australian Masters of Amateurs.
And isn't that a beauty? What a shot.
Actually, speaking of many of these young lads from Bangalore and elsewhere, Viraj Madappa's win at the Classic Golf and Country Resort was actually so heartwarming because he's been laid down by a lot of injuries, hadn't played golf for more than a year, and then coming back and winning was really remarkable. I just called him up just to congratulate him, and he was ecstatic. I exchanged a few texts. A wonderful guy. So good to see him get back to the winner's circle. Players go through months and years without a win, and suddenly when one comes along, it really, really changes your mindset. You know that you've got the capability, and that trophy adds to the belief. Another young man from Mysuru, Yashas Chandra. A lot of good young golfers from Mysuru. Any reason why, Shaurya?
I think
Vidatri,
if you just
Hala.
look at the length and breadth now, you have golfers coming from all different places. And I think Mysuru also has a lot of golf courses. I think, you need where there are bees, there will be honey. So
Indeed.
Or the other way around, where there's honey, there will be bees. So you need a golf course, and good golf courses sprouting up, I think makes all the difference, because then the youngsters have another outlet, a sport that they can go to in addition to the ones that they play. As we have a look at that, thank you very much. Right,
Nice circling it out and drops.
Yashas. National Open, the games, National Games champion, I think the year before last. Yeah, it's Prabhakaran from
For
Sri
Sri
Lanka
Lanka.
disappearing out of
That
the
is a deep bunker.
hole number 17. The 17th is a par 3 measuring 224 yards. So not for the faint of heart. This is a long hole. And if you miss your spot, you disappear out of sight. And that is not his best effort. We'll have 25 foot of a par there. You can see the caddy went in to rake the bunker. Etiquette is such an important part of the game of golf. It's all about leaving the golf course in a similar, if not better, condition that you found it. You want to provide fair conditions to the players coming behind you to play.
Playing alongside with Prabhakaran is Alap and Sneha Singh. Just one more hole for after this. One more hole left for this group, this threesome.
So we have a look at Prabhakaran. My apologies. After that shot from the bunker. Some of the other tournament sponsors. Well-Being Nutrition. Founded in 2019 by Avinash Chabria with Saurabh Kapoor leading to as a co-founder in 21. Well-Being Nutrition is leading health and wellness company dedicated to transforming the health and wellness industry. They blend the power of nature and science to create clean, high-quality, clinically validated nutrition that supports holistic well-being. As India's leading nutraceutical brand, we're committed to making health simple, effective, transparent through innovative research-backed solutions that address physical, mental, emotional, and social health. Rooted in rigorous science, consumer insights, and aesthetic value, our products are designed to deliver transformative results using sustainably sourced, better for you ingredients. So there you have it. If you're looking to get better, healthier, more nutritious, then head on over to Well-Being Nutrition. And then another tournament sponsor is Four Seasons. As the world's leading operator of luxury hotels, Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts currently manages 133 properties in 47 countries. Open since 2008, the brand's first property in the country, Four Seasons Hotel Mumbai, offers 207 guest rooms and suites, award-winning rooftop bar, and a European-style lobby restaurant. Is the preferred address for both business and leisure travelers. For more information, head on over to fourseasons.com/Mumbai. So if you're looking for hospitality, then you know where to look. So as we go back to the action, we have Alap IL, hailing from Mysuru, also opting to go with the shorts and missing it on the lower side.
Actually, I have a feeling that the greens have become much firmer now. Sneha Singh. While we've been Having a look at Sneha Singh's group, Saptak Talwar and Kshitiz Navid Kaul have made some progress, have made some strides upwards. Oh, that was a beauty. A long one, a beauty, and perfectly done. Sneha is certainly showing the way to her male partners there, Alap and Prabhakaran. Good putts there. Excellent job by this young lady.
That was a good putt indeed. You can see Alap giving this putt a lot of respect and really taking a lot of time on this. It shows you that sometimes you want to ensure that you get the short ones right. There's nothing like a gimme when it comes to professional golf, as we just saw.
With Buller.
Yeah, that's
we just saw.
sometimes the shortest putt can prove to be tricky. But you just gotta
Just a lapse.
pick yourself
I'm
up
sure.
and dust yourself off.
As we speak, Pranavi Ors is pretty close to top 10 in this mixed field. At 5 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament, Pranavi is actually playing pretty solid. She's tied 13th and just one shot
That's really
short of being
nice
top
to see
10.
that Pranavi and Hitashi both are doing really well in the top 10.
Well, and there is Hitashi, flawless, bogey free, 4 under for the day, 7 under for the tournament, in top 6.
And you have a look at new look Sudhir Sharma without the beard. And leaving that a little low and short, should be able to make that from there. Is that 1 under par is Sudhir. Some of the other players doing well. Saptak Talwar, 7 under par. And he's at 9 under par alongside Kshitiz Navid Kaul, Gaganjeet Bhullar, and Gaurav Pratap Singh.
Rahul Kanchi, 7 under. He is also bogey free today. 3 birdies. Should have dropped. Aryan Rupanand cleans that up. Lovely pictures there of Golfshire. We are coming live from Prestige Golfshire in Bengaluru. Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. A purse of ₹2 crores being played for by 72 professionals, 60 men and 12 women. And it is a look at the scoreboard. Angachima 13 under through 11 holes. And the Kshitiz Navid Kaul 9 under and also Gangajeet Bhullar and Gaurav Pratap Singh at 9 under. But Gaurav Pratap Singh hasn't begun the second round. He shall be playing in the afternoon session along with the amateurs in the Pro-Am. And Pranavi Urs has picked up another one, and she is 8 under. She's finished a round. An absolutely fantastic effort there. She has finished the day with 7 under. Absolutely sensational. And at a total of 8 under, she is in the 6th place. And of course, just right behind her, one place behind her, is Hitashi Bakshi, who is 7 under total, and she is 4 under for the day. The two ladies, Pranavi and Hitashi, holding their own, which reminds me of Sweden's Lynn Grant, who won the Scandinavian Mixed twice in 2022 and 2024. The event is not being held this year. That was a mixed event with the prize money being open for both men and women. And 78 men, 78 women competed in that event, which is hosted by Henrik Stenson and Annika Sorenstam and co-sanctioned by the DP World Tour and the Ladies European Tour. And here we have Pranavi Urs and Hitashi Bakshi giving the men a run for their money. And that could produce a good payday for either of them. And I know Hitachi, who's still looking for more sponsors, has always been eager. She wants to play everywhere as long as she can. She's very, very smart with the prize money that she makes on the Women's Golf Association of India's Hero Women's Pro Tour. And she says, whatever I make, I want to use it on myself to be able to travel to more tournaments. And here is the clubhouse. Spacious, luxurious players' lounge, a new concept introduced by the PGTI from this year, the Victoria's Choice Players' Lounge, as it's been called. There, great place, wonderful to relax, and I'm sure terrific food too. A great look at that. So back to food for thought on the golf course now. Ajitesh Sandhu. May we remind the viewers that after this morning session, we will have the Pro-Am with
Should break a little from Ajitesh's right. Ajitesh walks off the green. Anga Chima still leads the tournament. Gaganjit Bhullar has got that shot back, made a birdie on 12, and that's the pedigree of a champion. Never letting a bogey ruffle his or her feathers. So you come back from adversity, is that you maintain your strike sense and go about your job. As we look at hole number 15, the par 3, 207. The par 3s are quite long here at the Prestige Golfshire Club. As Rohan Dole part, you can see the stance is a little open, maybe trying to hit a fade here. Also teeing up towards the right hand side. That's a telling sign. Let's see where that ball ends up. You're not quite certain where that has ended up.
Ajitesh Sandhu there after Rohan's tee shot on the 15th. The third player in this group being, of course, Hitashi Bakshi.
The swilk swing of Ajitesh Sandhu. And that's a fine golf shot by Ajitesh on this long par 3. He'll have about 30 feet uphill for his birdie. Yeah, Mr. Swami, I often think about the best profession that one could have, and that without a shadow of doubt is being a professional golfer, especially one who plays well. And of course, if you don't play well, then it can quite turn out to be the opposite, because it's difficult to sustain, and there's no certainty that you're going to make a paycheck or not. And as easy as golf can be made to look by these stellar players, when you're not on your game and you have tournament after tournament and you're missing cut, it can get pretty lonely in the blink of an eye. So you want to make sure that you make the most of when your game is hot. So, as they say, the saying "make hay while the sun shines," I think holds really true in professional golf. So when you're playing well, when you're red hot, you want to make sure that you don't hold yourself back.
So true.
Don't put any limiting beliefs on your own self. Shoot for the stars.
Hitashi Bakshi.
I like the fact that she doesn't use a tee. That shows you the confidence in her ball striking. Look at that shot. And she produced a lot of spin as well. You see, like this, when the ball pitched on the green, it had that stop on it. So I'm very impressed by the quality of strike that Hitashi has produced. And that is going to be a name that is going to resound in the annals of golf for years to come.
She refers to the little panda and the big panda often in her social media handles, referring to herself and her friends. Shaurya, you were talking about loneliness in professional golf, especially when you're on the road, you've not had a good day or days. And, so it's very, very important to have a caddy or someone to talk to. It really is. I've heard many professional golfers share that. G. Milkha Singh, Shumankar Sharma, and especially if you are a very intense person like them, it also becomes extremely difficult.
Yeah, if you have a look at that appears to be Udyan. I'm not quite certain on live feed 1. Live feed 2 is Kshitij Navatkal. You can see the languid walk, an unmistakable walk, like he's waltzing across a garden. It shows you of a man who is calm and composed. They say you can tell, they're experts on body language, and that indeed was Udyan, with an underwhelming chip there. You can tell a lot about the way a person walks. Shows you the nervous energy or lack thereof. So it shows Kshitij is, he really does enjoy. The gait does not waver.
Oh, yes, he loves the gate.
Yeah, the gait does not waver, and he's very relaxed.
And he has the calming influence of his mother by the side almost all the time. She travels a lot with him. He's been talking of traveling more outside India now, and I'm sure he will do that soon enough. Hopes to play the Q schools both at the Asian Tour and the European Tour this year.
I pitched a little short. Let's see, he needs to trundle on from there. If that does indeed do that. That's come up about 15 feet short, so could have done better from there. One of the other sponsors of this event, the Whole Truth protein partner. The Whole Truth, India's fastest growing clean food startup on a mission to build trust in food with 100% clean ingredients, no added sugar or preservatives, and their protein bars and powders have become Amazon's number one choice, mind you, no less. They're not just making food, they're making food with transparency and integrity. Those words are so important, especially in the game of golf, where the scores are self-reported. Golf has a long legacy of transparency and integrity, and it's so different and unique as compared to other games. As you have a look at those live feed 1 and live feed 2.
Live feed 1's just had Manu Kandas make an excellent putt, coming so close to it, almost like tap it. ready to tidy up that. That was a good one there. Manu Kandas, pretty consistent player, playing alongside Cooch, as you said.
Coach now on hole number 1, Karandeep. Coach, so that's a cool nickname to have. Similar moniker as Kuchar, Matt Kuchar, the US PGA Tour player.
Mane, and Cooch, along with Mane and Manu with Cooch. What a group.
That's quite a tongue twister.
Mane and Manu with Cooch.
Let's see if he's able to make that one.
Now just glided past outside.
Let's see if Udayan can redeem this hole with that putt. After that chip, it was not up to his stellar high standards.
Slowly but steadily, the morning session coming towards an end. The 16 groups with 3 professionals each. Not a great day. Now, slight anger there, anguish, disappointment. That was the 17th for Mane. Aditesh Sandhu. On the 17th tee,
Saptak now.
that's Tangaraja. On the 17th. after Saptak Talwar. And now Aman Raj will be the next one.
Penultimate hole for Aman Raj, the par 3 17th. You've seen more than once on this hole, so you tend to overrun it a bit, playing safe. No one wants to keep it short. And even as we speak, it's good to see that the ladies are finally starting to impose themselves on this event, and a couple of them have really made a climb. Pranav yours is 7 under for the day. She's finished, and she's climbed into the top 6. In fact, she has 6th place with Sachin Rasoya and Arjun Prasad on tournament total of 8 under par. Hitashi Bakshi, who was best placed overnight on 3 under par, is also making a charge. So, good to see the ladies also making sure that their flag is flying in the middle of all the men. Fairly disproportionate. 5:1 is the proportion, or even better, rough 5:1, and they're doing their share of competing in this event as well. Avni Prashant has finished her round as well. She is tournament total of 5 under, 4 under for the day. Well, Hitashi is right on Pranavi's heels with 4 under par for the day and 7 under for the tournament, and she is clean. She's completed 14 holes, 12 holes. I beg your pardon. Has 4 birdies along the way, 8 pars and 4 birdies. Going very well. The young lady plays most of her golf at the DLF Academy in Gurgaon. Daughter of an army officer. She and her sister both solid talents. Janavi has been slightly distracted by injury for the last year or so, but Hitashi is keeping the family flag flying, and now shares time between the Indian tour and Thailand. Absolutely no breeze to disturb the players for me today. You can see the flags are absolutely dead still, no movement at all. Generally, the breeze tends to come in the morning and then return towards the end of the day. So the amateurs, as they come on, I'm sure we'll have the benefit of that. They'll be pleasant, but at the same time, the sun can get quite uncomfortably warm in Bangalore because it's very clear, not much of pollution in this Devanhalli area where this golf course is situated. And our leader on screen now, Chima. Sure would have wanted a better outcome than that, leaving the ball about 18-20 feet away from the pin. Angad now 7 under par for the day, and on a tournament total of 13 under, he is 3 shots ahead of Gaganjit Bhullar, who's 10 under par and going well himself, 5 under for the day. Has picked up 7 shots but given 2 back, while Saptak Talwar has also made quiet progress. In fact, the 3 best cards of the day so far belong to Angad, 7 under, Saptak Talwar, 7 under par, and Pranav 7 under par. Pranavi, in fact, had 8 birdies, but since she had an early bogey, she's still brought in a day's total of 7 under. Extremely impressive. Once again, the morning wave making the most of scoring conditions at this beautiful golf course. The Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational being played at the Prestige Golfshire for the very first time. The first two editions being held at the DLF Golf and Country Club in Gurgaon. As you can see on the screen, Angad Chima is a leader, 3 ahead of the rest. Gaganjit Bhullar is his closest pursuer, 10 under par. Saptak Talwar is in a share of third place. Hitachi has picked up yet another shot. She's still now in the top 5. She's in the top 3, in fact. She's 6 shots to the good today, having started on 3 under par in the morning. So she's on a tournament total of 9 under par, just 1 stroke behind Gaganjit Bhullar. I think the ladies are more than holding their own, doing a fine job of keeping the WJI flag flying. Avni Prashant so far, Pranavi, I beg your pardon, Pranavi is having the round of the morning from among the women's component at this 12-strong women's component from the WJI, added to the 60 top players from the PGTI's order of merit, and showing very much that he can mix it up with the best of the boys, and in fact holding spots in the top 10, top 15. Strong display. And just going a little high with that punt. But as long as there's no damage done to his card, he'll be happy. He's 3 up on the field and really making a statement here. Imposing himself on proceedings. Arjun Prasad was quickly into the lead this morning, but an unfortunate triple bogey as he made the turn, and a bogey immediately after that has been a bit of a setback in his push for a maiden title on the PGTI. He's come very, very close. 5 top 10s this year, two runner-up finishes. For me, his time is definitely around the corner.
And Saptak has already tasted victory this season, so he will be, kind of high on confidence. Now Arjun Prasad is actually kind of after that triple bogey and bogey. Things have just not been going his way. He is now kind of just slowly and surely withering away.
He did take one back on that bogey. So on 10, he took one back on 12. So he's kind of holding station in the top 10. He's currently in a share of 7th place alongside Pranavi, Sachin Basoya. So there's a 3-way tie for 7th place. And like we just mentioned, Hitachi Bakshi now climbing into the top 3. Has had a string of birdies, which particularly on the back nine just really caught fire. Parred the 10th, then got birdies on 11, 12, 13, par on 14.
Bisleri, drink it up.
ball actually just slipping in and flipping out. No point. I'm not going to second guess a pro's read on these lines. That could have very well dropped in his. I see two pictures from 17th hole, the par 3. Flag pushed to the top edge of the green, and everyone's going flag hunting because they know this is a good time. This is the equivalent of moving days. I mean, if it's a 3-day event, I suppose the penultimate day becomes moving day. So certainly a lot of moving going on, and people pushing for get as low as possible before heading into tomorrow's final round with a massive 20 million prize pot at the end of tomorrow's efforts. Manu Gandas on live feed 1. A little pan showing you some of the foliage, beautiful trees, greenery all around this magnificent course. Very safe and solid in making that putt on live feed 1. Live feed 2, you can see those, and that they have finished off. Then hand shakes all around. Karandeep Kochar, Manu Gandas, and Uday Mane. We'll now wait to see how things pan out up and down the leaderboard, and then return tomorrow for their final 18 holes. Now on your screen, Kshitij Navid Kaur. Languid young man, hits the ball a long way. Definitely a face. He's already made his presence felt with 5 wins.
He jumped for that.
He was walking. He was walking the ball in.
He's trying out new things all the time.
This is the Kevin La style of putting. You putt the ball and you set off after it, and knowing that you've made a good putt.
He's still got 4 more holes to play, and he's not the last group. The last one group in the morning session being Bhullar, Chima, and Prasad. We seem to be slightly behind the clock at this stage, with 4 holes to go for this group and a little more than that for the final group. And we were supposed to have the shotgun start at 1 o'clock. Maybe it will start at 1 o'clock. Let's hope so.
One interesting feature, Swami, at least in the top 20, is that we've just seen a sum total of 3 double bogeys in all of top 20 odd players, top 24, 25 players. 3 double bogeys and 2 eagles, 1 each by Rohan Dhole Patil and Shaurya Bhattacharya. But at the top of the order, it's Angad Chima now on a very solid 3-shot lead, 13 under par, 7 under for the day. 3 ahead up the road from Gaganjit Bhullar, who's also made a very, very solid run today. More than one 7 under card to be seen. Besides Angad Chima, who's at the top of the order, we have Saptak Talwar, who's making another very solid run of his own, as is Hitash Pranavi Arts, who's finished for the day.
Look at that. Look at that. Hitashi Pakshi could create a sensation, and she could create history. She is right now lying tied second at 9 under along Saptak Talwar and Kshitij Navid Kaur and Gaganjit Bhullar and Gaurav Pratap, but 4 shots behind Angad Chima. What a fantastic showing from Hitashi Pakshi.
And
9
also,
under.
sorry, I was going to say it's a validation of this concept. That,
Absolutely.
That
No question.
the women can hold their own even in this elite men's field. You have one of them, one of 12, who's in the top 2. It's absolutely stunning.
And they are like really, really doing amazing stuff.
As I was just mentioning before you saw this update graphic, that Pranavi is matched the round of the day. She's 7 under. Hitashi, like you already mentioned, is really on a charge. Has absolutely clean, spotless. Opened with 4 straight pars Picked
She
up
is 6 under. I mean,
6 under for the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is just terrific. I mean, she's got another par 5 there on the 16th. You never know.
That was an incredibly good putt. Sachin Basoya knows that. He, he
How
ripped
did it not go?
He ripped his hat off in frustration.
What a star!
That
What a
was-
fantastic butterfly! Look at that shirt.
He does have nerves of steel, Swami. He showed us at the Dorama Ventures Open in Ahmedabad and he beat Udayan in a playoff. He's a nerveless player, incredible. He just doesn't give way. He's relentless. He chased down Udayan, Mane and Kalin Joshi all the way on the final day at the Kalhar. Not an easy course to deal with also. And he just kept nipping away at them till he had them at his mercy and dragged it to a playoff. So he's another one to watch out for. He will be there definitely when the final count comes around tomorrow afternoon, I beg your pardon. Almost made it one to count with this long curling. In fact, it had more than one change in elevation to cater for, and he still did a tremendous job of it. Literally a tap-in at the end of it all. So good things happening, Swami, on the course, and this is really, this is what I'm sure what Kapil Dev and Amandeep Jol would have wanted to see when they put together this event, and of course, Grand Thornton Bharat, their contribution invaluable in putting this very handsome prize purse upon offer, equally to the men as well as to the women, and the women showing that they truly do belong.
And 3 women in the top 20 as of now. Aryan Rupanand, Angad Chima had that amazing run of birdies, and after that screwed off a little bit with a string of pars. I mean, he had those 6 birdies in a row.
It's quite stunning, isn't it? 6 in a row and broken by the turn. Came in a little too hot. Aryan
Went it too hard. I mean, it just carried too much of par there.
You see yet again on your screen the graphic that shows standings as they are, the leaderboard. Saptak Talwar, Hitachi Bakshi, Kshitij Navid Kaul, Gaganjit Bhular, and of course Gaurav Pratap Singh yet to start today since he's part of the Pro-Am, that he will tee off later. So there's a big bunch right behind Angad Chima. But right is a slightly optimistic word because he has put a very happy and comfortable 4-shot cushion between himself and those closest to him. 13 under par to 9 under par for his closest pursuers. Yashas Chandra, another local golfer from down the road, comes from Mysore, as do the 2 Earth's cousins, Pranavi and Vidhatri, both of whom are playing here. And between them, twin cities of Bangalore and Mysore well represented at this $20 million rupee, I beg your pardon, or $20 million would have been a big jump. But maybe we'll see that someday in India. Who knows? The Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025, for the first time ever, featuring top men and women professionals, the same field for the same prize money. Aryan Rupanand settles over his putt. And no mistake. Yashas will look to clean up. Saw his ball bobble in and out of the cup a few seconds ago. And even as all this is playing out, we are waiting for the start of the second Pro-Am of this event, which will be at all 3 days. We will have the morning wave of the professionals, their stroke play event, and then in the afternoon, 72 amateurs will join 24 professionals for the Pro-Am The pros playing on a rotating basis. The 24 who finished yesterday will, for the next two, today and tomorrow, play in the upper draw, in the upper wave. Those finishing today will go back up, and the final 24 professionals who have not yet played the Pro-Am will do so tomorrow. Novel aspects of golf to the fore in so many ways. Live feed 1, Thangaraja will looking to putt out, and live feed 2 on hole number 17, the par 3. That's a good hit from the tee. On the rare balls that has not gone flying off the dance floor. Once again, this beautiful course captured on your screens. Sachin Basoya, it looks like, teeing his ball up. Be well on your live feed 1. We're going to finish his putt. Saptak Talwar is one of the clutch who are in a share of second place, 3 shots behind our leader, Angad Chima, who was on 13 under par. This group sharing second, 9 under. Talwar finishing on a very sound note, ramming that ball home. Hats come off, handshakes all around, and the man in the hat, of course, will now make his closing putt of the day. Aman Raj had part of his season last year slightly undone by injury, not full, still making his way back. And the black ribbon in the memory of the victims of Pahalgam a few days ago, very prominent on his hat. Not the finish you would have been looking for. You would have wanted the previous putt to have been his last playing stroke for the day, but he has to tap in. Amaraja, Saptak, handshakes all around. It's been a good day for more than a few of them. Saptak now in a very solid second place. He'll even probably pick up a shot here by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Hitachi Bakshi is also closing in on her final 2 holes of the day. You can see as the lead cart, just as we speak, she's part of this group. And one ball very, very handily placed. And we've seen her on the previous par 3 as well, on the 15th. She had a terrific tee shot, but she did pick up a stroke. So we'll wait to confirm this in a minute. She steps out, and it's probably her ball because he seems to be striding straight towards the flag. Doing a great job, holding her own. And now in the tie for second place. Hitachi Bakshi, Order of Merit winner last year, and this year dividing time between the Indian and Thai women's professional tours. Started off the day 3 under par and has picked up 6 shots along the way up to this point in our first 16 holes. She's now on the penultimate hole of the day, the 17th, the par 3, and the par 4, 18th to finish. Still in front. that he's playing alongside Ajitesh Sandhu, that you can see him in the background, and Rohan Thole Patil, who's well down the green, taking his time once again as as he always does over his putts. Think, rethink, assess, reassess seems to be Rohan's way of doing things on the green. He's also waiting for somebody to get out of the way. Rohan Thole Patil putting for birdie. Firm looking stroke. And if I don't think he could have done very much better other than 1 inch to the left. Brilliant putt.
It's probably hanging on the lip.
He didn't even need, he could have breathed on it, it would have fallen in. Terrific putt, that putt. Cruelly deprived of what would have been a really well earned and valuable birdie. Ajitesh now with his putt. So it is Hitachi was closest to the pin, as we saw, as this group approached the green on their carts. Because the tournament organizers providing carts to maintain a steady pace of play, so the morning wave of professionals can clear the course in time for the shotgun start, the program that will follow. Ajitesh also with a superb putt. You've seen some really fine examples of putting, some of them finding the whole cup, but even otherwise, just the lag putting that we've seen on show from between 20 and 30 feet, outstanding. Hitachi now will putt to move into a sole second place. Swami would, yesterday in the morning, we would have really stretched our minds to visualize this, that towards the end of the second stroke play round, we would have one of the 12 WGI professionals just inches behind the leader. Stunning stuff. And we wait to see what Hitachi can do with this birdie putt. Currently in a share of second place. And even as we speak, Saptak Talwar did indeed get a birdie on his closing hole. So he was, for a very, very brief point in time, in sole second place on 10 under par, on 11 under par, I beg your pardon. And he has been very quickly joined by Hitachi, who will. She is still a shot behind because we've just seen the scoreboard update. Saptak Talwar picked up 2 shots in his final 3 holes. So he is on a tournament total of 11 under. And he has matched the low round of yesterday, Gaurav Pratap's 9 under match of 63 being matched today by Saptak. 10 birdies in all. In fact, gave away a shot on the 9th and he still managed to bring in a card of 9 under par. Yesterday, Gaurav Pratap Singh bringing in a clean card. Hitachi will now move to 10 under par and 7 under for the day. So truly we are seeing picks, really low scores coming in the morning. Swami, yesterday it was 9 under, today it's also 9 under is the best, is the card of the round of the morning.
In fact, everybody's been saying that this golf course is a very scoreable golf course. And the players are taking full advantage of that. And I'm sure you're going to see similar scores on the final day tomorrow. So it's going to be really neck and neck. Nobody can afford any mistakes.
But do you think, Swami, the fact that the women's tour actually plays here on a regular basis while the men PGT is coming back after a break, do you think that it could be a factor that we actually have 2 women in the top 10 in this event? Par 3 17th. Shaurya Bhattacharya, Sudhir Sharma now on camera. And Rahul Ganji pick up this two from last group for the day. Sudhir from Greater Noida. Way and safely on the green. He will putt for a birdie, as will Shaurya, who's even closer to the flag. All three balls safely on the green, well spread out. Yashash Chandra with what he will certainly hope to be his final playing stroke for today, second round, the 18th green, as you can see. But once again, not to be subtleties in some of these greens defeating the best of breeds. Ball skating agonizingly high as it went past the cup. Sachin Basoya taking a good look in his very eye-catching t-shirt. Large dragonflies scattered across the expanse of his chest and his back. The recent winner, of course, in Ahmedabad a couple of weeks ago at another very, very lucrative event, another 20 million rupee event, the Indorama Ventures Championship, winning it in a playoff. First playoff hole, then money. Sachin Basoya with his putt. He too erring on the same side as Yashash did minutes ago. Aryan Rupanan will be the final. And having seen both his playing partners just leave the ball inches on the high side, will not want to make the same mistake. He's taking his time over this one. Winners some years ago, Swami, of the last Faldo in I think there was a series.
That's right, the Faldo
series.
Junior Series, yes.
Junior series, the last one that was played in India was at JP Greens some years ago, and Aryan came up from Bangalore to win it in his category. There, converts the putt safely. He's done for the day, as are his playing partners Sachin Basoya and Yashash Chandra MS. Shaurya will not be happy. Rahul Ganji is up next. He too will take his time over the read. Like we've seen with many greens on this course, really heavily contoured and large. These are big greens, almost all of them. So you do have a lot of space to putt from. We saw a little while ago, Kapil Dev, while warming up for his second appearance in the Pro-Am, he sank what looked like a 40, 50 plus foot putt, Swami, from one end of the green to the other. Tremendous display of understanding of the craft that he has now taken up, and also leads as the president of the BGTI. Rahul Ganji's putt on the way. Rolls past the cup a couple of inches too high. Tapping in, and now Rahul and his group will move on to the 18th tee. Shaurya Bhattacharya would have been disappointed with his first putt, but given the distance, if he makes this safely, wouldn't be a bad result. Not the easiest of holes to pick up shots, though we have seen quite a few players indeed actually pick up birds here, but not too many. Pranavi was one of those who did so, and moments earlier we saw Hitachi do it as well. Shaurya Bhattacharya's ball safely home. His namesake and a co-commentator, of course, lost in thought, ruminating philosophically about what is happening around him. Hitachi with her approach shot on the 18th and final hole. It's turned in a sterling display so far today. This young lady plays most of her golf and trains at the DLF Golf Academy. She may have found the water, but didn't really see where it landed. Rohan Dhole Patel is next. Ajitesh Sandhu, the third member of this group. Checked shot and
Lovely
beautifully
one.
judged.
Absolutely beautiful.
What amazing control of distance on that one. This is a great example of the skill these players possess, their skill and ability. Marvelous to observe, and you can get to actually see it, which you are doing with this telecast, coming to you live from Bangalore, the Prestige Golfshire. Beautiful course. More than one award to its kitty. Extremely busy. Has its own golf league, has its own Champions Golf League, besides scores and scores of tournaments, but yet you see this course so superbly presented for this, what is one of the highlights of the PGTI's pre-summer season. The 2 crore rupee Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational 2025. Mixed field event for the very first time in Indian professional golf, with 60 top men mixing it up with 12 top ladies from the Women's Golf Association of India's professional tour. Ajitesh Sandhu's looks like he's been in the wars. I'm not sure where he is. Three groups to follow behind this one. Sandhu is waiting to hit his second towards the green. And he just saw behind them Shaurya Bhattacharya, Sudhir Sharma, and Rahul Ganji complete their putts on 17. So they would have probably teed off on 18, or they'll be waiting for Ajitesh to complete his second shot before they tee off. Behind them will be the final two groups of the morning wave. Kshitij Navid Kaur, Yuvraj Sandhu, and Om Prakash Chauhan. The penultimate group, Gaganjit Bhullar, our leader Angad Chima, and Arjun Prasad, the final three. Yet another fine exhibition of distance and spin control. Hitachi there, opting to putt from the edge of the 18th green. It's been a very solid performance by this young lady. Winner last year of the WGI's professional was Order of Merit. And very much in contention at this event too. The slides a putt a little further past the hole than she would have liked. That was a birdie putt. Hitachi should be 10 under par. Was putting to join Saptak Talwar in second place on 11 under, but she's more than held her own today. And one of two in the top 15, of course. Pranaviyars is already finished. She's in the top 5 on 8 under par. Had a run of 7 under today. Ajit Sandhu with his putt looked pretty good till the very last.
And then hit the lip and just bounced over and kept going.
Tracked well towards the cup, but just seemed to have come in a little too hot. Caught the edge and, like Swami said, bounced out. And we are back on the 17th green, waiting for the penultimate group to play the tee shots. Call Sandhu and OP Chauhan, who's on screen right now, teeing up his ball. Final 2 holes for this group as well. As we will shortly head into the shotgun start for the Pro-Am aspect of the Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational 2025. All 3 days will see this same pattern, 48 professionals playing among themselves in stroke play. And in rotation, 24 of them dropping down to play alongside the amateurs, 72 amateurs and 24 professionals playing on a rotational basis. Means this field of 72 professionals, 60 men and 12 women, will each play 1 round in the Pro-Am and 2 rounds of stroke play alongside their peers. OP safely on. It's really been a beneficiary of the PGTI's understanding with the DP World Tour that gives a card to the Order of Merit winner on a year-on-year basis. Manu Kandas being the first beneficiary, OP Chauhan the second, and currently Veer Alawat in action on the European Tour. Course, tall, languid figure. Powerful young man.
Do you want me to cover for anyone?
कोई भी आ जा तू मैं तो तंग आ गया मैं तो गालियां दे रहा हूँ इसको you're busy there. Yeah. Also,
The class of 83 continues to show its flag.
oh yes.
Kapil is going by yet another one of his 1983 teammates. Very satisfied round, 7 under par for the day. Again, brought in the girl from Mysore, now a regular on the Ladies European Tour. Shaurya Bhattacharya goes for green on the 18th. Towering high ball. That seems to be the favored approach on this, from the tee box going left and then hitting whatever there is in terms of that water body onto the green. OP a little straighter. No fuss. All checks as soon as it lands. Leaves a fairly deep pitch mark, which shows you these greens are very receptive. Unlike some we've seen in the recent past, the ball would fly off of a billiard or a table tennis table. Greens being far more receptive, amenable to the players giving cutting, spinning the ball. With the morning wave coming to an end, I will hand over to Shaurya Singh, who will bring this leg of the day's proceedings to an end and into the opening rounds of the opening few holes of the Pro-Am that will start shortly.
So back to the action. It's been a low-scoring affair. Seen a lot of birdies here. Saptak Talwar coming in with the round of the day, 9 under par. It has been one golf course that is proving to be a very friendly one for the players here. Leader Angad Chima 13 under par, and Saptak closely following at 11 under par, tied alongside Hitashi, my apologies, at 11 under par as well. We go lower down, we have Gaurav Pratap Singh yet to tee off with the amateurs. It's a very interesting format, rather unique.
Today's scores, Shaurya validated this whole concept. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, you have 2 men out of 12 in the top 5. Hitachi is in a share of second, and just behind her, Pranavi, who also had one of the hot rounds of the day, 7 under today, and 9 under and all, in a share of 5th place.
Yeah, no doubt about that. These lady golfers are really good, can hold their own, and that has been proven now by the caliber of golf that has been on display by them. And a lot of red numbers, a lot of eagles on the scorecards. Just look at the top 5 scores: 13, 11, 11, 9 and 8. It's a tournament where you could well see the winning score for 3 days could come close to somewhere in the vicinity of 17, 18 under par at least. Good rounds by Yuvraj Sandhu, 3 under par. Sachin Besoya. Pranavi has been the pick of the golfers, 7 under par. And Hitachi as well, 8 under par. What a stupendous effort by her, especially in the back nine. 6 under par on the back nine, the lowest back nine that we've seen on display. Yuvraj on his screen, live feed 1. Anybody who shoots over par today would really be kicking himself, or herself rather.
Sandhu's putt pulling up a little short. What he would have ideally liked. Live feed 2 is Rahil with his putt on 18. He would finishing on a satisfactory note, more safely in the cup. On live feed 1 is OP narrowly missing his putt, and Shaurya Bhattacharya on live feed 2 lining up what he would want to be his final stroke, competitive stroke for today. Will no doubt head for the driving range or the putting green or the chipping green in a while. This he would certainly want to be his final live hot stroke of day 2 of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. Shaurya safely seeing the ball home, and a live feed 1, Yuvraj Sandhu looking to finish things up on hole number 17. They will now move to the final hole, and
It's going to be an interesting format in the afternoon with the players teeing off with the amateurs. Now we have Murli Karthik, prodigious golfer now after his cricketing career.
oh, he's everywhere. Give him half a chance, and Karthik is there with his clubs. Plays every single tournament, pro-am, wherever he gets an opportunity. Prolific golfer has improved his game tremendously the last few years. I'm told Ashwin Krishnan, our co-commentator yesterday, plays once in a while with him, and he's made the point.
Yeah, he's does hit the ball far as well, and does practice a lot. Enjoys his game, which is nice to see. Gaganjeet Bhullar now on hole number 17. That's a good shot by him. .224-yard par 3. Playing alongside Arjun. You see the difference in some of these better ball strikers. They can really launch the ball high. 224 for all intents and purposes. At least a 4-iron for even the longest of hitters, I'd assume.
And he hit it like a wedge.
Yeah, depending on the prevailing wind conditions. Arjun hits the ball a little lower, but he has a very penetrating ball flight. Angad also able to hit it really high.
There's some really deep bunkers waiting to If the ball stays a bit too low,
Yeah, this looks like it's headed left. Looks like it's been tugged.
that's safe.
Oh no, it's been tugged right next to the flag. That's not too bad. That's just about 25 feet left of the flag. But you see, Gaganjeet is sitting pretty.
You don't want to be too low and short on this, I promise you, Shaurya. That's a very, very deep bunker.
Angad,
Steps leading into it, in fact.
you can see that height does make a difference in golf. You're able to launch the ball a lot higher. Angad, I think, is well above 6 feet, and that would give him longer levers and thus entailing a higher ball flight.
Our leader, after 35 holes, 34 holes, I beg your pardon, this is the 17th, Angad Chima, 13 under par for the tournament, 7 under today.
Decent shot right there by Angad as well. 25 feet for birdie. That shows you the caliber of iron striking that these players possess.
Practice time ahead of the Pro-Am.
Hole number 4. Hole number 4. 422 yard par 5. There you have Ridhima Dilavri, lady professional golfer. So the unique format entails that it's a shotgun start. So what that means that you'd have the amateurs and the professional teeing off on any tee from 1 to 18, and that helps speed up play. This is a unique format. Rarely do you get to see amateurs alongside thorough professionals, and these are not. These are amateurs who play, but not like the National Amateur Tour where you have seasoned amateurs. These could be your club professionals, corporate, government officials, sponsors, and just in general golf aficionados. So this is a rare opportunity for them to be playing alongside. So you're in the midst of the battle. They are not playing for the stroke play per se. There would be some sort of a team championship. And the professionals will, of course, be playing their stroke play. So it's very unique. The professionals play alongside the amateurs. It's like being there in the middle in a 50-over test match. While 11 players on either side are playing, you are somewhere standing with the umpire, but you're also partaking in the game. So you're there, but not really in the challenge. It's unique in the way that it gives the amateurs a front row seat, and they get to play alongside professional golfers. And it's such a rare event. It's pretty similar to the AT&T Pro-Am that you have on the Pro Tour, on PGA Tour, and the DP World Tour has quite a few of them. So you have, same way you have cricketers, top cricketers, celebrities that we have here. We did see quite a few. We saw Mr. Charu Sharma there, who's well known for his baritonous voice while giving commentary mostly of cricket. But now, of course, he's taken a liking to golf as well. Then he saw quite a few other cricketers like Mr. Roger Binney, as that ball comes up in live feed 2 and just about skirts the hole. And this is live feed 1 as well. So the players walk on live feed 1 and live feed 2. 2 greens simultaneously.
Event leader Angad Chima lining up his putt on 17. All 3 on this group safely on the dance floor. varying distances between 25 and 30 feet from the pin. In fact, in artillery, this would be a straddle. One below and two on either side. So a salvo. Angad, the first part in this group.
Angad Chima coming up. So, realistic birdie opportunity for Angad here at hole number 17.
And he still has one more chance, Shaurya, to put a little bit of a bigger cushion between himself and the field. It's at the moment down to two. Saptak Talwar and Hitashi Bakshi sharing second place. I mean, Saptak was by himself in second and Hitashi hard on his heels in 10 under par. So Angad does have an opportunity to put a little bit of more light and air between himself and those closest to him. Almost the final rights of the morning wave being played out in front of you in live feed 2. And on live feed 1, you have the amateur pro-am, which is already teed off on some selected holes. Another missed putt on 17. Live feed 2. Gagan looking like he's throwing daggers at the ball at it. Why it didn't fall in?
Kavanjeet Bhuller, 4 under par for this round. The back nine has been an eventful one. 3 birdies, 2 bogeys. Front nine was blemish free.
And in all of this, very quietly, Rahul Ganji has pulled himself up into the top 5. Blemish-free card today. 5 under round makes it 9 under for the tournament. So he's in a share of 4th place. With Gaganjeet yet to finish, of course. And Arjun Prasad yet to finish as well. Gaurav Pratap Singh, the other one on 9 under par, will be in the final group that will tee off in the afternoon wave of the Pro-Am. Our overnight leader, Gaurav Pratap Singh of Noida Golf Course, broke the course record, which we heard varyingly was in the name of Rahul Ganji. Then later it was amended to Rashid Khan. 6 under we were told initially, then amended to 5 under, held by Rashid Khan since 2013. So we will take that as the final. So Gaurav Pratap breaking that by 4. And he will also want to consolidate. Because those ahead of him at the moment have worked really, really hard to come up this far. And he will start from 9 under. So great work put in by him yesterday, blemish free. 7 birdies and an eagle to his credit yesterday. Man from Noida won his second title on home ground last year. Like P2, we have the Pro-Am, which is teed off from the vacant holes, just the 17th and the 18th waiting to be cleared by the professionals from the morning wave. And Opi Chauhan putting on 18. Long curling downhill putt. Rolls past the cup. It should be no fuss, no muss conversion for him. Well, final rights of the morning wave on live feed 1. Hopi Chauhan looking to putt out. And we will have the final 3 ball behind them. Gaganjit Bhullar, Arjun Prasad, and our tournament leader, Angad Chima, 13 under par. Handshakes all around. Yuvraj Sandhu on the screen. Om Prakash Chauhan. And Kshitiz Navid Kaul waiting on the side. So with the final group approaching the 18th hole, as things stand, it is Angad Chima who continues to lead by 2.
So the format is that 4 women professionals and 20 men professionals, each of them are playing with 3 amateurs each. This group has got Amandeep Kaur Dral as the professional here, and she is playing alongside Vivek Malhotra, Munyappa, and Manish Joshi. On to the next one. So that was Amandeep alongside Vivek Malhotra, Munyappa, and Manish Joshi. quick switch to the last of the professional groups from the morning session. That's Gaganjeet Bhullar and Arjun Prasad walking up to the 18th green. As things stand, Angad Chima is also in this group, so he should be joining them soon. Angad Chima is still ahead, right on top of the leaderboard at 13 under. Angad Chima, after that amazing run of birdies, 6 in a row from the 5th to the 10th, has had a complete drought, and it's been like 7 pars, 7 straight pars. So a birdie streak followed by a streak or run of pars. Amidst this, Gaganjeet Bhullar has dropped a few bogeys too. Arjun Prasad, who had a serious lapse in form, reversal of fortunes, you may call it, with a triple bogey on the 9th and a bogey on the 10th. 4 shots in a matter of 2 holes. Now at the fag end of the just shaved past, didn't quite make it.
He'll still stay in the top 5, Swami. Arjun, despite all his travails in between, in the middle of his round. He's swapped bogey for bogey more than once today. But his back 9 is still on the plus side. Gaganjeet Bhullar on your screen now, 9 under par for the tournament. Eleven-time Asian Tour winner, Gagan. India's most successful. At the continental level, just sees his ball break a little bit more than he would have liked. Right to left. And that's his final putt for the day. Day 2 done for Mr. Gaganjeet Bhullar, and leaving stage for our tournament leader, Angad Chima, 13 under par. 2 up the road from Saptak Talwar, who had a blazing run, matched Gaurav Pratap Singh's 9 under of yesterday with a 9 under of his own today. 10 birdies in all and 1 drop shot for Saptak Talwar, winner of the Adani Open in JP Greens a few weeks ago. Nicked that literally on the last hole from the man who's part of this group as well, Arjun Prasad. Both of them were hunting their first PGTI win, and on the day it was Saptak Talwar who took home the trophy and the winner's check. Angad Chima would want this to put a bit of daylight between himself and Talwar.
And there, Chima holds that, finishes day 2 off for a well-earned rest. And now Arjun Prasad for his final putt on day 2.
That's it. Final rights done for the day for the lead group. Gaganjit Buller, Angad Chima, Arjun Prasad, handshakes all around. And they will now vacate space for the final 2 groups of the Pro-Am that will probably tee off from 18. And now stage set for.
Okay, we are here at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. We are joined by 2 cricket legends, Kapil Dev and Roger Binney, former teammates, and they are going to be participating in a putting contest here with a little bit of a twist. They have a cricket bat in their hand, and with the cricket bat they'll be putting a golf ball towards the target. And let's see how it goes. But before that, let's get a reaction from both the players. Sir, are you looking forward to this contest with your former teammate?
Yeah, I think I'll do a better job with the cricket bat than a putter.
What do you have to say, Kapil sir?
No, I think just we want to come here for fun, enjoy, and that's more important. I think this is not our game, but we are playing other people's games, so we feel very proud if we can play other people's game and enjoy ourselves. Yeah, another one. Pick up that ball.
Speed is good.
That's better. Here, third. Come on. All right, it gone right.
That's a good one.
Not bad. Okay, we have another one, cricketer.
Oh yes, we have only here as well.
Get the ball. Let's just.
No problem. I want you to sit in. Just ask you. I will be the moderator. Okay, so with Kapil, you, Mitali.
No, you touched it. It touched. It touched.
That's in.
I don't want to play.
Hole number 14th in the Pro-Am.
Well, with the morning wave of the professional event having come to an end, and Angad Chima actually extending his lead now, he's on 14 under par for the tournament, 3 up the road from his closest pursuer, Saptak Talwar, who also birdied the final hole to finish on 11 under par, 3 behind Hitashi Bakshi, who was only one among the top 5 or 6 to have brought in a par on this hole, is in shared third place alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, who finished with something of a rattle. The two of them on 10 under par, 4 shots behind our leader. And in shared fifth place, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Gaganjit Bhular, Arjun Prasad. Of course, Gaurav Pratap Singh will just tee off in a while and the Pro-Am. Pranav all in a share of fifth place and 9 under par. Pranavi Earth had one of the hot rounds of the day, 7 under for the day and 8 under in total, sharing 9th place alongside Sachin Basoya, Rohan Dhule Patil, Rahil Ganji, Kshitij Navid Kaul, and Om Prakash Chauhan on 8 under par. So action now shifts fully and completely to the Pro-Am. Live pictures on your screen from the 72 enthusiastic amateurs who will join the 24 professionals who will be playing this event in rotation. We had 24 play yesterday, 24 today, and the final 24 will join tomorrow's Pro-Am. The amateurs, of course, playing a scramble format, while the professionals will continue. Their scores on the day will count towards the final tally, 54-hole tally. The amateurs will play a best ball scramble format. The professionals who are in action today: Kalin Joshi, Abhinav Lohan, Hani Basoya, Akshay Sharma, Varun Parekh, Shaurya Binu, Tapendra Ghai, winner last week at the Callan's Open in the Kutub Golf Course, Michelle Ottolani from Italy, M. Dharma, Amardeep Malik from my home course, Noida Golf Course, which also has the overnight leader, Gaurav Pratap Singh, also in the same colors, Samarth Dwivedi, Sunit Bishnoi, Pukhraj Singh Gill, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, Shamim Khan, the wily old fox, Kartik Sharma, and our overnight leader, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Sarthak Chivar, Shankar Das, and Arjun Sharma of the men, and the 4 lady professionals who will be part of the program today being Vani Kapoor, Amandeep Kaur Dral, Neha Tripathi, and Ridhima Dilawari, whom we saw briefly on our screens a little while ago. So live pictures coming to you from the programs. The action now will be fast and furious. All 18 fairways will be occupied. In fact, there will be a couple of the longer holes will have 2 groups teeing off one behind the other. 18 holes and 24 groups. So do the math. At some point, more than one fairway will be quite crowded. Day 2 of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. Live pictures coming to you from the Prestige Golfshire, an award-winning golf course near Bangalore in the Devanhalli area. Abutted on one side by the lake with the Nandi Hills, making for a very picturesque backdrop behind the lake. An area which is increasingly seeing a number of boutique vineyards and now a well-known center for grapefruit and other fruit cultivation, besides housing, of course, this magnificent golf course. So 24 professionals seeing action today alongside the amateurs, and the final 24 will join the amateurs tomorrow in the last round of what is for them, for the professionals, a 54-hole championship, playing for 20 million rupees, 2 crore of rupees is the prize pot, and both the women and men in contention for the same prize pot. There is no difference, there's no differentiating between the two sides, and in fact the ladies more than holding their own. Hitachi Bakshi Pranav in the top 10, as a matter of fact, and pushing the boys, so to say. Angachima rounding off his bogey-free run for today, 8 birdies and 10 pars for an 8 under round. This carries him up to 14 under par, 3 shots up the road from his closest pursuer, Saptak Talwar, who finished with a rattle, picking up 6 birdies on his back 9. Tremendous run. A total of 9 under with 10 birdies through the day, except for that one drop shot on hole number 9, par 4. He would have been even closer to the leader. Hitashi Bakshi tied for second place alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, who picked up 2 shots in his final 3 holes. Shaurya Bhattacharya, Gaganjit Bhullar, Arjun Prasad are tied for 5th, while Gaurav Pratap Singh will got his round pro. He's playing as part of the pro-am, so his scores will come up shortly. In 9th place, a fairly large group, we have Pranavi the second one of the ladies in the top 10, Sachin Basoya, Rohan Dhole Patil, Rahul Ganji, the old fox, making another one to make a late run, picking up 2 shots in his final 3 holes. Kshitij Navit Kaul overcoming a double bogey on the par 5 13th hole, with picking up 1 shot before the end, and of course Om Prakash Chauhan. So that's for us your top 10 and ties as far as the professional tournament is concerned. And now action fully and focus fully on the Pro-Am, which is unfolding in front of our eyes. Live pictures coming to you from the Prestige Golfshire. Beautiful course, great layout, superbly maintained, extremely busy course through the year, but you don't see any signs of that. This track has been presented in perfect condition for the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. And obviously, the 72 amateurs of yesterday, the 72 today, and the 72 who will join tomorrow will make the most of this opportunity, playing alongside the best professional golfers India can offer. The amateurs, of course, playing the scramble format, each ball being hit, and they will pick the best out of the 3. The professional, of course, is very much active part of the ongoing tournament. So their scores will be counting completely separately as part of the on a stroke play basis, while the amateurs will be playing a scramble format. The best ball in each case will be the one that will count.
Yeah, rather unique format, and brings unique challenges and opportunities therein. One is, of course, the opportunity for the amateurs to play alongside stellar professionals, both men and women. There's so much to learn. And even for our professionals, not every day that you can rub shoulders against greats like the man on the screen.
Good point there, in fact, Shaurya, because you have yet another member of the 1983 World Cup winning team joining the action today. We had Saeed Kirmani, who was a wicketkeeper of Kapil Dev's victorious World Cup team at Lord's in 1983, playing yesterday, and gave a very good account of himself. Roger Benny joined, another very avid golfer, joining the action today alongside Murli Karthik, who's in the last few years improved to the point that he is now a 2 handicapper.
That's really no mean feat. Huh? That's pretty good that even though he's not a full-time golfer, he's playing at 2. So indeed a great achievement by Mr. Murli Karthik. The southpaw plays golf left-handed as well. And hits it a fair distance. Hits the ball almost close to 300 yards. That's a common theme amongst cricketers, especially batsmen. When you get used to wielding that heavy bat, then you just sort of transfer it onto the golf club.
Besides the stars we've been talking about, there's a good number of corporate czars, business heads. Yeah, this is a tournament that brings together really so many people who get a chance, like Shaurya said, to rub shoulders with India's elite golfers. 60 from the men's tour, 12 from the women's tour, who will be playing alongside the amateurs, 72 on a daily basis. 216 amateurs rubbing shoulders with the best of the best, India's elite golfers, really. And we have seen on both days in the morning, we have the skills that are put on show, control over distance and spin and flight, trajectory on the putting greens. Some tremendous golf being played out in front of us on a golf course that has been presented for this event at its very best. Picture perfect, not a blemish to be seen anywhere. And live feed both. Fairly straightforward putt, leaving the ball a little on the high side. And live feed one.
Interesting that you can see two golfers at the same time. Karthik on live feed 1. Oh, that was an assertive effort, but would go a begging. Karthik Sharma playing alongside amateurs, Mr. Lalit Bhogla.
Four lady professionals who are part of this program today. Of course, Vani Kapoor, Mandeep Kaur Dral, Neha Tripathi, and Ridhima Dilavari.
Good putt by M. Dharma. Right in the heart of the hole.
And like we mentioned earlier, he has his wife on the bag. So this is hopefully a trend we will see that will continue to grow. So far it was been Rahil Gangji who had his wife on the bag. Now Dharma is joined by his partner.
It's always good to have a familiar face, and of course the support of the ones that love us is the most consequential.
And let's not forget that the professionals continue to play competitively. Their scores, even on the day, will count towards the final 54-hole tally tomorrow evening. So for them, this is serious business. I mean, the amateurs can have all the fun they want, as Shaurya mentioned. But for the 24 professionals who are playing alongside them, every shot, every stroke, every putt will count towards the final total. So for them, this is absolutely dead serious business. They may share the odd tip and smile and laugh with you, but inside, believe me, this is for them. And given the size of the prize money pool at stake, they're going to be absolutely dead serious about what they're doing out on the golf course even today, regardless of whether they're playing in the Pro-Am or not. And of course, they will rotate out of this format tomorrow, and the remaining 24 professionals who have not yet played, 20 men and 4 women, will drop into the Pro-Am tomorrow. Roger Binney on your screen. wonderful all-rounder, played a crucial role in India's victory at the path-breaking 1983 World Cup, including the final at Lord's.
You've done so much commentary on cricket, and what's the similarity that you find in the game of cricket and golf, if any?
Well, I think Kapil summed it up very well. He says, if I had the concentration I have now as a golfer, if I had that as a cricketer, I would have scored 2,000 runs more and taken a lot more wickets. I think that pretty much sums it up very well.
2000, he already scored so many. I think he's
5,000 plus runs. He would have got 7 or 8,000. That, by his own reckoning, that's what he said. And he said it not once, not twice, but quite a few times.
He was the Wisden Cricket of the Century, right?
Yeah, one of them. They would have been, I think, about 5 or 6. But definitely, cricket gives you that thing to around the golf course. You're more or less switched on all the time until you finish with the 18 holes. This cricket, when you're in the batting unit, you can go back to the dressing room and switch off till the time comes for you to walk out and play. Whereas on the golf course, as long as you're there, 18 holes, you can't afford to switch off. You're engaged all the time. I remember Tiger Woods in one clip saying that for him it was a game of chess, not 4, not 3, not 5, but 15, 20 moves ahead. Every shot he would play for the next so many holes, he would have everything mapped out. So in that sense, I think what Caps said was quite true, that the concentration that you would, of course, be so much better aware than I about this, that you need on a golf course is so much more than in almost any other sport.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I think it's a great sport to enjoy as well if you just want to play for recreation. The handicap system, which is in force, really does allow the amateurs to be on a level playing field, and it's unique in that way that golf allows you that.
And it's the only sport that allows this to happen. Sorry, you have the best of Indian talent playing, and you have 216 amateurs playing alongside them in the heart of an extremely competitive and extremely lucrative tournament. Which other sport gives you that chance?
I mean, you can't quite. You'd find it incredulous if you were to think of something like this in football or any other game, which is. But golf allows you, because I can't quite think of any other sports.
You can't have a football match with amateurs playing alongside.
Even in cricket, when you have the Legends League,
chance.
The Legends play separately, and the others are playing separately. So golf is unique because your performance, your dance floor is the same. You have different people coming in and out, and you perform. You're judged on your own performance. So I can't quite. I'm just trying to think of the list of games. Table tennis.
I've written on sport for 39 years.
Yes,
there isn't any. Take my word for it. There isn't any.
That looks like a good shot, just going past. Probably the only thing that frisbee golf.
Imagine you're playing. Playing as part of a test match team. Can you even think about it? No way. Or a T20 team, professional team, or a 50-over team. No way. Or a professional football team. Can't. This is the only sport I think that allows you. Yeah, I mean the semi-recreational sports, maybe like you said, frisbee, or what are the two new things that have come up? Paddle ball and paddle, and something that Agassi and Steffi Graf promote a lot. What's the other one?
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
But even in that, that has a physical element to it.
Yeah.
So it can't be.
But this, alongside a full-fledged, full-blown tournament with a massive prize purse, you're having 216 amateurs having the time of their lives, playing on a really good golf course with highly competitive pin placings. So for them, even for the amateurs who are going to be playing or who have already played, I'm sure this will be an experience to remember and want to cherish. They would have been part of something quite unique. Pretty good putt from there. And I'll now hand over to Swami, who joins us back to take you further down this road, the Pro-Am, day 2 of the Pro-Am.
The Gulmohar trees, right? As you see, now we'll see that downhill putt for the amateur there. It's done pretty well. The leaderboard, Anga Chima leads the way. The golf course is in pristine condition. There you see on live feed 2 coming up to the green. Now we have the unique opportunity of seeing live feed 1 and 2. The players walking up green here. A word about the condition of the golf course, especially my utmost respect for the greenskeeping staff and everybody else involved. It's been a stellar week thus far as the condition of the golf course is concerned.
Like it was on the first day, I doubt if any of the scores on the second day would be such that they can catch up with the morning players because the conditions were perfect. Usually the wind picks up in the afternoon session, though right now it seems to be rather benign. Actually, with the format being such in the Pro-Am that it's a scramble for the amateurs, there seems to be a lot of activity on each of the greens as they keep moving. There's 4 amateurs, there are 4 caddies, and an official or 2. So there are about 8 or 10 people there at each of the greens. So there is a lot of activity.
A lot of traffic for sure.
Yeah, sure, very busy, and so they also need to be extremely careful because a professional is also in action alongside them, and they are playing for both money and points and a possibility of moving up the ladder in their career. Remember, a win in the order of merit for a professional on the PGTI means an automatic status on the DP World Tour, and that can be life-changing. We've had 3 professionals going into the DP World Tour through that route. It was Manu Gandas, Om Prakash Chauhan, and currently Veer Alawat is there.
That's M. Dharma, visible on a live feed to the professional.
And he is playing with Badrinath, Nikhil Singhal, and Mehir Jayaraman. It's always said that it's the amateurs who run the game of golf because they are the ones who buy the equipment, pay the green fees, spend a lot of money on the sport, and get the golf industry going. And the professionals are the ambassadors of the sport. My only concern, Shaurya, is that players tend to take far too much time. Now, for the example, the player on the screen right now has gone up and down 4 times already, and now he's gone back again.
Well, some of the younger amateurs, they're good players, and I'm assuming that he's also a low handicapper. Then obviously, the game, the quality of game would be high, is what I'm assuming. And yeah, that's a decent putt right there. So you'll see a little bit of that. The younger amateurs, especially the ones who are looking to go on to play pro golf, for them, this is a great opportunity. And them, you'll find them a little more deliberate. Good putt right there. That was Sanit Bishnoi on our screens.
Ridhima Tilwari here.
Playing hole number 7. Ridhima playing alongside Murli Karthik, Thibaut 1, Dean Brandon, and Kshitij Chaurasia. So, my apologies, Kshitij Chaurasia. Some good spin on that by Ridhima. This will be the group to watch. Murli Karthik as well, the fine golfer.
They're all playing the scramble format for the amateurs. That is, they play off the best ball for each of the shots. Dharma, who started out from the 6th, so he's now in the 9th. So that's the 4th hole. That's the 4th hole of the second round. He's playing right now. Right now, the action would seem a bit slow because there are 3 amateurs whose scores are on a completely different format from the professionals who are on stroke play. That was an amazing putt. there is the order, but which really gladdens the heart. And look at that from the edge, the green from the apron actually, and just slowly trickles into
Yeah,
the
you can
cup.
always have moments of brilliance. That's the thing that keeps everybody drawn to the game of golf.
Here comes the professional of the group, the professional in the group.
M. Dharma.
Misses it way to the left. I said way too because he's a professional. He probably should have had a better idea of the line.
That's one of the reasons I'm here. Actually, that's the beauty of golf. There are so many different formats. I think similar to cricket, but I'm looking forward to playing with the pro that I'm with today, and probably grab a lesson or two here and there. Of course, not disturb them, but then if I can watch and learn as well the way they prepare for a shot, what they do, pre-shot routines and all that. I'm just going to watch. I think it's going to be a learning experience for me. It's great. I think good to see so many women golfers playing at the world stage as well. I was following the Olympics, I was following the LPGTI. So many women golfers are coming and doing well. It's great for the game. And today as well at practice on the greens, I saw so many ladies. It is an exciting thing. I think not just in cricket, in golf as well. I think women's sport is going to a different level. Great to see. What to say, Kapil Paji, the great Kapil Paji. I'm looking forward to playing a hole. He said he'll come and play a hole with me. So I'm just looking forward to playing with him and every moment with the great. I think I've grown up. They are the reasons that I started playing cricket. So on the golf course again, it's a great connect, and I'm really looking forward to that one hole when I'm going to play with Kapil Paji. Oh yes, Grant Thornton, thanks for having me in the first place. I think they are the reason I'm here, and it's a great opportunity. Such a lovely day, such a lovely course, and I love golf, so I can't ask for anything more. I've got a small off, even between IPL. I got a small off, and I'm not spending it with my family. I'm here on the golf course, though. That's my love for the game, and thank you, Grant Thornton, again for having me.
That was Badrinath speaking to us. Badrinath, the former cricketer, again, as we've been speaking about, a lot of former cricketers taking to golf and playing some excellent golf with that. Roger Binney, Ajit Agarkar, we saw Murli Karthik, Saeed Kirmani, and of course Kapil Dev. That's Murli Karthik's group. There are two of the left-handers there in action today. Karthik Sharma, the professional, and Murli Karthik. Murli Karthik spends as much time in the game as professionals do. Of course, whenever his commentary duties in cricket allow him to.
I think he also has a good handicap to sort of justify that. A handicap of 2 is pretty impressive.
Yes, indeed. And he spends a lot of time on it. He's got a TrackMan, and of course, he changes his clubs and tinkers with them a lot. I mean, pretty serious about the way he approaches golf.
Yeah, he's got a strong build as well. Hits the ball pretty strong. Pretty well, rather.
I believe he and Ajit Agarkar have a running battle. They keep having their matches. I wonder who wins more often.
Yeah, Ajit's also a good golfer,
Oh, very
and he's
good
right. But I think Murali would definitely, take the cake.
Now, what I hear is that Ajit Agarkar is very, very consistent. And there is the daddy of them all, Kapil Dev, who's telling Prabhash, one of the staffers on the PGTI, no, you take the cart, I'll walk it. That's the secret of my fitness.
Yeah, that's rather interesting. Mr. Kapil Dev opting not to use the cart. That's one way to remain healthy. Lining up the putt. Golf is such an exacting sport, and there are always two types of golfers: one who like to get on with it, and the other who are more deliberate.
I suppose the deliberate ones, they actually have the passion, they want to get better and better. So often it could become a bit tedious there. But again, when you want to keep improving, you want that extra inch every time. The jab. I suppose if they kept.
Now, for all our viewers watching, please know that professionals can't pick up the ball like that. These are the amateurs who are playing, so they can pick up the ball because they're playing for their own. And in fact, you will see him even hitting a practice putt. Professionals can't do that while playing.
Murali also did that at the previous hole. So yes, very, very important.
To note that we
piece
are
of
actually
advice.
watching, there's a distinction. The amateurs are playing for their own tournament, and many of them are recreational golfers as well. But the professionals are playing another serious tournament. The amateurs can come up with moments of brilliance such as that. golfer,
A former
winner
of this tournament.
tournament when it was played the year before last at the DLF Golf and Country Club. A prolific player, stellar game that he possesses.
He's playing alongside Varun Berry, Anil Sama, and Vikram Reddy. Varun, actually a very soft-spoken, quiet person, always smiling. Another thing in amateur golf is the way the amateurs keep picking up, the mannerisms of some of the professionals from around the world because they see them often on television and YouTube, and then whatever catches their fancy, and if it works, then they pick up those mannerisms.
As the amateur of the group again. That's not too bad.
Yep, indeed.
I'm just in awe of how well the golf course is manicured. It's perfect, the greens, the fairways and everything else. You couldn't have asked for a better day for golf. And while we cover the amateurs, it's important to also tell you that the professionals are also playing. And there is indeed a tournament going on. Angat Chima is leading the proceedings here at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. He's leading at a score of 14 under par. Second is Saptak Talwar, 11 under par. And the lady professional golfer Hitashi Bakshi with a stellar 7 under par today, 10 under par total. Yuvraj Sandhu, the prodigious golfer, at 10 under par total. Shaurya Bhattacharya, 9 under par. Gaganjeet Bhullar, 9 under par. Then you have Arjun Prasad playing alongside Gaganjeet Bhullar at 9 under par. Pranavi is at 8 under par total. Sachin Besoya, 8 under par. And rounding up the top 10, Kshitij Navitkaul, Om Prakash Chavan, Khalin Joshi, all of them at 8 under par. So low scoring. With a round of the day belonging to Saptak Talwar, 9 under par. And to Hitashi Bakshi as well, the lady professional golfer with a 7 under par. What a stellar effort. And Pranavi is also at 7 under par. So fantastic golf all around. I've been thoroughly impressed by the standard of golf that has been exhibited. It's going to make for some great viewing indeed.
That was a disappointing miss, even for an amateur, but this is golf. In the format that they're playing the best ball of the group of amateurs, the 3 amateurs. And the hole is deemed as over when one of the 3 amateurs finishes it. But this is Sarthak Chibber there. Sarthak Chibber, he's been playing alongside PRK Rao, MSN Raju, and TK Raju. And on the right side, we are seeing the essence of a pro-am. Some of the amateurs trying to learn the ropes from amateurs, and that's Hani Basoya showing some of the amateurs how to go about the business. Hani Basoya playing alongside Sunaina Gera, Sudhir Patel, and Shama Kaushik. To be honest, what we just saw, Hani Basoya giving tips to the two lady amateurs, that actually is the essence of Pro-Am golf, where the interaction between the two kinds of golfers actually leads to the growth of the game. The amateurs get excited about learning the tips and improving this game. As they say, an amateur can actually live through the entire day or the entire period till the next round of one great shot he or she may have played during the course of the day. And also, it gives them a taste of what the professionals go through when they miss short putts, the agony and ecstasy that this game brings.
Now we have a look at the amateur coming up with an uphill putt and missing it to the right hand side. We want to have a word about the tour partners. Victorious Choice is an entity inspired by the philosophy of Choice International Limited that has risen to become a unicorn in the financial sector with its unique and innovative approach of joy of earning. It is promoted by Victorious Endeavours Private Limited, a sports development company that is keen on holistic development of golf in India. Our objective is to take the joy of golfing to the next level. So, a very noble thought by Victorious Choice, and it would be interesting to note who is the one that ends up victorious.
And here, Hani Basoya is having a bit of problems. He putted and he putted it past. He's got as much of a distance as he putted from, but now from the other side.
Let's see how Honey fares on his return attempt.
Oh God, he didn't get that too. So 3 putted from less than 6 feet, 5 or 6 feet. That is painful. So amateurs must keep in mind that what has just happened to Hani Basoya can also happen to any of the amateurs. So they shouldn't get disappointed. This is such a game that it can frustrate the very best. And the same Hani Basoya, there will be instances when he puts out from 20 and 25 feet. And there is the man striding across the fairway. He owns it. Murli Karthik. Except that we don't know where he's going. And with the cameraman not taking us with him, we don't know where he went.
As we get back to the action,
Neha Tripathi. Again, reminding those who joined us a bit late, the morning session saw 48 professionals split into 16 threesomes, and the afternoon session has 24 professionals. Shotgun start, and each group has one pro and three amateurs.
Just had a quick look at the leaderboard, Swami, and I think that illustrates what's happening down there is illustrative of the sort of demands that this format will place on the professionals who are actually playing their separate tournament. Scores here counting towards that. Our overnight leader down from 9 under par, Gaurav Pratap Singh, dropping 3 shots in a row on his opening 3 holes before getting 2 of them back with an eagle on the par 5 fifth. So the extreme test of concentration, as the amateurs play their part of the tournament, the pros have to work really, really hard to keep their focus on the score, on their scores, and eventually that's what really will matter for them.
So here's Neha Tripathi on live feed 1. Ridhima Dilavali on live feed 2. She's playing alongside Murli Karthik, Thibaut Van Den Branden, and Kshitij Chowcharia.
Like yesterday, we have a fair sprinkling of cricketers, Swami. We saw BCCI President Roger Binney, of course, part of Kapil Dev's team of Kapil's Devils, so to say, the team that won that famous victory 1983. Murli Karthik, now a regular face on the golfing circuit, takes time out from his fairly busy roster of duties as a commentator.
And what time he has, he spends it on golf and golf equipment.
You can see that result, of course, being that he's now a 2 handicapper. Ridhima on your right on live feed 2. Just letting a putt drift out a little bit. And a little while ago, we had Subramaniam Badrinath, fine middle order batsman from Tamil Nadu, also joining the growing band of former cricketers who become very, very keen golfers. So this is a good representation, besides, of course, corporate honchos and business heads who are here, celebrities and cricketers making up their share.
Ridhima, Murali, Thibault, and Kshitij, they started off from the 4th hole, and now they are walking off the 9th. And it's time for the next group to take over from them. This is Tapendra Kai, who recently won the Calais Open. That's a great effort by an amateur. Sorry, by Sarthak Chibber. I'm sorry. Sarthak Chibber. Great attempt.
Fast and furious, the action on the screens now from the Pro-Am. Second day, of course, of the Pro-Am that goes alongside as rather part of the Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational 2025, being played at the Prestige Golfshire near Bangalore. The amateurs, of course, playing scramble format. The best ball among their threesome will be the pick for the next shot on every shot. And while the professionals are playing their own tournament, their scores today will count towards the 54-hole aggregate, which will decide placings tomorrow evening at the end of proceedings. And let me tell you, the intensity of the golf that the amateurs put on show is just as much or as high as it is from the pros, because this is for them a great opportunity, to not only play alongside an absolute elite golfer from the Indian professional ranks, but also a beautiful course, really well maintained and well presented for this path-breaking event, which has mixed field, top 60 from the men's tour and the top 12 from the women's tour, fighting for the top prize, which is a very comfortable, very healthy 3 million rupees, 30 lakhs. And the women making a bold statement today on day 2 of the event. Hitachi Bakshi and Pranaviyars are in the top 5 in a tournament that is led on 14 under par by Angad Chima. Bogey free round. Absolutely superb golf. Angad will also be tested like Gaurav is being today, because he will play in the final round of the Pro-Am. So regardless of what cushion he knew, which is no wonder he was trying to build up as much of a advantage as he could when he started. This will be a very different test. It will be managing, the amateurs and their expectations as much as his own game and his own scores. So lots to play for, lots to look forward to today in the remaining holes today and tomorrow.
And also, as Shaurya was cautioning many of the viewers, that if you do see any of the players pick up their ball, be sure that it is an amateur, because they are allowed to do that as they're playing the better ball. Whereas in the case of a professional, he has to complete the hole for the score to be accepted legally. So be careful about picking up the ball, when to pick up the ball and when not to. In match play, if you pick up the ball as a given from anyone, it has to come with the permission of your rival. And here, if the rules permit for the better ball or the best ball, so it is accordingly that. So be careful and never take practice strokes on the green after you finish the hole. We saw even Murli Karthik do that, and a few amateurs do that, but they are amateurs, they are allowed to do it. But professionals can't take practice swings and practice shots on the green or in the bunker. The rules are extremely strict. A bit of a big relief. It did sway towards the left, but still came from the right edge of the cup to the left. Abhinav Lohan. Abhinav Lohan is playing alongside Ron and Fearon, Malcolm Gomersal and Shiva Kumar.
He's picked up a shot, Swami. Since setting up, this is the 4th hole, I think, and he's picked up a shot. As has Kalin Joshi, who's completed 4 holes. So, making the move in the right direction. Kalin Joshi now up to 8 under par in the larger count, that is the tournament. Let's not lose sight of that fact as we go along. And we will also have Abhinav Lohan climbing up to 7 under par. Gaurav Pratap, our overnight leader, who was on 9 under par, has dropped 3 shots his opening 3 holes, but picked up 1, got 1 back. So he's 2 over for the day overall and 7 under par for the tournament. Now down in 15th place. Again, like we said, managing this aspect of the rounds will be crucial. But then again, all the 72 professionals, the 60 men and 12 women will go through the same grind. So that's in its own sense creates a level playing field there as well. Abhinav Lohan on your screen now, man from Faridabad. He's had a revived leg to his career, long stretching one already. And he is a little puzzled as to why that ball didn't fall. Lipped in and popped out. Did everything else right, but fall in. Lohan playing alongside Ronan Ferran, Malcolm, Garnasol, and Shiv Shivakumar. And the professionals who are on the field today, of the 24, Gaurav Pratap Singh, like we already told you, Mani Kapoor, Neha Tripathi, whom we saw briefly, Akshay Sharma, Kalin Joshi, Abhinav Lohan, who's just on his screens. Riddhima Dilavri has been on his screens more than once. Sunit Bishnoi, Tapendra Ghai, winner last week in Delhi at the Kalans Open. Arjun Sharma, M. Dharma, whom we also have seen very briefly. Samarth Dwivedi, Pukhraj Singh Gill, Amardeep Malik, Hani Basoya, Varun Parekh, Michelle Ortolani, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, Shamin Khan, Kartik Sharma, Amandeep Dral, Sarthak Chibar, Shankar Das, and Shaurya Binu. So as things stand, the leaderboard on your screens. Angad Chima 14 under par after 2 days. Saptak Talwar 3 shots behind. Hitachi Bakshi 10 under par 134, 4 shots behind the leader.
As we've been discussing, Rahul, I mean, it's the morning players who play just playing alongside the professionals. They've kind of, had the benefit of scoring. They've scored well. The morning conditions very clearly being more conducive to low scoring. And in the afternoon, of course, the professionals are playing alongside 3 amateurs. But, of course, it's the same golf course. Conditions, of course, slightly more breezy in the afternoons. Though today we can't see the flags moving the way they did yesterday on the first day. So very rather benign conditions. But still, to be able to play a scoring round alongside amateurs is actually somewhat challenging. Of course, the amateurs love their game and they've been following quite well. They've been doing a pretty good job, picking up good tips.
On your picture on your screens now, Amandeep Dral, former joint runner-up at the Women's Indian Open a few years ago, is looking for that form that actually gave her more than a few starts on the Ladies European Tour as well thereafter. Today playing her part in the Pro-Am.
Amandeep, one of the early starters, even though it's been a shotgun, a few of the groups had actually started a bit early because they were able to, the earlier holes were and we've also had 2 groups playing off quickly from each of the holes at decent. So Amandeep, she's just completed the first hole, which means she's now played 7 holes.
Team, you and I.
We got the split screen again there. Live feed one and a nice putt there from one of the amateurs, leading to a lot of celebrations. So the professional deciding to let the amateurs finish with their fun before he gets on to his job.
Some very smart camera work there, as we've seen over the last few weeks, capturing not just the flight of the ball but the beautiful backdrop, the Nandi Hills, that sort of situated some distance away from the golf course but still overlooking a large part of the course. Hole number 17, amateurs teeing up from well in front of where the professionals are hitting from. For the pros, this is a 220 yards. For the amateurs, it will be much less. And I think more than one ball going into the complex of bunkers that guard this 17th green. In the meantime, Swami Abhinav Lohan has picked up another shot, so he's into the top 10. Man from Faridabad, just making sure his focus is entirely on his game and his scores and his total, tournament total, which is the challenges he'll face all the
ball again turning away, leaving him a little bit of a tense spot there. This is not one of my favorite knee knockers.
4 feet, 3.5, 4 feet is a terrible distance.
Amardeep Malik. The other thing that I really love it is the colorful shirts that we seem to be seeing these days. Absolutely fantastic. No longer the stained, solid colors, white, blue, black. These days, red. These days, it's flowery patterns, checks, butterflies. We had Sachin Basoya wearing one with large butterflies. Yuvraj Sandhu has made it a habit to wear very, very floral patterns, lovely colors, sky blue and pink at times. And we just saw Amardeep Malik with that.
Our overnight leader, Gaurav Pratap, meanwhile, has dropped another shot, so he's 4 down for the day, though he's picked up one birdie in between. So 3 down on his overnight total, which has dropped him to 6 under for the tournament, 3 over for the day, and now down in 17th place. This is going to be a critical part of the final day's proceeding.
A lot taller.
and he's a PGA Tour winner.
Yes, indeed.
Now, of course, global ambassador for one of India's top brands.
And he's really a fantastic player. He qualified for the Tour Championships last year, which makes him eligible for all the majors this year.
Karthik converting. No fuss. Took his time over it, but made sure the ball was at the bottom of the cup. And we move on. Now, the amateurs very sensibly staying out of the way of the professionals, know that there's a lot at stake for the pros at this event. So they're doing the right thing by stepping aside, letting the pros concentrate on their game before getting onto the putting green for their finishing touches. Good to see. This is the sort of understanding that one needs when you have a mix and match event like this. Our event sponsor on screen, on live feed too, Vishesh Chandiyok of Grand Thornton Bharat, the Chief Executive CEO.
Just remind me, Phil Mickelson was actually runner-up not last year, but the year before that, 2023.
And certainly, tournament sponsor will have every reason to be satisfied. Not only does he have a good, high-quality professional tournament on, the Pro-Am has drawn a massive number of participants, 216 in all over the 3 days, and all of it going out live. So
Gaurav Pratap Singh is the professional playing with them.
Another man from my home course, Gaurav Pratap, winner at the NGC last year. So he will want to get his challenge back on track, certainly. There's a lot to play for.
Emerson Raju, one of the stalwarts of golf in the southern part of the country. He's a great benefactor. He contributes a lot towards improvement of golf courses. He was there from Vizag. Now, with that kind of a swing, his entire body went with the putt. He still did a pretty cool job.
Interesting format, unique format, and showing you the growth of the game in India. It's been a stellar year thus far. We've seen quite a few tournaments. We've seen the prize fund burgeoning.
Oh, that's another clean one, right into the heart of the cup.
Currently, we're playing our 13th tournament of the year, and we've seen the prize fund ballooning. We're live at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. Live from Prestige Golfshire, Bengaluru. I'm your host, Shore Singh. Joined alongside.
Doesn't this look like a constellation? I mean, up there in the skies, the burst of stars?
Yeah,
that it is a fountain.
I do, Mr. Swami, I do read a lot about this, and it's a subject that actually fascinates me, especially the formation of black holes and so on and so forth. And it's been a sort of a philosophical month for me. So yes, I think you tend to see the beauty a lot more in things in nature. And what more than a golf course? I think a golf course is like an oasis in the middle of
It's the best office to have.
No doubt about that. I've always said that even when I was young and playing fairly good golf, I thought that This is something that many people would literally die to do it. It's such a brilliant career, especially if you're a good golfer. I feel that is such a life that can be envied. You play the best golf courses, as we have a look at the amateur here, the best golf courses in the best places. That's a brilliant part. Look at that. Allah, Miguel Angel. I thought he almost unsheathed the sword there.
There seems to be a sense of purpose there. Everybody is moving a bit faster now, suddenly. Or am I seeing things?
Well, I think they are trying to scamper on, so to speak. That's a beautiful T-shirt, I must say there.
That's while you were taking a small
For a moment,
break,
it took me a minute. I couldn't quite see him with the camouflage on.
it was fantastic. A lot of the T-shirts are very, very nice looking T-shirts.
Now this is
gone are the days of stained T-shirts.
The Texas wedge, the trusty wedge for the amateurs, because using the chipper out of the rough is a difficult task. But why do you need it when you putt so well? Fantastic effort right there.
That's Shamim Khan. And I can see another friend of mine there in this group, in the red shirt, Nandan Heblikar. Another cricketer, a great friend of Roger Binney and G.R. Vishwanath. At the KGA, it's Nandan, Roger Binney and G.R. Vishwanath who always play together 3 days a week. And Nandan is a very well-known golf course designer. He's redone a lot of golf courses across the country. And if I remember correctly, I think he did his doctorate from St. Andrews on golf course management. Interestingly, apart from designing and redesigning golf courses, Nandan has also done a few rugby pitches. There he is, in red t-shirt. Yes, there comes the name Nandan Heblikar. The caption there. Absolutely a great guy. Loves talking golf 25 hours a day. Bangalore based. Look at that passion. Nandan is playing alongside Satish Rao and Colonel Anil Kumar, and the professional is Shamim Khan. Oh, that was a clean one.
Look at that ride. I think this is also a great change, playing a tournament on a cart. But it's a strange thing that I've noticed is sometimes when I play on a cart, I actually feel a lot more tired as opposed to walking. And I think that eventually comes down to the flow of blood. Of course, on a golf course like this, which is undulating there, you do need a cart. But on flatter golf courses, you feel that sometimes a cart actually impedes upon that.
That was just about as careful as you would be for a 6-inch putt. Vani Kapoor, that's our first sighting of Vani Kapoor for the day. She's playing alongside G. and Bajpai, Dr. Pudi Hariprasad, and Vishesh Chandiok.
Vani also a very good golfer. You see the technique, putting the ball a lot more at the back of the stance. That tells you about the confidence with the short game. Amateurs, you'll find, will normally keep it a lot more behind. It's very difficult for them to use the bounce of the club.
Vani Kapoor on live feed 1. Roger Binney playing alongside professional Arjun Sharma, Kaushik Datta, and Rishabh Goyal. Ridhima has not had the best of days. She's had two pokies in the first 6-7 holes. Murli Karthik is one of her playing partners. No serious moves made in the second half of the day, though Abhinav Lohan with 2 birdies and Kalyan Joshi with 1 birdie are somewhere in the top quarter of the leaderboard. There is definitely a move to try and speed up play to ensure that we catch everything before it gets dark. Of course, there's still a fair amount of time left, but still a lot of play to go on the second day of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational. That is par 3 17th. Ridhima Delwari there. Murli doing a small jig there. I wonder what's that for. Always up to some pranks and fun. Mixing fun there with golf. I'm sure, knowing Murli, he must be having a private match with one of his other playing partners, and he must have just scored one over him. Always very competitive and so passionate about golf. And here is Ridhima, of course. She's playing for money and she's playing for the position. Roger Binney, look at that. Now, That is a winner. It doesn't matter where you are, what sport you're in. Roger Binney, absolutely fantastic.
Well, it's good that Grant Thornton is come through, and looking at golf in India also. Because I think golf in India since I've been playing, it's really taken off. And there are a lot of good young golfers coming through the system, and I think with a sponsor like Grant Thornton, we'll definitely do well. You see now the ladies are coming closer in all the sport. It's earlier it was only tennis and probably golf were the two games that the ladies were playing, but now they're playing with everyone and they're competing. It's good to play alongside them, and for the change. Yeah, Kapil has always been a great innovator. Even on the cricket field. I mean, always looking to improve things and looking to do new things with the team. And I mean, he doesn't back down from a challenge. That's the greatness of Kapil Dev. Right? And I'm sure tournaments like this is a great challenge for him. And seeing the last one and this one, he's done a fantastic job. Well, I've been ever since I gave up cricket, I've been playing a lot of the pro-ams, and I think it's a great idea, especially for golfers like me, because now I learnt a lot playing with them, and but yesterday watching them, play their shots and a few tips.
We're back to live action. That was Roger Binney, president of the BCCI. And here is Murli Karthik. No, the ball didn't do. Murli seems to have put on a lot of muscle of late. Never joke around in golf. It hits you back, stings you back.
No, but I think all cricketers, I think especially batsmen, it's rare to see a spinner who's, normally spinners, you see them very lanky, if I'm right. If you remember from,
light and lanky, yeah.
If you remember previous days, Venkatapati Raju was a phenomenal left-arm spinner. Now, if you see somebody like Murli Karthik...
but Mufti was playing in his cricketing heydays. I mean, he was extremely fit. There's no question about it. That's right. After the Tour Championship, which goes right up to 3 crores. So 2 crores is a huge and a sizable sum, and indeed shows in golf and the kind of prize money that is now available for our players.
There you see the caddy employing the plumb bobbing technique almost. That's what you do when you have the putter in front of you. He's almost halfway there. There we see that live feed 1 and live feed 2. They're not showing the professional there.
Okay.
A beautiful day here in Bengaluru. We're live on ABP Network, bringing to you Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025, a mixed format Pro-Am tournament. The first time ever we have lady professionals and the gentlemen professionals going head to head. And haven't the women shown us their strength and then some more? Stellar golf by Hitashi Bakshi, 10 under par after 2 days, and Pranavi at 8 under par. So they definitely can golf their ball. Stellar golf being displayed, and the man of the hour is Anga Chima, who's a forerunner at this point in time, with one hand on that check worth 30 lakh. But it's not going to be that easy. Saptak Talwar is breathing fire down his neck at 11 under par. It's going to be a battle to remember. The thriller in Manila.
Also, Shaurya, don't forget, Angad will be playing this leg of the tournament tomorrow. And
That,
we've already seen...
Yeah, this is another factor as well for our viewers.
There are many variables in play still over here. We've seen Gaurav Pratap, who was the overnight leader, at a record-setting first round, is really not having the best of times. He's dropped, I think, 4 shots in 7
I mean,
balls.
we can't. But it does make a difference to your tempo, because you're playing a 4-ball. There, you're only playing a 3-ball, and the play does slow down. And the golfers who are not deliberate, they find it a little difficult. Me myself, I was almost the proverbial tortoise, so I didn't mind it too much. I loved slow play, gave me more time to think about everything. But not every player really likes that. They like to get on with the proceedings, and they don't want to see too many bad shots.
Yeah.
One thing that a golfer should know is that the mind, it sees something, it wants to follow it. You see too many bad shots, and you'll end up doing one, hitting one yourself. You just want to soar like that eagle. Is that an eagle?
That is an eagle. We've seen a few today as well, more than one, in fact. Other than the one on your screen, we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on the upper half of the leaderboard, 1 towards the bottom, so 5 eagles, plus the one you just saw on camera, that's 6. And Dharma making his play here. That's his group. He's waiting for the amateurs to finish off before he completes his putt. Like we keep saying, this is going to be one of the factors that will come into play tomorrow, regardless of where you are on the leaderboard. The fact that you'll be playing alongside 3 amateurs, managing their expectations, managing your game, pace of play, many variables to be factored in, all of which could, in the final analysis, have a say in what the final shape of the leaderboard will be tomorrow evening. But at the moment, action continues in the Pro-Am section of day 2 of the 20 million rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton International Bharat Invitational. pace of play, like Swami remarked earlier, definitely higher than it was yesterday. I'm sure there have been some exchange of information and ideas at the pre-event briefing that preceded the tee-off this afternoon. And then I'm sure there were points made that you need to keep up your pace of play, not dawdle too long over your shots. And too much of discussion may not be the best idea. So certainly we've seen some quicker action, some fairly rapid movement up and down the field. You're already close to halfway through the day's proceedings of the Pro-Am.
So there we have the live feed 1 and live feed 2.
Lots of activity on your cameras, as you can see. Players, caddies moving about, exchanging information, some leaving the green, some coming on. But most of them, thankfully, stepping aside once their putts are over to make way for the professionals who are actually playing for something substantial. And this, I'm sure, hopefully was part of the information shared before the start of play today, that please don't come in the way of the professionals. They are playing, after all. They are playing a serious tournament, one of the biggest prize money events of the calendar.
Yes, no doubt about that. It's look at that putt, another really nice putt right there.
So I'm sure they would have shared that. Please do make way for them and let them play their tournament undisturbed.
That was Samarth Dwivedi, a professional golfer.
Our drone pilots are at work again, getting some great shots. That's the clubhouse on your right with the pond that sort of overlooks the 18th green is the foreground, and in the background is the 9th green. You can see behind the trees, and the tee box for 10 on your right. The first tee box, of course, is further to the right, behind and beyond the clubhouse, and set in the Nandi Hills vicinity. The Devanhalli is the area this golf course is situated in. Wonderful place, as like we mentioned before, has more than one boutique vineyard in the vicinity, and increasingly a center for very high quality grapefruit production, which is not a native fruit to this part of the world, but has caught on very well because it's a highly lucrative business, and the soil seems to particularly like it. So you have, on the way in and out of the course area, you will find carts piled high with grapefruit, which is becoming a very popular part of the diet in that in and around this place, though it's not a natural or a native fruit. And yeah, some great shots there. There's a lake in the background for you.
I think people would give a hand, eye, and a leg for a house like that with a view like that.
Well, I'm very fortunate in that my brother-in-law owns a property here. It's midway down the 4th fairway, and on odd occasion that I do go to Bangalore, it's one of the pleasures of my visits to spend a few days at this golf course, play a couple of rounds with him, and it's most excellent. I have to tell you, it's really something. Especially after in the evening, once the golfers are packed up and gone, and the maintenance crews are done with their job of filling up the divots and doing the mowing the fairways and the greens. It's extremely peaceful.
So how often do you get to go on holiday there?
The attempt is at least once in 2 years.
That's rather modest. If I had a place like this, my brother-in-law would be my best friend.
Yeah, he is, of course. He's definitely my best friend when it comes to golf. He's been my sort of guide and philosopher. He's gifted me a wonderful set. I play with a very...
So a shout out to your Mr. Rahul Banerjee's brother-in-law.
In fact, the last time we played this course, he brought in 18 straight pars.
I hope my brother-in-law is hearing it. If you are, Parth, please know that a golf set, I already have something else you can gift me. I'm all open for gifts.
So there you go. So maybe some trend-setting thoughts being put on air over here. There you go. Yet another great shot from. Oh, by the way, our drone pilot is also a young man called Rahul. I met him at Ahmedabad briefly. He's getting better and better at his job, and he's getting.
Is that the official term, a drone pilot?
Well, my dad was a pilot, so I love to call these boys pilots. Okay. He was a fighter pilot, and these boys, I think, in their own little ways, are doing a great job of bringing these pictures to you from various angles, up in the air, down on the ground. And
Honey here, Delhi-based Honey Bisoya, really bludgeons the ball, does Honey. A lot of power. I think that's something that I can say about all the golfers now on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Let's just go through the scores. Angad Chima still leading. He's relaxing at this point in time. His round is over. He'll probably be kicking back, maybe practicing or enjoying the many sights and sounds of this beautiful city, Bengaluru. Good putt there by Honey, just about skirting the cup. Ajitesh Sandhu, total 6 under par. Gaurav Pratap Singh tumbling down the leaderboard. He was at 9 under par, and this round has definitely gone haywire. It's going south for him. He's 2 over for the day, so really out of character. But they do say that it's very difficult to follow a 9 under par with a low round, but I would have expected him to shoot under par. Still has 10 holes to go. Maybe he can right the wrongs that are transpiring at this point in time.
From the late starters, Shaurya, the Pro-Am group, Sunit Bishnoi is doing reasonably well. He's had a clean card so far. He's in fact picked up 4 shots. 4 under for the day, started at level par, 72 yesterday. So he's 4 under for the tournament. So he's definitely making moves in the right direction. Not all of them are doing the same. Varun Parekh is 2 under for the day. But like Shaurya said, our overnight leader is in a bit of the war. But it was never going to be easy. At the same time, this is something that they might have to learn to sort of manage and cope with if events like this do become more frequent. I mean, in its own way, it's a great way of the sponsor, also having an opportunity to thank many people, get to influence many people, his business circle. This is a very effective way of doing it in one sense. How effective it is in terms of being part of a professional golf tournament. Sure, you played professional golf yourself. Put yourself in the place of one of these players who are now playing the Pro-Am as a pro. How would you go about your task of essentially keeping focus on your
Well, when we played Pro-Ams, they were often played after or a precursor to a tournament. They were never the tournament. So this is something that specifically I would not have experienced playing a tournament where the amateurs are also playing alongside you.
It's probably the first time it's been done in India, right?
And I think we've had something similar, but obviously not with this has 3 variables. Normally, you're just professionals. Variable number 1 is you're playing with lady professionals. And the second part is, of course, the amateurs. There are many moving parts to this tournament. So I think as you add complexity, it does get a little more difficult because that's something new you're having to get used to. Obviously, there are small little things like, let's say, a lady professional will tee off from a tee ahead. And then there are also golf carts. So this is new territory altogether for our players. But, you have to be malleable as a professional sportsman. You have to be somebody who can, at the drop of a hat, pack your bag and go off to play and perform your best.
Absolutely.
And this appears to be, I'm not quite certain who this is.
No, it's definitely a good learning curve for if this does turn out to be some
Brilliant
sort of
putt, though.
precursor for events to come. It's great training. So the stakes are at the same time are so high.
Yeah, so that was the professional golfer Michel Ortolani right there, who we saw hitting that good putt. Now we have the amateur Miss Nuren Fazal, a 10 handicapper, mind you. Live feed too. You can see a few other amateurs there. Oh, that was a good putt.
Pretty good putt, yes. And just as the professionals are playing for a lot of prize money, amateurs are playing for bragging rights, and don't ever underestimate the value of power of bragging rights among amateur golfers.
Yeah, believe you me, that's the most important thing.
After fishermen, I think they're the best storytellers there are in sport.
That's a sizable divot that was taken out. I must say that
large chunk.
That was a large chunky divot. The greenskeeper is not going to be too pleased. But see, the beautiful caddy has put the chunk back.
But believe me when I say this is a very well managed course. I'm Thornton International. They're the ones who look after it. And they have a full time staff, a manager, an Australian gentleman who's been here for about 4 or 5 years now. And he has a staff which rotates, but a good number of them come from there. And they do a great job. Like I was saying, there have been the days of sitting on the back veranda of my brother-in-law's villa, and you can see the maintenance crews.
Each time you tell me about that villa, I get a little closer in my mind. I'm visualizing myself already there, having this black coffee and getting ready for my round of golf.
I'll give you a shout, sorry, next time I'm there. I promise you. That's the promise.
Now we have the strongly built Pukhraj Singh Gill,
who's been having a very good year, by the way. He's been in contention more than once.
I've played a few fun rounds with him, and I must tell you that it's something different to see this man hit a driver. Now, of course, the Professional Golf Tour of India is full of players who can really hit those long drives, but he is at the forefront. Tall, athletic, has all the ingredients that you need to be a great golfer. I mean, It's just mind-boggling to see the way that ball comes off the driver. High fade, 315 yards carry. It's just something else altogether.
Right now he's in a really, really nasty place.
Yeah, well, this is somewhere that long drives, unfortunately, aren't going to help you. As they say, you know what they say about the long drives? The woods are full of them. But of course, we say that in jest. We have artistic leeway when we are in the commentator's booth. We must keep you entertained.
The good thing, viewers, is that the man sitting next to me has also been on the other side of the camera, of course.
Of course, and
he knows more than a thing or two about what he's saying.
We are like, as the great Marcus Aurelius said, are you not entertained? Of course, we are not gladiators in the middle, but we are verbal gladiators.
It will be really interesting to see what Pukhraj does from.
That's going to be a
very rocky and stony lie. And that
he's got good hands, I'll tell you that much. So he has the ability of putting spin on short shots. So you'll see him really digging into this one. Look at that. Clean contact. Let's see how that comes out. Not quite certain where the ball is. It's done a little bit of a Houdini on us.
It certainly came out cleanly. A big puff of dust, that red laterite dust that prevails in this area. Again, this front half, the front nine skirts the lake, and you have the Nandi Hills in the background. So it's at times, early mornings or middle of the evening, it's a tremendous sight, especially if it's cloudy or if it's raining. It's a beautiful place to be in. And this throughout, on particularly this nine, the front nine, you'll see this series of hummocks which are dominated by this red soil. And it's, for the professional, it doesn't come into play very often. Otherwise, other than now, which we just saw, Pukhraj Singh Gill coming out of there. But the amateur players are very frequent visitors to those areas. I've been there so often, so I think I know the lay of the land better than I do the fairways and the greens.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a regular visitor to the red laterite soil.
Pukhraj playing alongside Mr. Vinod Highgrave, Sumit Rathore, and Mr. Ganesh Basavaraj.
It's a long putt and a pretty
That's
good
a
one.
Brilliant putt by the amateurs. So they're
good.
capable of flashes of brilliance. That's all you need. You know what they say about this game of golf? One great shot and it entices you. You think you can do it again, and you come back for more. And then you realize that that was nothing but a chimera. It was a visual illusion in the oceans of time.
Believe me, in one of the recent tournaments I played, I heard something very similar, Swami. I once a series of shots here and there, and suddenly I actually hit a very decent one. And one of my playing partners, where did the golf shot come from?
Look at that. What a beautiful putt by the amateur dressed in all blue. My apologies, we don't quite know with certainty who that is, but I'm assuming that's Mr. Vinod or Mr. Sumit.
So the weekend warriors also can come up with a bit
that
of
is
magic.
a rather unique putting style, I must say. Really craning over that putt. He is almost parallel to the ground. The top half of his body is parallel to the ground. This is rather unique.
I fear for his spine, I have to tell you, the base of his spine particularly. But another very good putt.
It's looking good.
Not as good as the ones put out, just played by his partners, of course. Both of them literally getting to the edge, leaving just tap-ins to finish off, as you see in front of you right there. So fun and games continue on day 2 of the KDGT Invitational 2025, the 20 million rupee Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational. It's a 3-day event, 54 holes, 2 parts, a professional stroke play event, and a daily pro-am with the rotating cast of professionals, the 72 in the field.
I think that's the similarity that we have with them in the commentary booth as well. We have a rotating box of commentators, 3 of us trying to do the best that we can in the limited time that we have. Pukhraj here. That was a pretty good escape
he did
from.
Make a very good recovery indeed, Shaurya. Yes,
that was a good
right.
escape from Alcatraz.
Absolutely.
Let's see how he does on that one. Just about leaving it a little short.
Still a good one. I mean, he just needs to not more than 2 feet from the pin, coming up the collar of the green as he was. So all good. Maybe I think you have to look at it as just as sort of just go with the flow. Just let the amateurs take their time.
Yeah, I think it's
focused on the
I
game.
must also say that the amateurs are very respectful of the professionals, and they've done this before. It's not their first tango. They've played a lot of pro-ams before, and they do know how to mind their space and everything else. It's okay. It's just the only difference. It's a little more laborious. The process becomes a little longer. The round probably stretches half an hour or 40 minutes further, but that's about it. These are professionals. They know how to go on about their business.
Absolutely.
And it's a rare opportunity. It doesn't happen all the time. You're getting to rub shoulders with some of the greats of the game, of other games of cricket as well, and of course with the who's who of the business world. So
Yeah, it works two ways. I mean, you never know. You might in casual conversation find yourself a sponsor.
yes, of course, I mean, or just a great friend.
Or a new friend. So it's also
it's,
good. There's much to be said for both sides of the thing. That the amateurs have the pleasure of playing with 72 of India's best golfers, current 72 of India's best current golfers, and 60 men and 12 women.
But it's phenomenal that we've been able to get this together. And just want to speak about another of our tour partners, IndusInd Bank. IndusInd Bank Limited has been redefining banking for the past 30 years and has been a force for progression and innovation, offering an elevated banking experience for its diverse range of stakeholders, including government entities, PSUs, retail customers, and large corporations. The bank's product offerings include microfinance, personal loans, debit cards, credit cards, SME loans, advanced digital banking facilities, affluent in NRI banking facilities, vehicle financing, innovative ESG-linked financial products. The bank also caters to growing Indian diaspora with representative offices in London, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi. You also have Amrutanjan Electro Plus. Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited. Amrutanjan Healthcare is a 127-year-old company with rich legacy and is best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pain Balm, a purpose-driven and innovative company. Amrutanjan Healthcare offers a versatile product portfolio. Amrutanjan Electro Plus is a juice-based electrolyte drink offered for the first time in India in a convenient PET bottle. It rehydrates, energizes, and helps to regain the electrolytes lost due to sports, exercise, travel, and hot conditions or excessive commentary. The last one, I added that on my own, but you get the gist.
No wonder he's been downing gallons of black coffee, listeners. I must tell you, Shaurya has kept us entertained with caffeine-fueled commentary, as you've heard for the last few hours.
Now, we also talk about another one of when caffeine doesn't do the trick, then Bisleri comes to the fray. Bisleri has enjoyed the title of Pioneers of the Packaged Drinking Water category for over 5 decades and are proud to be associated with the PGTI this year as the official hydration partner. With their new campaign, Drink It Up, the brand is turning a new leaf in its illustrious journey. So all the golfers, drink it up and stay hydrated with Bisleri. So you're ready to grab every opportunity on the course. And then you have Rolex. The privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967, well before I was born. When Arnold Palmer became a Rolex testimony, the charismatic American, one of golf's big three, contributed to popularizing golf and giving it a worldwide dimension. By recognizing his pioneering spirit and achievements on the course, Rolex would irrevocably link itself to some of the sport's most memorable moments, players, and tournaments. Since 1967, the relationship between Rolex and golf has continued to thrive.
If I'm not mistaken, Shaurya, Rolex is also PGTI's longest running partner. And if I'm not mistaken, and I was told by a senior golfer in the past that till about 10 or 12 years ago, they used to actually present a personalized Rolex to the winner of the Order of Merit.
Yes.
Am I right?
I'm not too certain about it. So
yeah, I've definitely heard that. No, it's no longer, it doesn't continue, but it was till about 10 or 12 years ago. And Rolex certainly are one of the longest running partners of the PGTI. So, yeah, great credit to them. They support sports all across the world. Two of my favorite sports, golf and Formula One. They're a big presence.
Oh, they're quite diametrically opposite. I must say that you're a connoisseur of a lot of sports. Speed and then the deliverance, the deliberate nature of golf and the need for speed. Formula One.
Speed and not so speed. But both sports have
Very
benefited-
strategic, I must say
not,
that.
Not
yeah.
just that, have benefited immensely from recent documentaries that have been put out. I think Formula One and golf both have had brilliant recent documentaries on Netflix.
That's Shaurya Binu right there, playing alongside Sonam Chuk and Shashank Bantwal and G.S. Ravi.
So yeah, these two very exotic sports have been brought much closer to the fans.
Yeah, I was a Formula One fan maybe about 10 years ago when you had
Michael Schumacher.
15 years almost. That's such a difficult shot. The ball sitting down, you can
just died on it.
Yeah, you can decelerate before you know it. The club gets stuck. It's a very difficult shot, and that's what made that chip in. I don't quite remember who holed it, which we saw on the morning
in
rounds.
the morning. That's right.
Yeah, so this shot is very difficult because there's not much space, but you have to keep the club face open, use the bounce, and keep it accelerating. The moment you decelerate, the grass catches it. Or if it,
I was just going to ask you, does the thick grass play a role in sort of deciding how you should hit the ball?
Yeah, it's very difficult. It impedes on this shot. You can't quite hit the ball first. You actually have to hit the ground and the grass a little behind, but not from the leading edge, from the rear edge of the club. So the bounce has to hit, gets cushioned up from the face. A very difficult shot, a lot of practice. Practice it a lot.
So if he was on the downside.
Brilliant memory, sir. I must say that you have the memory of an elephant. Never forgetting anything.
I wish, but it's not really so. But definitely, that was a shot. It's not easy to forget. You executed so beautifully.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot right there.
Good that you remind us.
We have another shot right here. Both of us are live on camera, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a long broadcast, but we'll promise to make it exciting. We'll promise to make it interesting. And the only thing that you have to promise us is stick around.
And I have to shout out to my mom. Hi, Mom. How are you doing?
Yeah,
she's a great my mom. She's the best.
I'll do the same. Hello to my mother as well. Drinking too many coffees, I promise you.
I hope she didn't hear the earlier comments about the coffee. So,
well, this life.
Back to the action. Yes,
this life is tenuous. You need a few vices, and coffee seems to be mine.
Well, it's definitely a safer one than many others. So, good for you. Our co-commentator Shaurya, of course, showing the values of a sporting background, having been a sportsman of note himself. Oh my goodness, that is a putt. That is a putt. High fives and well-deserved so. With really nice little downhill on that one, and the gentleman in the hat doing a pretty good job of it. His playing partner says, "Look, I need the practice, so I'm going to putt as well." So there you go. And misses. On replay for you over there. Well judged and went straight for the center of the cup. Action continues. PTI President Kapil Dev giving some tips to one of the players who visiting, showing him how to come out of a difficult lie. Something very similar to what we saw Shaurya Binu try to play himself out of a few minutes ago. Kapil has taken to golf with as much gusto as he used to use the new ball fast, shaving the whole of that practice putt there for you. Excellent example of his innate athleticism. Sunil Gavaskar many years ago said Kapil has to be one of the fittest players I've ever had the pleasure of playing with or against. And here's another example. He's been on the field. In the energy levels of this man, you can see in camera, he's been on site from the very first morning, from yesterday early in the morning. Played the Pro-Am. Now he's back again in his golf threads, practicing away. Deeply involved in the sport, has promised to do his best to promote golf, not just for men's professionals on the men's professional side, but also women's junior golf in as many ways as he possibly can. as long as he's in a position to do so. And what we have seen over the last 2.5 years, 3 years is he's been very much a man of his word. And in front of you, this event is just the latest manifestation of that energy and drive. A mixed event, individuals, 672 individuals, 60 top men from the PGTA ranks, 12 top women from the WGA ranks, doing battle for one single prize purse. And women doing really, really well. 2 of them in the top 5, giving the men a serious run for the money. It'll all pan out even more tomorrow. We will know by the end of the 54 holes just how it plays out. But so far, so good. Hitachi Bakshi currently third in a tie for third place, alongside Yuvraj Sandhu and Abhinav Lohan, slowly making progress today. He is climbed up to third. 4 birdies in his he part of the pro-am, and he's still making progress. And of course, Pranav Ayers, who had one of the day's best rounds, 7 under today. Saptak Talwar having the round of the day, matching Gaurav Pratap Singh's 9 under yesterday. So yesterday's round broke the record and stood in the name of Rashid Khan, 5 under 67, set 12 or 13 years ago. And today, on day 2 of the Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational 2025, that feat has been matched by Saptak Talwar himself, not many weeks ago, a first-time winner. Won a ding-dong battle at the JP Greens, edging out Arjun Prasad with what was actually almost the very last putt of the competition. Arjun getting a bogey, Saptak's par putt on the 72nd and final hole of the day, good enough to see him through to the title. Good progress being made in the pro-am today. More than half a way through the second half of the day's proceedings. Another very, very good putt from an amateur. It's pulling up a little short. And a tap in. Tap in to finish. Absolutely nothing wrong with that effort. The amateurs, of course, playing a scramble format. All 3 of them play, and the best placed ball decides the next shot. And we've seen some very smart putting from the AMs so far in the Pro-Am. A couple of holes ago, you saw 2 really, really good putts. One that actually went in and one that stopped literally on the edge, an inch or 2 short, or inch or 2 shy. Here's another example, just shaving the lower end of the edge of the hole. The third member of this AM trio, of course, are your tournament sponsor, Vishesh C. Chandiok, the CEO of Grand Thornton Bharat, avid golfer, a very, very good golfer himself. He will be hoping to actually convert his ball slipping club by on the high side. They're playing along with the overnight leader, Gaurav Pratap Singh. Gaurav would like to have a better day than he's having at the moment, certainly. Has dropped 5 shots, but has got 2 of them back. So he's 3 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament, just hanging on to a spot in the top 20. I'd certainly like to see his fortunes improve before the end of the day. So they're into the second half. The front 9 is over, and they're back into the back 9. Gaurav Pratap Singh from the Noida Golf Course on your screens right now. At the top of the leaderboard, as you can see on your screens, Angad Chima, 14 under par A dazzling 8 under for the day. Bogey free. Saptak Talwar actually going one better with a 9 under. Gaurav Pratap just a little unlucky. The ball bobbling just as it neared the hole and looked to have broken just enough to miss the center of the cup. He knew it, but difficult to see what he could have done differently with that one. And you could see the bubble as it just broke fractionally to the right and just enough for it to miss the hole. So that action continues on day 2. As shadows start to lengthen across the fairways and greens of the Prestige Golfshire, beautifully maintained, beautifully presented course. Greens running very true today. Pukhraj Singh Gill, whom we saw recover from a slightly difficult, dicey position from under the trees, to the right of the fairway, coming out really well, recovering there, and then moving on. On hole number 17, this is the professional in one of the groups in action for the day. Nice clean strike. And as happened, it was so often today, as particularly yesterday, the pin placing, ball just running on a little bit. This is hole number 17, guarded by a very, very deep bunker. So, Michelle Rotolani on screen for you now, in front of you. Young man from Italy, taken to playing golf in India. This is his second or third season that he's been playing on the PGTI. Came through the Q school a couple of years ago. And now, had a good go at chipping in from where he was. Just skated past the pin, unfortunately. Michel, he's very much there and thereabouts on the day. So Abhinav, Lohan now up into the top 3 on the back of 4 birdies today, 4 under for the round, and 10 under in all. That brings him alongside Hitashi Bakshi, Yuvraj Sandhu, a 3-way tie for 3rd place. Shaurya Bhattacharya and Gaganjit Hular, Arjun Prasad in another 3-way tie for 6th.
That's Ortolani now picking up the ball after the putt. Happy despite having missed that first putt, which is quite makeable. The only person making a move into the top segment of the leaderboard in the afternoon has been Abhinav Lohan, who's been 4 under. This is the amateur group playing alongside Ortolani, one of the numerous international stars playing on the PGTI. The PGTI Tour with its excellent prize money on offer, has attracted a lot of international stars. Stepan Danik, Michel Ortolani, Koichiro Sato of US, even Cynical Rahman, who was a regular on the Asian Tour and played often on the European Tour and has multiple titles, international titles, and he has won the Indian Open in India, is also now playing on the PGTI. So a lot of international acceptance that the Indian Tour has indeed grown by leaps and bounds. A dozen tournaments have already been held in the first 4 months, actually only in the last 3 months, because the first month was devoted to the various stages of the Q school. The amateur is as careful, if not more, than the pros. Oh, and she justifies all the time that she took. A good fist bump and happiness all around. That was Nooreen Fazal, Wesley Van Den Branden, and Amit Somani, who were playing alongside Michel Ortolani. We have a fairly tight leaderboard, even though Anga Chima seems to be a bit a bit further ahead at 14 under with Saptak, Hitashi, and Yuvraj Sandhu at 10 under, and in between Saptak Talwar at 11. Sorry, Saptak is 11, Hitashi, Yuvraj, and Abhinav Lohan at 10 under.
Amardeep Malik there, you saw.
Abhinav Lohan still has a few holes left to play, 4 holes to play, a couple of par fives coming up his way. Kalin Joshi, one of the other players who's made a little upward move in the second half of the day, while playing in the Pro-Am, is 1 under through 12. The trend so far over the last 2 days that we've seen is that players playing in the morning session have put up better scores. There stays back in the rough itself. He picks up the ball and says, I've had enough.
Never an easy shot. Feathery rough, club can slip. Seems to have need to hit it with far more conviction than we saw. Day 2 of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational on your screens alongside us, Swami and me. Rahul Banerjee coming to you with live pictures from the Prestige Golfshire near Bengaluru.
Just to let the viewers know that this is my laptop and it's fairly okay. It's just that the skin of the laptop looks very strange.
Actually,
because
like
I just got a message saying, is that a laptop or is that a broken laptop? So I needed to answer that.
It's a fair question, Swami. It looks like it's been held together with scotch tape. So I think whoever sent you that. positions, spot prizes, you name it, for the amateurs. So, a terrific putt there. Vani Kapoor just walking across the picture. She's the lead member of this 3-4 ball. She's been in tremendous form on the domestic tour. Lost one event to Sneha Singh very narrowly, won the next one equally narrowly, and then thereafter dominated the next two events. So she's seen the season to its pre-summer break. In summer break, in fine fashion with a hat trick of wins, repeating what she had done 8 years ago, Swami.
Yeah.
So live feed 2, Vani Kapoor, experienced professional, trains at the DLF Academy in Gurgaon. And playing here alongside Jain Vajpayee, Dr. Pudi Hariprasad, and Vishesh Chandiok, our tournament sponsor.
Back to the action. Have a look at hole number 17. The par 3. So for those of you who are joining us just now, we'd like to tell you that we're live from the Prestige Golfshire Club at Bengaluru and bring to you the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. This tournament offers a prize fund of 2 crore, and on your screens is Amardeep Malik with the refreshingly floral t-shirt. And he's an expectant father as well, so congratulations to both husband and wife. The person standing there is the score recorder. After every 3 holes, they take down the score. And this is the score that gets updated and the one that you see in the live scoring. So if you happen to err when you're submitting your scorecard, especially on the lower, if you write a score lower on any hole by mistake, even if your total score is higher than what it actually was, you get disqualified. But if the scorer writes your score wrong on any of the holes, you're not disqualified. So this is more as a recording mechanism, and the scorecard is a scoring mechanism. The scorecard is sacrosanct.
They say the tournament can't sign a check until the scorecard has been signed and accepted. Which is why you'll always find that the professionals will always spend an extra 5 minutes going through their scorecard once before they walk out of the recorder's tent.
Yes, because all your work can be undone in the blink of an eye. And
Absolutely.
It happened to SSP Chaurasi, I remember.
Yes,
Win
in
the
Taiwan.
tournament.
In Taiwan, he was about to win the tournament. He was leading there.
He was leading after day 3?
Day 2.
Day 2, and what had happened?
And then he put something wrong there in the scorecard, and it was like a stroke. It didn't make any difference to his score. He was still ahead. I think he had a 3-shot lead or something like that. And suddenly there was no alternative but to scratch him.
Yes, that's why they say that all your work can be undone if you don't take the requisite time towards the end.
The rules of golf can be very, very cruel.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Even though they've tried to soften a few things, like now viewers cannot call up on the telephone and inform the tour of any infractions. Previously, they would look at television and suggest if the ball had moved and things like that, but those calls are no longer taken. Yet, the rules in golf are much more strict than most other sports, and the beauty of the sport is that the players themselves call penalty. Like Sahit Tigala, one of the Indian Americans now playing on the PGA Tour, a top 25 player who played the Tour Championships. In the Tour Championships, he called a penalty on himself and dropped from second to third. It cost him $2.5 million because that was the Tour Championship, and the end of the season bonus was also dependent on that. But as golfers say, if I don't take the right call, I can't sleep. And that's the true hallmark of a professional golfer, or for that matter, any golfer. Integrity and honesty is paramount. Sahit Tikala is actually an Indian American whose parents are from Telangana, from Andhra, erstwhile, and they moved to the United States many, many years ago. And Sahit was born and brought up in California, and he visits India often. He came here last year for a marriage in his family. He has a lot of relatives still here. In fact, there are three players on the PGA Tour who have a very strong Indian connection. There is also Akshay Bhatia, whose parents used to live in Delhi. And Akshay, of course, also born and brought up in America. And then there is a third player, Aaron Rai, a British player from Wolverhampton. His grandparents have got Indian origins, but his mom was brought up in Kenya. And all three love India, and they're hoping. Aaron Rai has actually played in India, and one of India's professional golfers, Gaurika Bishnoi, is engaged to him. She was there at the Masters when Aaron Rai teed up there at Augusta. She was actually playing the par 3 as the caddy for Aaron, and she hit a wonderful tee shot on one of the holes, and it became viral. So, strong Indian connection on the PGA Tour now. Samarth Dwivedi.
Let's see what is happening on this hole. All of the amateurs putt from the same spot.
That's right.
It's the best ball concept. So you choose the best shot and then you all hit your shots or your chip shots or putts from there. Interesting concept for sure. This tournament, the first time we're having something like this, and you require a lot more tournaments like these because they really do add a different dimension to the game of golf. Now you have Mr. Roger Binney. Let's see if he can conjure up some magic here. Still looks very fit and in fine form. Decent putt right there. Golfers are really enjoying themselves here in Bengaluru. Arjun Sharma, fine golfer based out of Greater Noida, also son of an army or a defense.
Sure, if my brother-in-law had a house there on the golf course.
Stone for a weekend drive to the Nadi. It's awful.
Yes, we must.
Take
Mr.
up
Swami,
the offer.
I think
Let's take up the
we
offer.
already have our next holiday destination.
Absolutely, I agree with you. The next holiday is planned.
He also likes good single balls.
That putt seems like a mere formality. About 1.5 foot for Ridhima, who's currently at 1 over par. Safely in the hole. That 1 over is not too bad, but that would be good enough for 52nd position at this point in time.
Now that's the amateur bunch getting ready to play from the best ball. So there is a professional all alone, and then there is the bunch of amateurs and the caddies hanging around together to play the best ball. Murli Karthik is showing the line, and our cameraman decides. The water is so interesting. The glisten, sparkling waters.
Turned you into a poet.
I've been listening to your poetry for a while now. There she goes down the mountain and off the screen. I wish I could see where that ball went.
That's another really good putt by Mr. Murli Karthik. Oh, saving the best for last.
He's so upset with the ball, he doesn't want to pick it up. Very nice putt. Dharma? Showing his amateur partner how that putt needs to be made.
M. Dharma, three-time winner on tour, if I'm not wrong, and a really good player, consistent. He's been on tour for quite a bit of time. I played some junior golf alongside him. Came from humble backgrounds in Bengaluru, and it's heartwarming to see what he's made of himself and success. And I find that sport is such a great opportunity as to climb the ladder of life, so as to speak. And if you're good and if you persevere, then golfing gods are often kind. And a very genteel fellow is Dharma. Always has a smile on his face and very affable character. There used to be a brilliant player who we unfortunately lost a little too early, S. Madhaiya.
Oh, yes.
He used to be a stellar ball striker. I remember playing my first pro tournament in DGC in 2006 or 7. I can't quite remember now when it happened, but I remember playing with S. Madhaiya in the practice round, and I was thoroughly impressed. That 3-iron used to have a divot, a dollar bill size divot with a 3-iron. So prodigious talent, but life cut short. Our prayers to him and his family. If they're hearing it, we do remember him. He's a great player.
Indeed, and he was great friends with Muniappa, Dharma. They all were great friends.
Now we have the amateurs of the group. The amateurs S. Badrinath, Nikhils, Singhal, Meher, J.R. Raman. This year has really been a very strong start as far as tournaments are concerned. There's been a packed calendar.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, and lots of
13 tournaments.
Awesome.
In the first half, and 13 meaty tournaments. And it's probably the first time that I can remember, we've had parallel events. We had the PGTI Players Championship and the Grand Thornton Kapil Invitational. It just tells you how far the tour has come.
And a couple of 2 crore events like the Indorama and the current one.
How far the tour has come. It is a testament to the spirit of sport.
Sure, I must tell you, about 10 or 12 years ago, the total prize purse on the Indian tour used to be just a little over 3 crores. The total prize purse for the entire season minus the Indian Open. It used to be a little over 3 crores, 3.2 or something like that. And now we have single tournaments like the Tour Championship is worth 3 crores, and you've got 2 crores, 2 events of 2 crores each already in the first half of the season.
That's a good shot right there. I think that was Mr. Roger Binney. Yeah, it's a lot. It's about everything. The entire ecosphere around golf, the players, the administrators. Of course, notable names such as Mr. Kapil Dev, corporate houses, big corporate houses coming ahead, governments getting involved, groups such as Grand Thornton. How much they've done for the game of golf. Not just, look at that stellar shot on your live feed too. That was threatening the hole. So brilliant shot right there from the amateur. Grand Thornton has done so much, in a short space of time. This tournament has really burgeoned and it has become a really wanted tournament, and all the players really want to end up playing here. You've seen the likes of Gaganjeet Bhullar. The heavyweights are here. What else? What other signs do you want that a tournament is growing in stature year after year? You have the best of players wanting to compete. You have international presence. So I'm pretty certain that the tour is going to go. So are our players who ply their trade domestically all over and internationally as well. So
I'm praying to the gods to give us more tournaments.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know if that helps, but I'm pretty happy and buoyed to see the participation, both from the amateurs this week. They've been very kind, and they have the husband-wife pairing. Wife is not playing, but assisting the husband, and that's heartening to see that both of them are a team. Excellence. And this is a week that the wife can actually do it because it's a golf cart. So,
yes, indeed.
The laborious work of carrying a bag doesn't have to be done. Gaurav Pratap Singh now at 3 over for the day. So he's
having a tough time.
He's having a tough time. He's not able to stop the rot, so as to speak. He's made a bogey on 9 as well. So 5 bogeys on the front 9. He's probably the only player that I can see who's dropped 5 shots.
So that's Samarth Dwivedi walking on the 18th.
There was a good smile by Arjun Sharma. Good player. Has really improved over the years. I've seen him play a few rounds at JP Greens, where I do make my golf outings with my good friends, and I've been thoroughly impressed by his ascendancy. He's improved a lot over the years. Again, back to the multi-feed
Roger Binney still has that famous unhurried walk. Even when he was about to deliver the faster delivery as it would be at that point of time, Binney would, his run up would be like slightly better than an apple. But a great cricketer, both with the bat and the ball.
Oh,
Of course,
can you tell us
now
a little bit more about his cricket? Because I have not followed it at that point in time. But
he was actually a very dependable cricketer. I mean, one of the bulwarks of Karnataka cricket. And I mean, he played a key role in India's triumph in the 1983 World Cup. I mean, both with the bat and the ball. I mean, at that time when the scoring was still more modest, you would have teams scoring about 150, 200, or a little more than that in 60 overs. Nowadays, you do that in 20 overs. And India was not a force to reckon with at that level on those days. It was that generation with Kapil Dev, Roger Binney, of course, Sunil Gavaskar, and all of them. They actually changed the face of Indian sport. And talking of Sunil Gavaskar and golf, he was at the Masters this year, and he said that he ticked off one more must-do things in his life, that is, be at the Masters.
yeah, that is definitely an excursion that everybody wants to make, especially if you're a golfer. Hole number 15 now. The pro in this group is Ridhima Delavri. She's currently at 1 over par, playing alongside the amateur golfers. Mr. Murli Karthik, Thibaut van der Branden, and Kshitiz Chacharia.
Churcharia.
It's a real tongue twister.
The amateurs finish, and now the pro comes in. It's not the easiest of putts. Just past the right one, downhill. She couldn't have taken a chance, or else it would have just sped away. Another lovely aerial shot. I love this aerial shot of the Prestige
Yeah, it
Golfshire.
looks mesmerizing.
Absolutely. Those lovely two huge water bodies. And they seem to snake around a lot. Just another one there on the left side. Now this view here looks even better with all the houses, the villas lying up on the inside of the lake.
Yeah,
It's
idyllic
actually,
views.
it's actually quite a beautifully designed golf course.
Yeah, the aerial view is something to behold, and as we get lost in the tranquil settings of this golf course, let's have a look at the scores as well. Anga team are still sitting pretty at the top. The only one who can mathematically challenge his lead at this point in time is Abhinav Lohan, who has 6 holes to go and can, if he can make 4. In fact, he has 10 holes to go. So if he can make a few birdies, he can maybe unseat him. Apart from that, it's pretty certain that he'll be playing the final group and leading the tournament.
Lovely ball flight there, but unfortunately the ball stops just short. It's gone to the right.
I just had a thought that this is such a low-scoring week. Mr. Swami, what do you think tomorrow? What kind of a tournament is going to shape up to be? We know that Angad is definitely firing on all cylinders. He's followed by a host of suitors for this tournament: Saptak, Hitashi Bakshi, Yuvraj Sandhu, Abhinav, Lohan, Shaurya, Bhattacharya, Gaganjit Gulav, Pranavi Urz. So it's shaping up to be quite the tournament. In fact, if you do the math, you have a total of 15 players who are 6 shots behind. And I think that they're in with a mathematical chance.
Yes, they are in with a mathematical chance. But again, as we've been talking about it through over the last 2 days, there is a factor that is playing with the amateurs, which actually means, having to adjust to not 2 players playing with you, 2 professionals playing with you, but 3 amateurs. The pace can be a bit slower, and it's not easy to focus at those times at certain places. So I think that could be a factor. And I would never rule out Yuvraj, because Yuvraj, if he can get onto a hot streak, he can actually go low, and he has the confidence to back him. He's got 2 wins and another top 10 to go this season.
Yes, of course. And with that, we'll do a little bit of a changeover and get Mr. Rahul Banerjee back in the hot seat to guide you through some of the action.
Dharma there. Dharma, this is a kind of a challenging putt. Not the easiest ones to handle. Then it just slips past, and this fast green actually means it's traveled a bit more than he would have liked it to.
And Dharma, in fact, crouching almost as much as one of the amateurs we saw a few holes ago. Almost bent double over the ball. And that one actually looked like it would slip past from the time it left us, but it was trending away to the right and away from the hole. Sadly for Dharma, and he really took his time over it, but like it to Gaurav Pratap by co-NGC guy, dude. And we have in fact quite a few. Amardeep Malik is here. Not only is he Amardeep here and Gaurav Pratap, I think both of them, definitely Amardeep is here with his caddy as well, who occasionally does the favor of carrying my bag around for a few holes. Great chap. Anna, as he's called at NGC. I've got a brief glimpse of him. And Amar in his very floral, delightfully floral shirt was roaming around the green. The tournament sponsor, Vishesh Chandiok, CEO of Thornton Bharat on screen there. Just narrowly missing out. He's playing in the same group, of course. Gaurav Pratap is in the group that includes our event sponsor. Caddy's taking the time and helping get the amateurs line up their putts.
Oh, pretty okay.
Very decent putt. And there is Nihat Tripathi on screen in front on your screens now, finishing up. She's one of the 12 from the WGAI who's seeing action here. And our drone pilots are at it again, trying to give you some psychedelic effects from the Prestige Golfshire. I think this is the pond that faces the clubhouse. There's this long veranda. Yes, overlooking the 18th green. Really funky work there. That's like a
And the
space.
branding, the square branding which is there, actually looks like a small, kind of a marker which was actually moving around that constellation.
Great stuff. Really eye twisting. I think there's a one good word for it. Eye twisting work with the camera. You have to really focus to figure out what's going on. And that's a quick look at the leaderboard for you. 14 under is the lead score of the event. The Kapil Dev Thornton Invitational 2025.
Two ladies on that scoreboard, Hitashi Bakshi and Pranavi Urs in the top 10.
So I think that is just this read of the leaderboard validates the fact that this is a mixed event. You have 60 men and 12 top 12 women. Two of them are in play here. So expect to see some fireworks tomorrow, because this is exactly what would have been in the mind of the organizers when they conceived of this tournament, and it's really coming through. There can't be a finer sort of lovely putt there, glancing in and out.
Binny, Roger Binny playing alongside professional Arjun Sharma, Kaushik Datta, and Rishabh Goel.
The 17th hole now. Long par 3.
That's the pro who's been on the move today in the second half.
Abhinav Lohan has definitely given him a chance, given himself a chance to add it. Yet another birdie to his total. This is a par 3 and 17th hole, and he's very safely on the dance floor and certainly will have a birdie putt to go with the 4 shots that he's already picked up, moved into the top 10 in fact, or even higher. Beg pardon, he's in a share of third place. Really solid effort, sterling, considering the fact that scoring in the afternoon for me has not been easy.
And including
Abhinav
this hole, he has 6 more holes to play. I mean, this one plus 5 more, so he's got a good chance of
really pushing for the top.
Yes, getting in for at least another couple of shots closer to Angachima.
And then tomorrow he's not involved in the programs. He'll only be playing the stroke play upper half, which means he's sort of really free to go for broke. Wonderful how this tournament is playing out. Each of the 72 pros in rotation playing one round with the amateurs, with all its attendant pluses and minuses, and all of them will have to cope with it. 24 have done so yesterday, 24 are doing so today, and the remaining 24 will do tomorrow. So this has added a degree of complexity to what would have otherwise been a normal tournament. Of course, also the fact that it's a 54-hole tournament itself provides for a little bit of a change. And really, there's a great deal to play for tomorrow. Changeable conditions, changeable, now that the partners, the fact that at least 1 or 2 of the leaders will be playing in the afternoon and in the Pro-Am will make them face different situations, very different from what they would otherwise find when they're playing alongside fellow professionals in a normal stroke play competition. So, real test in more ways than one for the professionals as we near the latter stages of the second day's play. They're setting up the ball as well as he can for his player, bending down on his hunches to take a long last look and hoping to find the bottom of the cup in this putt. The shadows certainly have lengthened across the fairways and greens of Prestige Golfshire near Bangalore, and on screen 2, Vani Kapoor has wandered up to the pin to take a close look. Unfortunately, the putt on live feed 1 just slipping past. He is the third member of the amateur group in this flight. Also taking a long look. Not the easiest of putt. It's downhill and looking like it's moving shades from left to right. We shall see. Vani in the meantime waiting for her amateur partners to catch up. They're on the far side of the green and having to putt from there, where she's much closer to the flag. And on live screen 1 you see that is a very good looking putt, but this
just grazes over the top. Yeah.
This is actually a very good putt. Really good one. Good effort. Took his time over it, but Mr. Rotolani now looking to finish off things as far as his. Once it comes to the actual putt, I'm sure he'll be a little more focused. Oh no, he did the same. Actually hitting the ball. It looks like he's chipping. Yeah, he's opted to chip it. And that ball staying a little short. His partners who putted sent the ball flying past the hole, and the gentleman in the picture now in the blue cap chipped on but kept left the ball short. Now Wani looking to clean up. He's had a great year, 3 in a row before the summer break on the WGI's professional tour. Vastly experienced, the second time in her career that she's on a hat trick of tournaments. Just a little low with that putt.
If the caddy could have had his way, he would have pulled the ball in.
And he was pretty sure it was going in. He had actually bent down to pick it out of the hole. It just broke at the very last second. Does sometimes happen if there's not enough space on the ball. The grass around the edge of the cup tends to grow away from, which is exactly what happened in this case. The ball just got thrown off line. And this one going the other way. You saw one break from right to left, and the other one was skating straight through.
Wani Kapoor there. Wani, all concentration. She gets that, but I don't know what she had to wait for a while before she could put out. Sometimes that does kind of break your concentration, the momentum. The ball has this habit of stopping just a few inches ahead. So the 17th green is again clear. Ready for the next group.
This is the group approaching 18. So the favored line coming from the left side of the fairway, trying to attack the green. That when they're just overcooking it a little bit, going too far right. Coming straight down the fairway is difficult, Swami, because you have this line of trees that prevent you from hitting a clear shot. So that's the preferred landing area there.
On the green.
Well done indeed from Rizima. She's safely on the green. It's not the easiest of holes to play. We've seen, because the professionals landing pretty much very, very consistently on the green. Karthik here. Only Karthik had a better than most career as a left arm spinner for Railways and for India. Thereafter is now highly regarded commentator and very, very keen golfer. He's worked hard and is
We are slowly meandering towards the finish of the second day's play. Approximately 4 holes left for the afternoon groups. They all began, remember, they began as a shotgun. They started with a shotgun. Heave ho. Someone's there before the players reach the green.
that's the ever-present presence of almost every Indian sporting venue will have canine visitors or canine residents, and it's no different in this case. Over the years, we've seen dogs wander onto the field in the middle of a test match, in the middle of a 50 one-day international or a T20 game, in a football match, in a hockey match. So why not golf? Here you are to very relaxed.
It's also relaxed.
Very relaxed canines.
Lovely greens.
I think they have more trust in the golfers than some of the golfers have in themselves. They very happily plonk themselves right on the approach, but with everybody safely on the green, so they don't have very much to worry about.
This is tapping highest group. Shiv Sehgal, Jaydeep Chitlangia, and Charu Sharma. This group. About 4 more holes to go for them. They started on the 5th, and this is the 18th. So 14 holes should have been played. That would be the best thing to do, is to pick up the marker and then put it aside. Should have been put up in the pocket. But as I said, a few rules here.
These mid-range putts can be extremely nerve-shredding, Swami.
Knee knockers, remember?
Yes. And this is a little more than knee knocker range. This is about 2 feet beyond the knee knocker range. So yeah, it's like, oh God, please types. There you go.
Wow, that was a good
Successfully answered prayer. Gentleman concerned taking his time, but doing a real good job of it. Charu Sharma pumping fists. Probably relieved that he doesn't have to try and make the point.
takes a full wheel, takes a full circle, and then decides to drop it. Now tapping high.
Last week winner at the Qutub Golf Course, the Kalans Open, of course. After ending of how long? It was a fairly long time since he won his last.
He won last time he won. Before that was in 2018. So he ended a long drought. But this week the things have not been going so well for him. He had a 74 in the first round, and he has 4 over in the second right now.
Yep.
So there he is, tapping high, finishes, and off he goes.
Hopefully into the final 4 holes for this group, and by the looks of it, more or less everyone on the same path, keeping up the same pace of play. Between 4 and 5 holes left for most groups today.
That's right.
An ultimate day of the KDGT, the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. A novel mixture of professional and amateur tournaments being played simultaneously, and for the very first time, men and women professionals playing for the same prize purse. And the component from the WGI more than holding its own. 2 members from that contingent in the top 10 coming towards the end of day 2 at the Prestige Golfshire Golf Club. Shadows are more than lengthened. It's all shadow now mostly. Not much of sunlight at all. Our own athlete Gaurav Pratap, who's had a very testing second day out on the course, hit a 9 under, record setting 9 under yesterday. Match today, of course, by Saptak Talwar, but it's always difficult. Like Shaurya, fellow commentator, made the point that it's difficult to follow such a hot round with another low score. And on screen, of course, Murli Karthik now, long putt, giving that ball plenty of beans, but still 5-6 feet short.
This reminds me of a small exchange in the press conference with Rory McIlroy at the Masters. A day before, Rory walked in with a second successive 66 in the third round. He had a 66 in the second and a 66 in the third. And a day before that, Justin Rose had shot a 64 in the first and a 71 in the second, and said that it's never easy to follow a low round with another one, and everyone agreed. So when Rory walked in with a 66 after the 66, I asked him the same question, and then he says, "You feel 66 is a low one?" And then burst out laughing, and then said, "Yes, it was tough out there shooting a 66." So Rory's got a terrific sense of humor. He was very relaxed on the Masters, despite, and then he made it pretty dramatic. At one stage he was 7 shots ahead of Justin Rose, but then it just became 1 and 18th. He led by 1. He needed a par. He dropped a bogey, went into the playoff, and then beat Rosie in the playoff with a magnificent second shot, which he holed for a birdie.
Certainly at times, Swami, we were all watching whatever time it was, wherever we were. It looked like he was doing his best to, make it as exciting as possible, or even set up a repeat of what happened in the US Open last year.
And he himself said it, I made it so difficult for myself.
And good for him. I mean, he just joins a very, very exclusive club now.
And the best part about that is that it's finally a monkey off his back. I mean, it's been there for 11 years, ever since he won the Open in 2014, which was his third major. He had 1 of each, the US Open, PGA, and the Open. And from then on, that same year in August in 2014, he won his 4th major, the second PGA. And then from 2015 Masters onwards, he was always on for a Grand Slam, a career slam. And then, of course, he came close to it a few times, but then didn't quite manage to deliver it. Finally, he's got his 5th major, he's got a career slam, he's part of an exclusive club, and the weight is now off his shoulders.
And he did say something of the sort. I think his first feeling was of relief.
Yes, he did.
Before
He
the
said,
joy
"Oh,"
or the happiness
he
or the
admitted
elation.
that it's finally off, yes. So
That
it's a
is-
big relief. Because every year after year, he was being touted as the guy at the Masters to complete the slam. Tiger himself said it a few times that sooner or later he will get it, and so did the big three at various points. Whether it was Arnold Palmer before he passed away, or it was Jack Nicklaus, Tom Watson, Gary Player, all of them said that Rory McIlroy will get that career slam. But then, a trophy is never won, a tournament is never won till the last putt is holed.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, either Watson or Player actually picked Rory before the tournament as being the winner.
Oh, everybody does that every year. I got it right too, because I pick Rory every year.
It was a very emphatic post on social media, if I remember rightly. Oh, that's a nice ball. Very well positioned, and it'll just roll back since it's gone hit the backstop of this 17th green, rolling back towards the pin. In fact, that's what a lot of the professionals have been trying to do: get till the backstop, but a lot of them unable to stop the ball there and rolling off the green. But this was a very well executed shot from went just as long as it needed to go, and then the last we saw of it was trickling back towards the pin from the backstop. The third member of this group. He too executed a really excellent tee shot. Of course, amateurs playing from well advanced positions than the men pros, almost 50-60 yards ahead of the tips from where the pros play from. Black tees and the blue tees, even on this par 3, separated by almost 40-50 yards. So from 220 for the pros becomes 160 odd for the AMs and the lady pros, of course. And it's almost. Abhinav probably looks like he has picked up a shot here as well. He will be heading towards the 18th hole in a while and then into the final 4 holes for this group. It's been a long day already for us as much as the players and the organizers and the PGTI and everybody concerned with the tournament. Show the Greens staff waiting to get spring into action once the last of the groups have left the course. They have lots of maintenance to do because there's been fairly heavy traffic today. 48 professionals and 72 amateurs, and in fact 72 professionals and 72 amateurs doing their stuff for the second day in a row. Lots of maintenance to be done as tomorrow is the most crucial day of this event. The 2 crore Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. And the pattern will continue. 48 professionals playing stroke play in the morning flight. And the afternoon wave will see this third and final leg of the Pro-Am. I now go back over to Shaurya to take you through till the end.
Thank you so much for that. That's a good putt right there by the amateur. You see all smiles right there? That's what a good putt can do. Can bring a smile to the face. And for those of you joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live from Bengaluru, from the Prestige Golfshire Club. And we bring to you the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. This tournament has been a resounding success. And this time the format is a little different, but the outcome is still the same. It's been riveting golf. We've had some of the best players in the country, and even international players compete here. And on top of the leaderboard is Angad Chima, the man from Chandigarh, at 14 under par. Then you have Abhinav Lohan, Gurugram-based Abhinav Lohan, who is stitching together a fantastic round. 7 under par for the day, 13 under for the tournament. Has a very well-rounded, solid game, does Lohan. Silver medalist at the Asian Games. Then you have Saptak Talwar, Greater Noida-based Saptak, 11 under par. Followed by lady professional Hitashi Bakshi, 10 under par. As we see the amateurs putting there, it's a good putt right there. Gaganjeet Bhullar, the 11-time Asian Tour champion, who's played all over the world. He's played on every big tour that you can imagine, and now splits his time between multiple tours, including the Professional Golf Tour of India. Kalin Joshi, who has grown up playing his golf at the KGF Bengaluru. Then you have Pranavi S. URS, who is at 8 under par total, 7 under par. Shot by her today. And Sachin Biswa, the winner on tour, is at 8 under par as well. Some of the other noteworthy names: Aryan Rupanand, also hailing from Bengaluru, 7 under par for the total. Gaurav Pratap Singh having a tumultuous day out there on the golf course. He was a leader yesterday. He definitely answered the clarion call on day one with nifty 9 under par. But unfortunately, the way fortune works is that you can never quite determine what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, and so is golf. When you stand up on the tee, you never quite know what number you're going to end up with. So today's day has not gone according to script. Oh, that's out of character. Missing that to the right. So Gaurav Pratap Singh, the leader overnight, has a scorecard which unfortunately has a lot more bogeys than birdies today. One of the only few players who over par. In fact, if you look at, you'll have to go all the way up to 41st to find somebody who over par. So it just tells, especially the kind of rich vein of form that he was in. He is a rather underwhelming day, but he still has 5 holes, and I've known him personally, played a lot of golf with him. He's got a aggression in his veins, and he never quite gives up. And I, for one, am a fan of that quality of his, and that's allowed him to win tournaments. And that's a quality that I would definitely recommend for a lot of the younger players to emulate. You want to never give in attitude, not just about the game of golf, but life in general. I know that's a little philosophical, but definitely helps you a lot in golf, because things are not going to go your way more often than not. As we see the amateurs sizing up that putt, downhill putt, left to right, should do it. So I'm pretty certain that, what a putt, I'm pretty certain that Gaurav will shoot a low number tomorrow, and might even get to even par today. 5 holes to go. Maybe he can turn the ship around, get to 9 under par, and then he's still in with a shot for this tournament, because the lead is at 14 under par. Doesn't want to get too far adrift. Wants to be there, close to the leader. Now, Murli Karthik from off the green, going with
some sort of a lofted club.
And
Let's see
then
how well he
how-
does. And he's done pretty well. That's nifty touch indeed. He's got 5 feet left.
And the cameramen have done a pretty good job of showing Shaurya Singh on live on air again.
Yeah, that's why when I get live on air, I don't know whether I keep these on or take these off. But they do help, and as they say, these are a sign of the times. But I must say, Mr. Swami, you've done well. I have, in fact, now starting to wear prescription glasses. So that's what happens when you turn 40.
I don't wear glasses for reading or otherwise, though I think it's time for me to stop reading because I'm sure there's not too much of golf being covered in the newspapers. So I'd rather watch television.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. The written letter has so much importance for me, and having learnt so much from my parents about it, especially my father, that the written word is sacrosanct, and you want to ensure that that is a habit that doesn't die too quickly. It's not easy though, having kids and seeing that. It's pretty difficult to turn the phone away from my son, but I make sure that.
But the newspaper is still your first preference, I'm sure.
Absolutely, it should never change. I certainly feel that reading off a digital device and off a book is a world of a difference.
Totally.
Your attention definitely increases as we have a look at with my sizing up that putt. Currently still at 1 over par, so even par for the tournament, having a decent outing, I can say. I think even par is a decent score. It's a new format. Yeah, it's a new challenge for the lady golfers, and I think they've held their head up high. This putt should break a little to her right, and I think that's looking good. That's looking good, and easy does it.
Beautifully. It died just into the cup. Lovely putt there. Always,
stroke.
Always great happiness. When you see a putt like that fall towards the end of the day, it really makes the golfer feel happy, for all the good work that's been done.
Yes, Greg Norman used to say, they said define happiness. He said a long walk with a putter. Oh, just about sneaking in. Greg Norman said that a long walk with a putter is what you call happiness. Our group is striding off to their next hole. I think this format will definitely see a lot more success in years to come. So it's very interesting. You've seen tours around the world tinker a little bit with the formats that they play, and I think it's good that on the Professional Golf Tour of India we try to do the same as well. As you have a look at the amateur.
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, that was a solid whack, I must tell you. If that's the ball right next to the
screen. That's the one on the green. Fantastic.
That's a pretty shot indeed.
Great shot.
This golf course is a sight for sore eyes, I must tell you.
Oh, yes, it is. Shaurya, you were talking about different kinds of formats. This week, while we are watching the Grand Thornton Invitational with a mixed format, in the US, the only team event of sorts is happening in Zurich Classic, where 2-member teams take part, and it's got 78, I think, teams. And the scoring is fabulous, fantastic, because the leading 2 players are Salinda and his partner Kevin Velo, and they shot 14 under on the first day, and the entire front 9 had been birdied or done better. They had 8 birdies and an eagle on the first 9 holes, so they were actually 10 under for the front 9 put together, and the total was 14 under. Of course, Indian-American Sahit Tigala with Indo-British Aaron Rai are 13th, and they shot 9 under. So so that's a different format. The Scandinavian mixed on the European Tour and the Ladies European Tour used to have men and women play stroke play, and 78 of each men and women. And 2 of the last 3 years, that is in 22 and 24, the event was won by a Swedish woman golfer, Lynn Grant. So that was quite a record. Even Asia had two mixed events in 2022, back to back at the Siam Country Club, and those were, but the Asian mixed Masters and the Scandinavian mixed have both been discontinued. They're not happening anymore. But the Zurich Classic continues to be held, and so that's fantastic. And GT Thornton themselves have a mixed event in the United States. So Jason Day and Lydia Ko won it 2 years ago, and last year it was won by Jake Knapp and Patty Tavatmakit of Thailand.
I must say that your knowledge is rather impressive, Mr. Swami. You're like a walking dictionary of golf and events that happen. You're like a supercomputer that was only invented for golf journalism.
You are too kind, Shaurya. I call myself unidimensional.
It's good. The passion that you do have for this game,
Oh yes, I mean I must confess that this game has given me a lot. To take me to different places across the world and get me to two majors every year, the Masters and the Open, which I've had the good fortune of seeing more than like 12, 13 times each. So that's absolutely, a dream. I'm living a dream actually. So,
and on our screen, this view is no less than a
GD
tranquil dream.
Bharat.
Yeah, this is what it is. Golf, if you have to just summarize it in a word, it's I would say is tranquility.
Last year was a very sad year in the sense there was an absolutely fantastic book on golf written as A Good Walk Spoiled by a journalist called John Feinstein. He passed away last year. So I met him just once. And what a fabulous man. He wrote a book on the majors. He wrote a book on the qualifying school of the PGA Tour and all the stories that are there of the heartbreaks at the qualifying school. And of course, at the the second tour that is a Conferry previously, which was called as a Nationwide, the Nike.com, the Web.com. It has had several names. But the fact is, that's the tour where dreams are made so that the players can then move on to the ultimate, the PGA Tour. If it wasn't for golf, I wouldn't have met you, Shaurya. I'm neither an entrepreneur nor a golfer.
I think,
So that's what I'm saying. So
we have both been enriched by this beautiful game. I know we get a little philosophical, but I, for one, I think I have some great memories, and we are building more.
Absolutely, no question about that.
As we have a look at live feed too. That's a very difficult shot for the amateur, I'll tell you that much. It's that's a little bit more than he can chew. He's bit off a little bit more than he can chew in terms of that shot, and it's not going to be easy from there. We had Varun Parekh in our view there. It's not an easiest shot even for a pro. You'd have to use a lot of the bounce of the club, but especially for the amateurs. Now, this is something that professionals can't do. I must tell you that you can't place the ball, so to speak.
You can't.
This is just a luxury for the amateurs. If you're doing this as a professional, then you're not a professional unless you're playing lift, clean and place, which is called preferred lie. So let's see how he does. There's been a lot of preparation. There seems to be some watchful eyes watching over this partner there as well. So let's see how the ball comes out. Okay, so far so good. Half the battle is won, and
he managed to get onto the green ever so much.
Yeah, but the playing partner moved the ball apart nonchalantly. So because only the best shot has to be counted, so that was...
so his ball was much better, so he decided, okay, off with it.
It was almost squatted away.
Yeah, off with his head. Yes, and we have on the screen Neha Tripathi.
So playing alongside Raminder Singh, Mahesh Bharani, and Mr. Jayant Dovar.
Neha Tripathi, an extremely accomplished player. She had some of her best years a few years ago. There was a season when she won 6 times on the Women's Pro Golf Tour. Was Indian #1 at that stage.
And
She's been hit
also
by
for-
injuries. She's been hit by injuries a few times.
Also following the aim point methodology.
Absolutely.
She's not having the best of weeks thus far, but decent day at 1 over par today.
She has, to her credit, a 10 under round on the WGI.
That shows that she has a lot of firepower in that.
Oh, yes. And she's a fighter. She's fought through her injuries to be able to come back and play. She had a very serious back injury, shoulder, and so much. She's really fought her way back. And an extremely friendly person, and quite accommodating and advising her younger colleagues on the tour. That was a good tour, but just a few inches short. His partner now giving it a go from the same place. #3 attempt from the amateurs. From the same point. Let's see if they manage. Twice at the altar have they failed, and now they come back for the third. Oh no, another 6 inches. So no one gets the bragging rights. Ortolani at hole number 7.
Abhinav Lohan, one shot behind Angachila, and still has a few more holes to play.
So Ortolani at this hole, so that means it is the 16th hole for them. They started on the 10th. Slowly but steadily, the day coming to an end.
It's been an enticing day's golf, none more so than the round by Anga Chima. And for those of you who've been with us, I'm certain that you must have enjoyed the live broadcast. It's been a substantial one.
Oh yes, 10 hours each day.
And we've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed the company of our viewers, and we'd love to hear more from you. Feel free to reach out on our social media. It's very easy to find us on Instagram and so on and so forth. Just add golf after the name. You won't make a mistake. That's the easiest way. And I think on live feed too, it seems to be Tappy. Not quite certain who that is. Yeah, that's Abhinav Lohan, looking pretty similar with the beard. Tappy also sports a very familiar look. Oh, he's hit a beautiful shot.
Oh, the man is in good form.
He's firing on all cylinders, it's Lohan. Really good shot by Abhinav Lohan.
Ortolani's group walking away from the 7th hole, which was their 16th. Remember, this was a shotgun start, and they began from the 10th.
Abhinav also has to play in tomorrow.
Huh? Abhinav Lohan, a chance to pick up another shot here. Abhinav actually already picked up a few. He's 13 under. He had that eagle on the par 516, which we were talking about a little while ago, and then he added a birdie on the 18th. So Abhinav Lohan has a chance to go ahead today. Right, there it drops. A fine birdie, a smile for Abhinav Lohan. And I think he's now caught up with the leader. 14 under. From 13, he moves to 14. That's it. Perfect. There was nowhere else the ball was going. Into the heart of the hole.
That's a good putt by Lohan.
Great second shot.
It was that second shot, which is a lovely, beautiful picture there. Great camera work there. Just as the sun begins to set on the second day of the Kapil Dev GT Thornton Invitational, we had an amazing. Oh, no, no, it's not a good shot at all. Full of concentration right at the end of the evening. Karthik Sharma, the southpaw from DLF. All focus. Now he knows it wasn't going. He jabbed it a bit too soon. So just that he waited, he thought it out, and then he kind of hurried it. That was so fast and had so much speed. Its only hope was that if it had hit the stick. Live feed 1, you have Neha Tripathi. Not enough legs. It's frustration when you know you hit the right speed.
So now back to live feed 1 and live feed 2. Interesting. That's a good putt right there by the amateur.
In Prathima's group, that was one of the amateurs, Murli Karthik.
That was Thibaut Van Den Branden. Quite the name, I must say.
Ridhima. It's about 3 feet, but that's the one which is always a challenge. She knocks it in nicely. Long day for everyone. It is Vishesh Chandok, the CEO of Grand Thornton, the sponsors of the event. A nice long putt there. I'm sure you would have loved it to go another foot or two.
As the day wears on, it's definitely been a long day. The unique format, and I think for the first time you have so many players out on a golf course in a day. 72 plus another 72, if I'm right? Is the math correct?
Now 48 in the morning, 72 in the evening. So it's
120.
That's right, 120 plus. From 6:30 in the morning to 6:30 in the evening. 12 hours of golf there.
Putt rolling really well, end over end. We still to get an update on Abhinav Lohan's score.
Gaurav Pratap Singh from the edge, from the apron. Yes, that's the right way. No matter, even if your ball is not in the way, a professional would always mark his ball if it's there on the green and someone else is putting, even in the vicinity. So all three amateurs will putt from the same place, the best ball on the green, and once one of them does, the others, the remaining ones, don't need to. And here is Gaurav. But the professionals have to putt out every single hole. Not the happiest of days for our man, Gaurav Pratap Singh. After those three bogeys at the start, two more, and then, of course, a double bogey at the 17th.
That's Tappy Guy. Always, he's got the look for a really good poker player.
Oh, yes, he does.
The color of money. Paul Newman, was it? I can't quite remember. Yeah, that famous movie. Tappy Guy with the dark shades on. The future is so bright, I gotta wear shades. So. Tapendra Ghai, 4 over par.
He is coming to his final hole. So slowly the day coming to an end. So that was Gaurav Pratap Singh who finished his round earlier, and now it's time for Tappy Guy to do the same.
Akshay Kumar, that's the first look at him. That's a brilliant. Oh no, that's called it too early. Akshay Sharma missing it on the lower side, unfortunately. That looked good all the way, but unbeknownst to us, there was a hidden break right there. He's a really good proponent of the short game, is Akshay. Has that forward press and always gives the hole a run.
Akshay's got one more hole to play. He started on the second. A few of the players have still got another hole or two to play, and that includes Abhinav Lohan. That was a nice one there from one of the amateurs.
Fist bumps all around.
Evening breeze blowing just a wee bit there when you see the pin flags. Otherwise, the afternoon's been pretty benign, quiet, and Abhinav Lohan has been the man who's been making the best of it. We could be on the threshold of something sensational as Abhinav Lohan, the scoreboard shows us, is still got a couple of holes to play and he is 9 under and he has 2 eagles in his round so far.
That's a red slick putt coming up. Should break a little bit from the left. And that ball was severely removed. Squatted away. We've seen quite a few of that.
Swatted away.
We've seen quite a few of those today.
Summary dismissals.
Yeah. Almost incandescently at times. I think. Because it's the best ball format. So if yours is not making the cut, then it is. Look at that. Now, what is that? In God's name, I can't quite figure out. That is some creature. A beautiful one, I must say, but not one that you would like to get too friendly with.
It is a reptile. It looks like a monitor.
Now, another amateur here with an effort, and that's a good one. That's a really good shot. That's one of the better ones that we've seen today.
It's getting pretty dark out there now.
Yeah, light is fading away. But the fervor for golf is not. repairing the pitch mark. That's always good etiquette.
Nice. Today is looking handsome, man.
Huh?
Daddy body cut it.
By the exact margin of the miss.
So that's the end of the round for Neha and her group. There's still some more golf left there. There's Abhinav Lohan now standing up there. He's on hole number 3, well, which is supposed to be his last hole. That's his closing hole, Abhinav Lohan. It's Abhinav Lohan now coming on to the third green, his final hole. He started on the 4th. This is a par 5. Not too sure if he is here on his second shot. He could be in for double digits. Nice long putt out there. Gets it over the mound and puts it right next to the hole. Should be a birdie putt from here, considering it's a par 5. His smile suggests something big.
The lights drawing to a close, and the day's proceedings as well.
With the light fading away, Abhinav has decided that he will take the putt earlier. He could be in for a historic putt. And there it is. Abhinav Lohan closes that. There it is. Darkness descends at the Prestige Golfshire as the second round comes to an end. And we now have the final scores there on the leaderboard. Abhinav Lohan had a chance to get to a 59. He was 9 under after 15 holes. He barred the last 3 holes of his, first, second, and third, and finished at 15 under, overtaking Angad Chima, who was at 14 under. Colin Joshi lying third at 12 under, and of course Saptak Talwar at 11 under is fourth, and Hitashi Bakshi, the top women's player, at 10 under, alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, Shaurya Bhattacharya, and Gaganjeet Bhuller at 9 under, alongside Arjun Prasad, and Pranavi Ors at 8 under, rounds off the top 10. She's at 8 under, alongside Sachin Basoya, Rohan Dhol Patil, Rahil Kanji, Kshitish Naved Kaul, and Om Prakash Chauhan. A big, huge crowd there. So 15 players in the top 10 at 8 under or better. So the battle lines are drawn. Abhinav Lohan firing a bogey-free 9 under for the day, and he had 2 eagles and 5 other birdies. Surely a sensational round. And we are now signing off from live from Prestige Golfshire from Bengaluru, and we shall see you again and tomorrow on the third and final day of the Kapil Dev GT Thornton Invitational at Prestige Golfshire. Thank you.
We would just implore you to stay with us for a little while more. We'll bring to you the highlights where you can look at the day's proceedings and reminisce over what happened earlier in the day. There were some brilliant shots, of course, none most of the ones by Abhinav Lohan. Brilliant day's golf by him and Angad Chima. The lady golfers have been resplendent as well. Hitashi Bakshi 10 under par, and Pranav Evers at 8 under par. So tomorrow promises to be a day to remember, and I'm pretty certain it'll work out as such. And from here as well, from the commentary box, from the three of us, we would like to sign off.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Shaurya, Rahul, and myself, Krishna Swami. Good night, and have a good night.
SKR. All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Thank you very much for the viewers, and see you again tomorrow.